The silver sword held high showed a very strong air of killing the enemy, which made people feel cold. This painting is obviously from everyone's hands. Every detail in the picture is vividly depicted, and the fighting are coming. However, in the man's mind, there is some doubt. How can these apparently powerful knights directly attack the closed castle gate? This is a suicide. Even though the knights are powerful, they can't directly attack the massive castle gate. The man's eyes couldn't help but fall on the first black knight. The others were all in silver, only he was wearing a distinctive noble robe with black background and silver edge, but his head and limbs seemed to be covered with a layer of black armor, reflecting the dark metallic luster in the sun. What a strange knight. The long sword held in his hand is also more slender than other knights. Although it is not gorgeous, it has a simple atmosphere of king. The Black Knight, obviously very extraordinary, held up his long sword in his hand. The black horse, whose crotch was far higher and stronger than other horses, was wearing silver and black armor. His long and powerful forehooves were moving. He was ahead of the knight behind and rushed towards the castle gate. Under the painter's pen, what the knights in black robes and the whole knights reveal is not tragic, sad, but sharp and invincible. There is a kind of unstoppable strong breath on the black-robed knight. It seems that as long as the long sword in his hand falls, he can split the city gate with one sword and rush into the castle with the knights behind him. And the whole painting is really incomparable. It seems that it is not the imagination of the painter, but the real thing. It's a long time, but it's just a flash. It's only a few seconds since the man opened the door and entered the room. The man who was attracted by the real but weird oil painting soon thought of his purpose. He quickly put down his doubts and concentrated his mind. He looked at the young man who was sitting behind a solid wood desk under the oil painting. The man over 40 years old didn't neglect Chen Mo because he was young, but he bowed down to Chen Mo respectfully. "Sir, it's a great honor to receive you." Looking at the man's performance, Chen Mo was satisfied, nodded softly, and said slowly, "Sit down." "Thank you, sir." After the man bent down again to thank him, he went to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. "What about the Republican side?" Chen Mo is the first to open his mouth and asks casually, "Sir, after 2 years of development, our Republican Party is no less powerful than the Democratic Party and has completely established its foothold in Congress." Chen Mo felt the inner agitation of the other side, and then contacted the current political situation in the United States. His purpose soon became clear to his mind. "So you want to compete with the Democrats for the presidency this time?" Although Chen Mo's words are full of questions, the tone is definitely incomparable. See Chen Mo speak out what he thinks in the heart, although the man is surprised but still nodded. "Yes, sir. We are now fully capable of competing with the Democratic Party." Looking at the confident, tall, and thin man in front of him, Chen Mo gently shook his head. "Lincoln, do you think slavery can be abolished peacefully?" "That's right." The tall and thin man sitting in Chen Mo's study is the leader of the newly formed Republican Party, the spokesman of Chen Mo, and the greatest future president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Lincoln did not hesitate to answer directly. "Of course not. You have said that slavery is the economic basis for the survival of Southern plantations. Those Southern slave owners cannot give up their fundamental interests." Chen Mo nodded softly, which was a fact he had clearly conveyed to them, and it had been accepted by the public for a long time. Nowadays, no one in the Republican Party wants to solve the problem of slavery peacefully. "Do you think the people of the country are ready for war now?" Chen Mo looked up at Lincoln's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Here, Lincoln's original full confidence was asked by Chen Mo's words. Under Chen Mo's sharp eyes, he suddenly began to doubt whether his original idea was correct. Moreover, he had not looked at Chen Mo carefully before. At this time, Lincoln suddenly found that the young capitalist sitting in front of him had a pair of profound eyes, which seemed to penetrate the hearts of the people and contain infinite wisdom. Under these eyes, Lincoln only felt that all his thoughts seemed to have nothing to hide. No wonder he was able to speak out his thoughts. It was not easy to break away from Chen Mo's eyes. Lincoln listened to Chen Mo continue. We do have a foothold in Congress and represent the interests of industrial and commercial owners in the North and farmers and ranchers in the West, but the vote is in the hands of all citizens. The words of Chen Mo shocked Abraham Lincoln's eyes. Our attitude towards slavery has always been very resolute. If our party members are elected successfully, they will take tough measures on the issue of slavery, and the Civil War may break out at any time. This is not what ordinary people want to see. Before Lincoln could speak, Chen Mo added, "At least not now." Speaking of this, Chen Mo paused a little, looked at Lincoln with a thoughtful face, and continued. The campaign platform of the Democratic Party has been released. They promise people from all walks of life to maintain economic prosperity and order stability. They called on the North and the South to unite and maintain national unity. They repeatedly stressed that the victory of the Republican Party would mean the disintegration of the Union. Do you think the Republican Party with a radical anti-slavery agenda can win? After hearing Chen Mo's words, Abraham Lincoln's face could not help but dignify. He looked up at Chen Mo and asked in a heavy voice, "Sir, is our program wrong?" Chen Mo shook his head gently. "Our program is not wrong, but the timing is not right. The current domestic situation is not fully mature. The harm of slavery has not been deeply recognized by the general public, and the people are not ready for war. It's like an abscess on your body. When it's not fully puffed up, don't rush to pick it up. Wait patiently. When the time is fully ripe, it will naturally break and discharge all the bad things." The simile of Chen Mo made Abraham Lincoln's eyes bright and his heart bright. Indeed, although the North-South conflict is becoming increasingly fierce, it has not yet reached its peak. It is more about the struggle in Congress. The feeling of the people is not profound. It is not a good time to start now, but rather to let it continue to develop and brew for some time. When the time is fully ripe, it is not they, but the people of the whole country who want to start the war. At that time, everything will come naturally. Just when Abraham Lincoln thought about it, Chen Mo suddenly said, looking at him again, "The next president will be you, Abraham Lincoln. Slavery will end in your hands." Chen Mo's words make Lincoln's eyes shrink. Although he is now the leader of the Republican Party, he is only a young man in the political arena in his 40s. The main reason why he can become the leader of the Republican Party is Chen Mo's support and cultivation. There are many people in the party who are more senior and have higher prestige than him. It was not himself that he intended to send for the presidential election, but John Fremont, who has greater influence among the people. His influence in Illinois is okay, but it's not very high in other states. He's not known by the public. It's unrealistic to run for president. But now, Chen Mo says that the next president will be him. He didn't know how powerful Chen Mo was, but he knew that Chen Mo would never open his mouth. Now that he said that, he must have a full basis, and the strength in his hands was really enough to influence the result of the presidential election to a large extent, which made Abraham Lincoln excited. He didn't want to sit on the throne of the president himself, lead the United States to eliminate slavery completely. Chen Mo's words completely dispelled Lincoln's idea of launching inter-party forces to fight for the presidential election, but they did not dampen his morale at all, but made him more ambitious. Another 4 years, the history of the United States will be rewritten by him. Next, Chen Mo explained to him some of the development goals of the Republican Party in the later period, the issues that need attention, and the preparations that can be made in advance. After all, Chen Mo gave up his hand to see off the guests. After listening to Chen Mo's instruction, Abraham Lincoln stood up from his chair, bowed, and saluted respectfully. "Then, sir, I'll leave first." "Well," Chen Mo nodded softly, but when Lincoln was about to turn around and leave, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and said again, "By the way, you can try to grow a beard which will make you more dignified." Although Lincoln was a little confused, he nodded his head and agreed. He didn't find Chen Mo's wisdom until he really grew a beard. Lincoln's cheek is very thin, even sunken inward. It doesn't look handsome and dignified enough. In history, Lincoln used to worry about his thin cheek when he ran for president. He didn't look handsome until he was suggested to grow a beard. Don't look down on the beard, but he won a lot of votes. Chen Mo also just remembered, which was a reminder. Abraham Lincoln was about to leave after he said goodbye to Chen Mo. When he turned around, he saw a little familiar sharp silver light in his eyes. Lincoln looked carefully, only to find a shelf on a table beside the wall of his study, on which was a silver two-handed knight's heavy sword that was more than 1 meter long. And this sword is like as 2 peas in the painting of the black robe, which led by the knights to the castle gate, which is held by Chen Ming behind. Chen Mo had already left, and he could not stay in the study any longer. So Lincoln just took a deep look at the long sword, recorded his appearance in his mind, and went out with the door open. Gently closed the door of the study. Abraham Lincoln stood for a while at the door of Chen Mo's study. His face was full of doubts, but he couldn't stay here all the time. He walked downstairs along the corridor and thought about the unexpected discovery in his mind. Although he only took a look, he wrote down the appearance of the sword completely. The workmanship of the sword is very simple and delicate, and it doesn't look like an imitation made according to oil painting. Isn't the picture on that painting really something that happened? So who is the knight in black and what is their final result? With all sorts of questions, Lincoln walked down the stairs. The direction of the stairs is facing the hall on the first floor. Walking on the stairs, you can clearly see the scene in the hall. Although you think about things, Lincoln's eyes still see the situation in the hall. In the hall on the first floor, in addition to the middle-aged people who led him upstairs, he saw 2 very tall and strong young people coming in from the side door beside the hall. Their height was even higher than that of him, nearly 2 meters. Moreover, they were extremely strong, with a fierce smell like wild animals. In the eyes of the 2 men, there was a sharp edge and a rebellious pride. Just a glance, Lincoln can feel these 2 people's extraordinary. Their strength must be very strong. They should be Mr. Who's guards. Only people like Mr. Who can accept such strong guards. Mr. A's men are not ordinary people. To his surprise, the calm, middle-aged man who had taken him to Chen Mo's study was furious when he saw the figures of the 2 young people and rushed towards them. "You 2 bastards dare to be lazy." But the 2 strong young men, who were much bigger and stronger than the middle-aged people, turned their faces and ran out to the door directly after hearing his voice, which disappeared in a flash, while their voices came in from outside the door. "Damn old Tyler, it's cunning to hide in the hall and stop us." The middle-aged man who stopped at the door was furious and went back to their backs. "I'm here waiting for you. You 2 roll back to practice for me immediately and dare to be lazy again, and see how I deal with you." It turns out that since Zachary Taylor has been strengthened by super soldier serum, and his strength has surpassed that of Victor and James, Chen Mo has entrusted him with the task of supervising the training of the 2 men. He did not supervise the training of soldiers in the army before, but he was very experienced. The difference is only that the training contents are different. Zachary Taylor asked Victor and James to train by themselves because he wanted Lincoln to meet with Chen Mo, who knew that they wanted to be lazy, but he caught them in the hall. Standing outside the door, watching the 2 running back to the training ground, Zachary Taylor snorted coldly, sorted out the wrinkled suit that had just chased the 2, and walked back to the hall with his back hands on his back. At this time, Lincoln just came down the stairs. Lincoln nodded to Zachary Taylor, but he didn't speak. When Zachary Taylor saw Lincoln walking down the stairs, he knew that he had just seen his anger toward Victor and James. However, Zachary Taylor was not uncomfortable. He was not a politician who needed to pay attention to his image all the time, so he didn't care about what happened just now. He nodded politely to Lincoln and then turned around and took him out of the manor. At the gate of the manor, a carriage was waiting. After seeing Lincoln get on the carriage and drive for a long distance, Zachary Taylor turned to the training ground on the side of the manor with his hand behind him. Zachary Taylor did not know that Lincoln in the car had been watching his figure disappear at the corner of the manor before turning around. But in Lincoln's heart at this time, it seems to set off a storm. Too familiar. It's so familiar. As like as 2 peas, the voice and tone of the curse and the way of walking on the back are even the same, with the slightly crooked posture when nodding. And although the appearance has no small difference, but if you look carefully, there are still 4 or 5 points of similarity. The most important thing is that he clearly heard the two tough young people call him Old Taylor. Lincoln had a very absurd guess in his mind that the middle-aged man like a housekeeper in Chenmo's manor might be President Zachary Taylor, who died of a sudden illness 6 years ago. Although a part of his reason told him that it was impossible, President Taylor was indeed dead and could not be reborn. Moreover, the height, appearance, and temperament of the middle-aged man were quite different from that of President Taylor. But his sensitive instincts as a lawyer convinced him that, in all likelihood, he was President Taylor who should have died. When President Taylor was in office, he happened to be a member of the House of Representatives. He had seen President Taylor many times and listened to him. Lincoln had a very high respect for the president, who was a war hero and firmly resisted slavery, so he was very impressed. In addition to his height and appearance, Chenmo's butler is 80.9% consistent with President Taylor in his memory. If it's someone else, just height and appearance are enough to make people give up this speculation. But Lincoln's mind flashed over the painting in Chenmo's study and the knight's two-handed sword on the shelf beside the wall. Now, though the Black Knight in the painting can't see his face, the figure of his back and the sharp breath of his majesty are quite similar to Chenmo, plus that as like as two peas in the picture is the black robe knight in the painting Chenmu. But looking at the painting, it is clear that it is the medieval style. The tall and magnificent Blackstone castle and the soldiers on the wall, as well as the heavy armor knights outside the castle, all clearly show that the painting shows the scene when the heavy armor knights attacked the castle in the Middle Ages. If the two things are separated, Lincoln may think it's accidental, but now the two things are connected. Although Lincoln can't accept it, he has to draw a surprising conclusion. Chenmo is the leader of the knight in the Middle Ages in the oil painting, and Chenmo's butler is Zachary Taylor, the 12th President of the United States who should have died. If this inference is true, it shows that Chenmo is the immortal from the Middle Ages to the present. The direct impact on the thick wall survived, and the experience has been painted down and remains to this day, which also shows that he successfully conquered the castle. That is to say, he also has a strong strength of breaking the city by one man. Moreover, the existence of Zachary Taylor also shows that he has the ability to revive the dead, change his appearance, and give him powerful power. If there is no strong strength, the two young people who are strong at first sight can't run away like rats seeing cats. What kind of secret does Chenmo have? What magic power does he have in his hands? In my mind, I recall Chenmo's face, which is young and incomparable but full of majesty, and his eyes, which are as deep as the starry sky, seem to see through everything and contain infinite wisdom. Where is the eyes that a young man in his early 20s can have? Now it seems that Chenmo is not just an ordinary person. According to his understanding of Chenmo, Chenmo first came to New York in 1845. With seemingly infinite wealth, he acquired all the land near New York in a short period of time, and did not know how to accept an Indian for his use. You know, Native American Indians have always regarded these European immigrants as aggressors, and they are not friendly to them, let alone used by them. So far, apart from Chenmo, they have not heard of anyone who can subdue the rebellious Indians. Lincoln also heard that John James Astor, the former richest man in the United States who was against him when he bought the land, was solved by Chenmo. That night, there was a huge explosion in John James Astor's mansion. The fire burned all night. The blazing fire lit up the whole sky of New York. No one had ever seen such a big explosion. There was such a fierce fire, it's not a calm night. The whole of New York could be set on fire. Thinking of this, Lincoln suddenly remembered that in the information he learned, Chenmo was in his 20s at that time. But now 10 years later, his face has not changed at all. It still looks like he is in his early 20s, which further verified his guess and made him more certain that Chenmo has the ability of immortality and immortality. Lincoln sat in the carriage and looked out of the window at the endless fields. His mind was confused and could not be calm for a long time. Today's visit brought him great impact. Chen Mo's position in his mind has also risen from a powerful capitalist to a level as high as the existence of myths and legends, which is unpredictable. It has to be said that Lincoln deserves to be the greatest president in the history of the United States. With his own efforts and wisdom, he has stepped up to the presidency step by step from a poor child without much education. There is no doubt that his ability, whether it is to look at people's eyes, to observe carefully, to analyze meticulously, or to reason powerfully, is extremely strong, even able to, through some clues, find the amazing truth behind. And he cannot be bound by secular ideas, dare to guess boldly, not easily negate because his inference goes against the common sense, which can infer the situation of Chen Mo step by step. Although there are some misunderstandings and coincidences, his final inference is not wrong. While in the study, Chen Mo felt Lincoln's attention to oil painting and sword, but he didn't pay attention to it. No matter in the face of Victor and James, Zachary Taylor and the Indians under him, Chen Mo had no ability to hide himself. This is not a real world with advanced science and technology and strong national strength. There are no heavy guns, missiles, or nuclear weapons. In this world, there are no forces or things that can threaten him. Instead, he can kill all the senior American officials by his own force. You can also put on the iron and steel battlesuit, transform into a human bomber, use the super high speed of the iron and steel battlesuit, and a large number of micro-high explosive missiles in the space to plow the whole Earth once again. Let this just completed the first industrial revolution, enter the world of modern industrial society, and return to the original society again. It can be said that in this era, Chen Mo is the invincible existence. As long as he wants, he can rule the whole world, but he has ruled the whole Europe in the world of the Legend of the Night. In the world of Iron Man, Chen Mo secretly controls the whole world through the Hydra and the Shield Bureau. He has no sense of ruling the world. Bullying a group of people is still making people who use flint guns are not interested. He has only one goal in the world, that is, the ability of mutant. And the ability to get a mutant is inseparable from a key figure, William Stryker. All he has to do is wait patiently for the time to come. Without those concerns in reality, Chen Mo doesn't need to carefully hide his ability. Even if it is found, what will happen? In this era, powerful strength will only bring awe and worship. As for whether someone covets it, Chen Mo is very looking forward to someone coming out to find death, and can also add some fun to his dull and long life. The painting hanging in his study was painted by the court painter in the world of the Legend of the Night, according to the story that he led the heavy armor cavalry to break through the city gate and capture the Blackstone Castle. Chen Mo thought that the painting was very vivid and memorable for him, so he put it in the space. Now to stay in this world for more than 100 years, Chen Mo took it out and hung it in his study. If you don't have a look, you can also recall the experience in the world of the Legend of the Night. But don't say, he really missed little Selena. I don't know how the Sugar Queen is now. She should have grown into a big girl. And Andrew, Amelia, and Victor. If you have a chance, you have to go back and have a look. Now there is a way to bring people back to the real world. Chen Mo can bring these loyal people back to the real world and become a new help for his real development. There is also old Eddie in the Iron Man world, who hasn't drunk the coffee he made by himself for a long time. The taste of other people's cooking is always worse. With him, he always keeps his life in order. Although he has Su Wan as a life assistant in the real world, Chen Mo uses her more as the president of the company, and most of her time is spent in the public in the department. The care for his life is far less meticulous and thoughtful than that of the old housekeeper. After more than 10 years in the world of Wolverine, Chen Mo also began to recall the past. It seems that although he has eternal life and not old face, his psychological age is increasing with the passage of time, which starts to miss his old friend. However, with these old team members, it will really help his real-world development, at least not to do everything himself. Before, no matter the design of new models or the management and marketing of the company, he had to worry about it all. He even had to do it by himself. Later, with Suwin and Anna, Although it was easier, it was far from the degree of leaving the shopkeeper. This is just a small car company. In the world of Captain America and Iron Man, the huge Hydra was managed by old Eddie in a well-organized way. He didn't have to worry about it at all. As long as he put forward his requirements and issued orders directly, he didn't have to worry about everything else. Naturally, he had his subordinates to help him finish it. Beauty is done. Thinking of this, Chenmo can't help but miss old Eddie more. He must bring him back to the real world when he has a chance. It's just that the movie world of shuttling through space is different. So far, the only coherent world is the world of the same world, which only includes Captain America and Iron Man. Moreover, there is a gap of 70 years between them. If it wasn't for him to make arrangements, improve super soldier serum and freezer, it's not only that old Eddie can't survive. Even Howard, Dr. Erskine, and others could not wait for his return. Chenmo can only hope that there will be one of these two worlds in the next shuttle. After Abraham Lincoln, the leader of the Republican Party, secretly visited Chenmo, they elected John Fremont to participate in the presidential election of 1856. However, this presidential election seems to be fiercely competitive, but if you carefully observe it, you will find that the Republican Party has not exhausted all its efforts, and many of its cards have not been used. It seems that the first election after the establishment of their party was just regarded as an exercise by them. They seem to be doing their best, but in fact, they are not trying to squeeze out every vote. They have not made any changes to their apparently radical campaign platform for the abolition of slavery. Instead, they are trying their best to publicize the harm of slavery and the great threat to the American people. Moreover, the Republican Party boldly predicted that the ambition of the slave owners in the South would not stop here, but would continue to expand. In an attempt to expand slavery to other free states in the United States, and even turn the whole United States into a slave world. Once the ambition of the slave owners is realized, and slavery is extended to the whole United States, not only will the booming industrial and economic development in the northern part of the United States be destroyed by slavery, but every civilian in the United States may become a slave because they are unable to pay their debts or even directly abducted. Under slavery in the United States, there were not only black slaves, but also a considerable number of white slaves in the plantation of slave owners in the South. Some of them were forced to enslave their creditors because they couldn't pay their debts, and some were poor immigrants who wanted to go to North America but didn't have enough money. Those who lack self-defense, such as weak beggars and children, are often forced or lured into slavery. Criminals who have committed serious crimes in Britain, even the poor who have just made minor mistakes but have been exiled to America, are also a major source of white slaves in the United States. Although this kind of propaganda of the Republican Party is alarmist and has little effect on the presidential election campaign, it has alerted many American civilians who pursue a better life. If slavery is confined to the southern states, they do not worry about destroying their peaceful life for some slaves. But if these evil slave owners really intend to expand slavery to the north, they will resolutely resist and never allow this kind of thing to happen. Not to mention that the existence of slavery will greatly reduce their job opportunities and fight for their living space. Even their own and their children may become slaves at any time for various reasons. You know, in the southern slave states, the number of slaves accounts for 1/3 of the total population. Who can guarantee that if slavery does spread, they will remain free forever? The Republican campaign, rather than running for president, is to publicize the threat of slavery and arouse the public's vigilance against slavery. This act seems to be of little significance. With the passage of time, it will be gradually forgotten. But in fact, it's a piece of firewood that Republicans fill in the hearts of the people. It doesn't seem to have any effect now, but as long as someone adds another fire, the flame against slavery will burn. And the fire was soon lit. In 1856, the presidential election ended with the victory of the Democratic Party. James Buchanan of the Democratic Party was elected as the 17th president and took office in March 1857. James Buchanan chose to compromise on the issue of slavery. Once again, the power of the slave owners in the South soared and became more arrogant. Their eyes were no longer limited to the undeveloped West, but attempted to further expand slavery to the whole United States. In 1857, the Southern slave owners attempted to use the Scott Judgment to extend slavery to all the territory of the United States. Scott was a black slave to J. Emerson, a Missouri military doctor. In 1834, he moved to the free state of Illinois with his master, and then moved to Wisconsin, where slavery was prohibited under the Missouri Compromise of 1820, so he was free. But after returning to slavery state of Missouri in 1838, he became a slave again. Scott filed a complaint in Missouri in 1846, which was based on the residents who had twice been free land. He asked for freedom and won the first trial, but was later rejected by the Missouri court. Scott appealed to the federal Supreme Court. Under the control of the Southern slave owners on March 6, 1857, the federal Supreme Court ruled that Scott was a black slave. The property of a slave owner, not a citizen of the United States, has no right of appeal to the federal court and cannot be canceled unless proper legal procedures have been passed, which Scott has not gone through before. As citizens' property is protected by the Constitution, neither Congress nor the local council has the right to declare the abolition of slavery in any part of the United States. As early as 1820, Congress passed the Missouri Compromise, which stipulated that the slave state and the free state should be divided by 36 degrees 30 north latitude. The territory to the south of this line allowed slavery, and the territory to the north prohibited slavery. In fact, this judgment declared the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional, and slavery was legal in all American territories. The Southern slaveholders wanted to encroach on the northern region and gradually expand slavery to the territory of the United States by relying on the dominant power in the Congress. However, they did not expect that the ruling aroused fierce protests from the people of the northern states. The people in the North, who thought slavery had nothing to do with them, suddenly remembered the Republican Party's ambition for slavery and the threat of slavery in the presidential election last year. They didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning, but now it is. Scott Judgment case really shows the ambition of the slave owners to the North and even the whole country. If the situation continues, the whole United States will become the world of slavery. The influence of Scott's Judgment case was rapidly fermenting at an unimaginable speed. This judgment intensified the struggle around slavery in the South and the North, and led to the revolt of abolitionist John Brown and the armed rescue of black slaves in the South. The scale of the armed uprising was not large, but its influence was very extensive, which shocked the whole country. Until 1859, many people joined in the struggle, and the call for emancipation of slaves spread all over the United States. The national abolition movement was pushed to a new climax, and the new presidential election is coming again. Since the Scott Judgment, the domestic situation has become increasingly tense, and the voice of civil war has become higher and higher. In this context, the Republican Party has been greatly developed. It has completely risen in the Congress and overwhelmed the Democratic Party. President James Buchanan has lost control of the Congress and represents the interests of the slave owners in the South completely suppressed. The Republican campaign platform did not change much, but became more radical, vowing to abolish slavery and liberate black slaves in the South. Different from 4 years ago when the presidential election was held, the threat of slavery advocated by the Republican Party was regarded as alarmism. Now the facts are in front of us. All the people feel the threat of slavery. No more propaganda is needed. The program of the Republican Party fully conforms to the demands of the American people. Slavery must be abolished. As a result, the Republican candidate Abraham Lincoln received the overwhelming support of the public. However, the Democratic Party's declaration of maintaining domestic stability was regarded as a compromise to the slave owners, which caused great dissatisfaction among the general public. The result of this campaign is obvious. The victory of the Republican Party is the general trend against the background of the resolute resistance of the majority of the people to slavery. In November 1860, Abraham Lincoln, the leader of the Republican Party, was elected as the 16th President of the United States, and the Republican Party came to power for the first time. As a new political party, the Republican Party has not been established for 6 years. This is their first presidential election, but it also marks that the party will be in power for 24 consecutive years. In the following decades, the Republican Party still has an absolute advantage. After Lincoln, the Republican who advocated the abolition of slavery, was elected president. The Southern slave owners worried that the federal government would directly pass the resolution of abolition of slavery in the hands of the tough abolitionists, which posed a serious threat to the interests of the Southern planters. In order to maintain the legitimacy of slavery, the Southern plantation slave owners began to create division and revolt. In February 1861, the Southern slave states announced the establishment of the United States of America, with Richmond as the capital, and formulated a new constitution, electing Jefferson Hamilton Davis as the new president. From April 12 to 14 of the same year, the Confederate forces of the Southern states preempted the Fort Sumter, and the Civil War broke out in the United States. This is the Civil War as we know it. On the eve of the outbreak of the war, Zachary Taylor, Victor and James left Brooklyn Manor together and joined the Northern Federal Army. 13 years after the end of the U.S.-Mexico War, they were once again involved in an internal war with a larger scale, fiercer fighting, and longer duration. After the three left, the manor was suddenly quiet. So far, Chen Mo's initial layout has been basically completed, followed by the step-by-step development. With the progress of the times in science and technology at some key nodes, seize the opportunity to occupy some industries with great potential and gradually expand Chen Mo's business empire. However, Chen Mo's business team is in charge of all these matters. After so many years of development and supplementation, the team originally established in New York has not been the team of dozens of people at first, but a huge business group, and the core business team that Chen Mo first established is in charge of the overall situation. Today, Chen Mo's industry is huge. In addition to the large-scale farms and pastures gradually developed in recent years, the fur trade in Missouri, Mississippi, and Rockies, the mining and smelting of coal, steel, gold, and other minerals, large-scale factories such as steel plants, machinery manufacturers, shipyards, as well as banks, insurance companies, gold, and so on. Chen Mo, a large-scale financial enterprise such as financing company, has also started to set foot in the military industry, railway industry, and petrochemical industry. With the advantages of foresight and a strong industrial and capital base, Chen Mo has grown rapidly and become the leading monopoly giant in the industry. And not long ago, Chen Mo gave Tom a simple and incomparable drawing of 4-stroke internal combustion engine and asked them to apply for a patent. Although it's more than 20 years before the real appearance of the car, large-scale mass production is at the beginning of the 20th century, but many things can be prepared in advance. Technology, patent reserves, gasoline, rubber, machining, and other related supporting industries can gradually start to develop. And all these Chen Mo just ordered, and naturally there were his subordinates to finish it for him. Chen Mo himself stayed in the Brooklyn Manor, calmed down, and began to comb his strength. Before that, I was busy planning in the movie world to acquire all kinds of precious goods, equipment, technology, or skills, or in the real world to repair or develop forces. I didn't have enough time to settle down at all. Like in the original Captain America World, in the Brooklyn Chinese Martial Arts School, I systematically analyzed and sorted out my strengths in all aspects, and I had a point continuously exercise, optimize, and improve their own strength. Apart from the external forces such as Zhenjin Shield, King's Sword, Steel Battle Suit, and Zhenjin Nano Battle Suit, Chen Mo has always attached great importance to his own strength. Chen Mo's own strength can be roughly divided into two aspects. One is the most basic physical quality, the other is combat skills and skills. Having experienced the improvement of the previous movie world, Chen Mo's physical quality has now reached 8 times that of ordinary people, and his strength, speed, endurance, cell activity, bone strength, memory, reaction speed, and other aspects have reached the level of non-human. It seems that this number is not much higher than when he was in the world of Captain America, but the difference between 8 times and 6 times is not only 2 times. Even without considering the huge improvement of Chen Mo's fighting skills, now he can easily kill himself. The improvement of physical quality is not only the simple improvement of strength, but also the comprehensive improvement of the whole body. The improvement of strength, speed, endurance, response, and other aspects are integrated together. The increase effect is not only the simple addition, but also the exponential improvement. If Chen Mo's original strength is 666, now Chen Mo's strength is 888. The gap between them is not 6 and 8, but 216 and 512. So in fact, every time Chen Mo's physical quality is doubled, the increase of his strength is very huge. Even from the perspective of the most basic physical data, Chen Mo's improvement in physical quality has made a qualitative leap in his performance. Now Chen Mo has no equipment to push more than 1100 kg. He can easily take off at the same place at a height of 5 meters. He can cross more than 10 meters horizontally. In the case of sprint jumping, he has to exceed several times. Chen Mo runs at a speed of up to 30 meters per second, equivalent to more than 100 kilometers per hour, and can maintain it for a long time. In the case of sprinting at this speed, Chen Mo jumps up hard and can easily reach a height of 6 or 7 meters and cross over a distance of more than 30 meters. It looks like gliding, just like the peerless lightness skill in martial arts novels. It's more like flying on the eaves and walking on the wall. It's nothing at all. In addition, Chen Mo's muscle, bone strength, and cell recovery speed are about 8 times that of ordinary people. Without taking any defensive measures, ordinary pistol bullets can shoot into his shallow muscles, and then they will be stuck. Rifle bullets can just break the muscle defense, but they can't break through the hard bone with the strength comparable to steel. Of course, the anti-equipment sniper rifle can still pose a threat to Chen Mo, but only if the bullet can hit Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's current reaction speed, he can clearly see the trajectory of the bullet, and his body's reaction and speed can make him react quickly. It's not a simple thing to hit Chen Mo. It's estimated that only the covering attack of intensive fire can hit him. Chen Mo's physical fitness can be regarded as quite strong, but in fact, Chen Mo is not satisfied. This level of physical strength is good for ordinary people, and it can be easily dealt with in the face of small-scale armed personnel. However, if the opponent is a country or a large-scale army, under the fire suppression of many machine guns or the covering bombing of shells and missiles, Chen has no room for counter-resistance. So in Chen Mo's view, his strength is still very weak, far from ignoring the country and the army. This is also the reason why Chen Mo has made steel battle clothes. Whether it's the gold shield and alloy armor battle clothes of Captain America, or the gold nano battle clothes and Aiden alloy steel battle clothes of Iron Man, they are all for Chen Mo's support have enough self-protection power, can have enough resistance under the suppression of the state and the army. However, Chen Mo will not be completely satisfied with these advanced and powerful defense and auxiliary equipment, and then he will stop. In the future, he will face many more powerful enemies. These things are only foreign things after all, and Zhenjin's shield may be taken away, and steel battle clothes may be invaded by more powerful intelligent systems, or even captured by powerful scientific and technological forces. It's not a wise choice to place one's life on these foreign things. Only one's own body and one's most basic and essential strength are the basis of all strength. The movie world will take Chen Mo as long as 100 years, but as long as all the plans go well and Chen Mo's ultimate goal can be achieved, his strength will be greatly improved. So for the time being, Chen Mo is not too anxious to improve his physical quality. As long as he waits patiently, he has spent a lot of time to make full preparation. It should not be a problem to get the variety ability he wants after 100 years. So at present, he focuses most of his energy on the integration and optimization of his own combat skills. In fact, Chen Mo's fighting skills are very comprehensive. He is proficient in close combat, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and throwing knife. The first three aspects can even be regarded as the existence of the Grand Master level. His fighting skills are based on modern fighting skills and national skills. In a large number of training and actual combat, through his continuous summary, understanding, and optimization, combined with his own super physical quality and simple and rapid fighting style, he has formed a set of simple and exquisite moves, but powerful and amazing fighting skills. In terms of swordsmanship, it is a combination of the national sword technique, the Holy Cross swordsmanship of the Holy See in the Middle Ages, and the extraordinary swordsmanship created by Alexander Corvinus in the countless battles to eliminate the werewolves for hundreds of years. After Chen Mo's integration and refinement, it finally forms a powerful killing swordsmanship. In terms of marksmanship, Chen Mo's original marksmanship can only be regarded as pretty good. The reason why he can play a powerful role depends on his own powerful speed and reaction far beyond ordinary people. However, after the world of the End of Tears and the acquisition of gun fighting skills, Chen Mo's gun skills have made rapid progress, basically reaching the limit of gun skills. Moreover, the effect of gunfight is not only that, it is not so much a science as a science of fighting. With the help of battlefield environment analysis and battle data model, through Superman's brain power, we can quickly analyze and deduce the battlefield situation, control and predict the battlefield situation, and calculate the best way to deal with it. Whether it's attack or dodge, whether it's shooting, fencing, or close combat, all the fighting methods can be covered to achieve the most perfect combat effect. However, gunfighting itself is comparable to a large and complex theory of a high level and deep discipline, and because of the need for complex and rapid calculation and deduction, the user's talent and brain are highly required. Only super genius with extremely developed brain can learn and truly play the power of gun fighting. Chen Mo's brain development degree and learning and understanding ability naturally fully meet the demanding requirements of gun fighting. Moreover, he not only learned but also planned to continue to optimize it and fully integrate all his fighting skills with it, so as to make it a more systematic, powerful, and all-inclusive fighting skill. As mentioned above, gunfight can be said to be a huge battle science. In addition to battlefield analysis, deduction, and prediction, there are also corresponding combat skills, including gunfight, fencing, and fighting skills. However, in addition to gunfight, its own fencing and fighting skills are not very powerful. Based on Japanese swordsmanship and Chinese martial arts, the swordsmanship and fighting skills of gun fighting are two simple, refined, and highly efficient fighting skills improved and optimized through a large number of actual combat records and computer analysis. However, the original reference swordsmanship and martial arts are not so sophisticated and profound, so although they have been optimized and their power has been improved, they are much worse than Chen Mo's extraordinary swordsmanship and fighting skills. Although Chen Mo tried to integrate gun fighting into his original swordsmanship and fighting skills before, it did increase their power a lot. However, this fusion was superficial and did not fully exert the power of gun fighting. Now Chen Mo's layout in the United States has been basically completed. Later, he only needs to properly supervise and master the general direction. Chen Mo has enough time to carry out research on gun fighting, fully understand gun fighting, complete the integration of gun fighting and his own fighting skills, and make further optimization of gun fighting itself. Although the theoretical system of gunfight is huge and incomparable, covering mathematics, geometry, physics, mechanics, statistics, probability, and many other profound disciplines, most of the senior priests are only proficient in using it. But Chen Mo's brain and talent are still far beyond these super talents. In the world of Captain America, Chen Mo was able to rely on the knowledge he learned in college and the contents of books he wrote down from the school library with his super memory. After studying with Dr. Higgins and Howard Stark for a while, he quickly mastered the extraordinary knowledge of biochemistry and mechanical physics, and skillfully applied it to become able to they are the top scientists. Later, in the world of Iron Man, he helped Tony Stark complete the research and development of steel battle suit, and later optimized and manufactured the current Aidman alloy steel battle suit himself. Chen Mo's brain and learning ability are so strong that we can see it. With his strong and incomparable brain, he can learn and study anything very quickly. As long as he has enough time to learn the profound things, he can thoroughly understand them. In Chen Mo's view, gun fighting is just a new subject. Now he has mastered it completely and has found some shortcomings and can continue to improve. At the same time, he has also found the huge potential of gun fighting. There was no time before, but now, Chen Mo will make good use of this long time to conduct an in-depth study of gun fighting, upgrade this potentially endless fighting science to a higher level, and complete the integration with his own fighting skills, so that his fighting skills can be greatly improved again. In addition, Chen Mo, a long unused throwing knife, has not given up either. Although it seems that the effect of throwing knife is not great now, and its power is far less than that of energy weapon and acoustic gun, but the throwing knife itself is not a conventional weapon, but a concealed weapon. The middle and long distance silent killing, throwing knife is the best choice. And don't forget that in the world of Iron Man, Sharon Rogers was held in the Iron Fortress by Justin Hammer before, because of the fear that it would affect Sharon when the powerful weapons can't be used at all. Chen Mo shot through the steel wall with the throwing knife made of Edelman alloy wall, directly shot down the weapon in the hands of Justin Hammer, who thought he was extremely safe in the Iron Fortress, relieved the threat. These throwing knives made of Edelman alloy are extremely sharp and indestructible. With Chen's powerful strength, speed, and precise body control, they can play an extremely powerful role, especially in penetrating and point-killing abilities, above anti-equipment sniper guns, and in many special occasions. Moreover, Chen Mo has other plans for these throwing knives. When the conditions are met, the power of these throwing knives will be extremely huge. With these throwing knives, Chen Mo's strength will reach a huge step. The Civil War raged on American territory. The war lasted for 4 years. It affected most of the United States. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed and injured on both sides of the North and the South. The scale and intensity of the war are unprecedented. The number of soldiers and casualties of both sides in the war far exceeds that of the American War of Independence, which is the largest war the United States has experienced since its establishment. Not to mention Victor and James in the battlefield, Zachary Taylor also enjoyed the fun of fighting bravely to overthrow slavery. As for Chen Mo, he knew the result of this war for a long time and did not pay much attention to it. He combed, improved, and perfected gun fighting skills in Brooklyn manner, and gradually integrated them with his own fighting skills and extraordinary swordsmanship, forming a set of more systematic and powerful super fighting skills. However, this work is not easy and cannot be completed overnight. Fortunately, Chen Mo has plenty of time and is not in a hurry, so he is improving it little by little. Regardless of how the external situation changes, Chen Murdoch is unmoved and lives in a peaceful seclusion near the bustling New York City, a vast and quiet manor. There is no time in the mountains, but the coldness of the years. In a century, Brooklyn, New York, the United States and the whole world have changed dramatically. However, the manor in the center of Brooklyn seems to have no change. It still stands on the ground as it did 100 years ago, but the vast fields around it have changed a little. In addition to an area of more than 10 square kilometers near the manor, it is surrounded by rows of giant trees with nearly 100 years old. In the manor, I can't feel the great change. It's still the original shape within a few kilometers. The flat and broad fields are full of green. However, the field grassland at the end of the distance vision has become a continuous forest. But if you go through this circle of woods and come to the outside of the manor, you will find the originally vast and boundless field outside. At this time, it has been completely occupied by dense buildings. The streets are full of water and pedestrians. The originally quiet and vast huge farm has become a densely populated city. The original Brooklyn farm has become Brooklyn, one of New York's 5 districts, 100 years later. But many citizens are also curious about this large private territory. Over the past 100 years, no one has known the original situation here, nor the real owner of New York living in the territory blocked by ancient trees and fences. With the barrier of tall and luxuriant thick tree walls, the chaos outside cannot affect the peace of the manor. At this time, although the area has been reduced a lot, there are still a dozen square kilometers of vast grassland. 2 young men riding strong horses, and extremely tall and majestic, are galloping. They wear Mexican-style wide-brimmed high-top felt hats, jeans and tight multi-bag jeans with sleeves, a pair of high-barrel leather overshoes with spikes on their feet, a colorful printed square scarf around their necks, a pair of distinctive Western cowboys, and a bundle of long lassos on the side of their saddles, which look like those tough ones. There is no difference between Western cowboys. But they lack one of the most important things about Western cowboys: revolvers. The 2 rode fast on the grass, with powerful and free and easy images. Between them, a kind of fierce and violent atmosphere could not help sending out from them. It makes people feel that they are not cowboys herding cattle and sheep, but animal kings herding lions, bears, tigers, and leopards. These 2 men, of course, are Victor and James. It has been 100 years since the Civil War, and their strength has been greatly improved in this war. Unfortunately, they are still not the opponents of Zachary Taylor, who injected super soldier serum. It is not easy to improve the physical quality of twice ordinary people. Until the Federal Reserve was founded in 1913, Victor was still unable to defeat Zachary Taylor, who had been cheating with immortal blood and super soldier serum. However, they had to find Chen Mo again. In fact, they can inject super soldier serum for a long time. However, when they asked Chen Mo to strengthen super soldier serum, they were rejected by Chen Mo because they were too young. The stubborn 2 refused to give up and wanted to defeat Zachary Taylor with their own strength. It's just that the idea is good, but the reality is tough. Since the Civil War, there has been no large-scale war in the United States. The 2 people who mainly rely on fighting to improve their strength only rely on daily exercise to improve their strength very slowly. Seeing that under Chen Mo's covert control, the central bank system of the United States and the Federal Reserve were officially established, the 2 men were about to serve as security guards for Tyler, president, who was in charge of the central bank belonging to Chen Mo behind the scenes. Without cheating, there would be no chance. They gave up their previous insistence and licked their faces to find Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not embarrass the 2 men. He simply took the serum out of the space, but what he gave them was the enhanced super soldier serum. The original use of fortified serum must be combined with the use of fortified energy storehouse. After all, the transformation of fortified serum is too severe and requires a lot of energy. But Victor and James are different from ordinary people. With strong self-healing ability and physical quality many times higher than ordinary people, their bodies contain huge energy, which is enough to support them to complete the reinforcement. According to Chen Mo's speculation, with their strong physical quality and willpower, the reinforcement success rate of the enhanced super soldier serum is almost 100%. The final strengthening result of the 2 men is also as expected by Chen Mo, which is very smooth. After the strengthening, the height of the 2 men is also increased by a large section. The height is more than 2 meters, the body is big and majestic, and the breath on the body becomes stronger. Chen Mo is also speechless about the enhancement effect of super soldier serum on the body. A shorter person like Zachary Taylor is better, and his height is higher than that of ordinary people. However, if he is a taller person, his height is more than 2 meters after the enhancement. In Iron Man, Eric Kermango, the king of Wakanda, and M'Baku, the leader of Ape family, are about 2 meters tall. After the transformation of the enhanced super soldier serum, they have reached an amazing 2 meters and 3. In addition, the strong and incomparable body looks like a giant spirit, which is too conspicuous. By contrast, Victor and James are more than 2 meters tall, but they are more normal. Victor and James, who had strong and incomparable self-healing ability, and about 4 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, have greatly improved their abilities in all aspects through the transformation of enhanced super soldier serum. The super soldier serum can strengthen all aspects of human ability. The stronger, the stronger, the stronger. The self-healing ability of the two people has been greatly improved. It will take several minutes for the original heavier injury to fully heal. After the serum is strengthened, it will only take tens of seconds to recover. Although there is still a certain gap between the two people's abnormal self-healing ability in the peak state of their films, don't forget that this is just the beginning of the 19th century. The 2 world wars that have made the two people's self-healing ability improve the most haven't started yet, and there is still a lot of room for their self-healing ability to improve. At the same time, the wildness of the 2 men has become more and more intense. The wildness and fury of the 2 men make ordinary people dare not to approach them at all. That is to say, in front of Chen Mo, the 2 men will show their gentle and naive side. As for their physical quality, they have reached the level of 6 times that of ordinary people, although they have only increased by 2 times. But the strength improvement brought by these 2 times is far and wide 3 to 5 times more than Zachary Taylor. Despite the fact that they are only twice as good as Zachary Taylor, Victor and James can easily beat him, and they have finally escaped the fate of serving as guards for him. Shortly after the establishment of the Federal Reserve, the First World War broke out, but the battlefield of this war was not in the United States, but on the continent of Europe. However, this had no effect. Under Chen Mo's prior arrangement, the 2 men had joined the battle in the first time of the war. However, although their strength has been greatly improved, the intensity of the war is far greater than the previous battles they participated in. At this time, it was the beginning of the 20th century, and the firearms had a great development. The front-mounted flint-type firearm that used paper shell bullets had been replaced by the rear-mounted assault rifle that used metal shells. Moreover, many powerful continuous firing machine guns came to the war stage. Although their actual strength increased greatly, they suffered more damage in the battle. Even if they are strong and fast, they can't completely avoid the metal barrage that comes like a rain curtain. However, this is a good thing for the 2. Their strength is rapidly improving in the fierce battle. Although their physical fitness is not greatly improved, their self-healing ability is getting stronger and stronger. After the end of World War I, more than 20 years later, the 2 men continued to participate in the more tragic World War II. During the Normandy landing, the 2 men were almost beaten into a sieve, but just by virtue of their hard steel skeleton and strong self-healing ability, they rushed into the enemy's fortress positions with bullets, making the U.S. Army, who had paid a lot of casualties on this beach, become work landing. At the end of the war, the 2 returned to the Brooklyn Manor again. They continued to practice their fighting skills and deepen their control over their rising strength with Chen Mo. In addition to the daily regular exercise, the 2 often ride their steeds to gallop on the vast grassland left near the manor. Of course, their main task is grazing. They don't dress casually in their jeans. They are now working as cowboys. In addition to the thousands of acres of grassland, there are dozens of cattle in Brooklyn Manor, and the task of grazing naturally falls on their heads. Of course, most of the beef is filled into their stomachs. They took advantage of the gap between the cattle grazing and galloped on the grassland for a while. It was not early, So they went back to the grassland where the cattle were and drove them back to the corral. Then they tied the horse back to the stable and walked back to the manor side by side. Just as they entered the hall, they saw a tall man who was not much shorter than them but not as strong as them. He could only be regarded as a vigorous and upright middle-aged man who greeted them. "The master asked you to meet him in the study." "Yes, Mr. President." In the face of the middle-aged people, Victor grinned and showed two sharp tiger teeth, just like in the face of Zachary Taylor. However, the president he spoke of was not the old Taylor who was often furious with him, but led the United States to completely overthrow slavery, known as the greatest president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. After being elected president of the United States successfully, leading the Union to win the Civil War and completely abolishing slavery, Lincoln's national reputation reached its peak. After 4 years of tenure, he was re-elected president of the United States in 1864 without dispute. But that doesn't mean that he won the respect of all the people. Before Lincoln put his post-war policy into practice, on April 14, 1865, at 10:15 p.m., on the 5th day after the surrender of the Southern Army, Lincoln was shot at the Ford Theater in Washington. John Booth, a famous actor who sympathized with the South, sneaked into the president's box and shot Lincoln when the president's bodyguard left. After John Booth was born in the famous American theater, his superb acting skills have always been the target of female fans, but at the same time, he is also a strong supporter of the Southern Federation. During the Civil War, Booth got together a group of people to secretly act. This organization once conspired to kidnap Lincoln in an apartment in Washington in exchange for the capture of the South. The plans of the fighters, but like many other schemes, have no result. 2 or 3 days before Lincoln's assassination, Booth was almost drunk every day. His former conspiracy was fragmented, leaving only 32 people. At noon on April 14, John Booth went to the Ford Theater to pick up the mail. He accidentally saw the poster saying that Lincoln and Ulysses Simpson Grant, the commander-in-chief of the Federal Army, would attend the evening program. Booth was immediately ecstatic and immediately called the party to carry out their final plan: shoot the president. Booth calmly entered the president's box at 10 p.m. There was a lock in the box, but the lock had broken a few days ago, and no one reported it to him. Because John Booth was an actor, so the president's guards didn't stop him, and the police John Peck was supposed to be on the way to the box, but he didn't seem interested in watching the play, so he hid in another room to drink. In this way, under this series of coincidences, John Booth smoothly entered President Lincoln's box, while President Lincoln, the President of the United States of America, was shot and killed from behind without knowing at the theater under the defense of the Presidential Guard and the police. But John Booth, the killer of President Lincoln, escaped during the chaos, but only a dozen days later, John Booth, who had escaped from Washington and entered Virginia, was found and shot on the spot. After President William Henry Harrison and President Zachary Taylor died of illness, President Abraham Lincoln was directly assassinated, and the accidental death rate of the President of the United States was surprisingly high. This time, President Lincoln's assassination seems to be a crazy personal act of an actor who sympathizes with the Southern forces. Even if some people detect too many coincidences, they can only suspect the revenge of the Southern slave owners. But after his death, he was saved as Zachary Taylor by Chenmo. Abraham Lincoln, who woke up in Brooklyn Manor, didn't think so. Those slave owners in the South wanted his life since he came to power, but they failed all the time. They just happened to succeed after the war. Compared with the forces of slave owners in the South, Lincoln was more suspicious of the other group, which was not obvious but held a more powerful force. Chenmo's knowledge also confirms this point. This assassination seems to be John Booth's personal behavior, but there is an invisible big hand behind it. But it is estimated that even John Booth himself does not know that his behavior has been secretly influenced and manipulated. All this seems to be an opportunity given to him by the old God. It is his own spontaneous decision, and he successfully completed the feat that the Southern slave owner force has tried so many times but failed to complete successfully with careful preparation and good luck. In fact, he was completely used as a gun, and the real promoter behind the assassination is actually the same group of people who caused the death of the former two presidents. The world's bankers who hold huge wealth and want to take full control of the U.S. economy through financial means. Be exact, bankers from Europe. Although the United States is independent from Britain, neither Britain nor other European countries, such as France, have given up their infiltration and control of this emerging country. Compared with Europe, the history and background of the United States are much worse. The United States was originally the offspring of European colonists and immigrants, but most of the initial American immigrants were poor people at the bottom of Europe, with little background. Today, most of the bankers and financiers who control the huge wealth in the United States are from the European continent, and the rest are mostly agents of European bankers. There are very few bankers growing up in the real United States. Even these local bankers are growing up, and they are more or less connected with European forces. Since President Madison shut down the second private central bank of the United States, which was established by the bankers in 1833, two successive presidents failed to achieve their goal of rebuilding the private central bank again. Instead, the Whig Party, led by their spokesman Henry Clay, which they had worked hard to support, collapsed completely. European bankers are watching the U.S. economy become more and more independent, and the hope of private central banks becoming less and less. They are reluctant to wait for the U.S. economy to get out of their hands. European capitalists, who manipulate the situation in Europe behind the scenes, have not been forced to retreat by the current situation. They have been fighting with royal families and governments for many years in Europe, and have been able to successfully become the big creditors of the British royal family. The forced British have to borrow money from them through the private central bank. They have rich experience to deal with the current situation. The establishment of the Bank of Scotland is to take advantage of the 9 Years' War between Britain and France, when the British government was in financial difficulties. Through a clever operation, it successfully passed the permission of the Parliament and obtained the concession granted by the King. In addition, France, Sweden, the Netherlands and other countries have also established private joint stock banks with the nature of central banks to provide financing and lending services for the royal family and currency issuance business. They deeply analyzed the current situation of the United States and finally found that the only way is to divide the United States, increase government spending by planning a war, make the government bear huge debts, and then achieve the ultimate goal of their plan. As long as the Civil War broke out, no matter who won the war in the end, the huge debt of the government caused by the huge war expenses would force the federal government to borrow money from the outside and finally embark on the road they planned. According to the accurate information obtained by Chen Mo, it is now the richest man in Europe and the largest banker force, the Rothschild family, that is driving the war behind the scenes. They provided loans and sold major materials to the nobles of the warring states through wartime, and handled international remittance and currency exchange between European countries. After the war, they were involved in government securities, insurance and enterprise stocks, and invested in railways, coal, steel and other investments, firmly grasping the lifeblood of the country economically. After spreading their influence all over Europe, the Rothschild family focused on the United States. In the autumn of 1859, Solomon Rothschild, a European banker, came to the south of the United States. At that time, the United States was full of agents of British financiers. Solomon cleverly used these agents to build momentum, constantly highlighted and strengthened the conflict of economic interests between the North and the South on the issue of slavery, and successfully catalyzed the issue of slavery into an irreconcilable conflict between the North and the South. In his talks with local people, Solomon Rothschild publicly said that he would support the South economically and helped the independent South gain recognition from European powers. At this time, there was also a strong supporter in the North. He was August Belmont, a Jewish banker known as the King of the Fifth Avenue in New York. August came to New York in 1837. He soon became the leader of New York's financial circle because he bought a large number of government bonds. August also stated in public many times that he was willing to support the North financially on behalf of Rothschild Bank of England. In fact, the two bankers, August and Solomon, who supported the North and the South respectively, were actually part of the Rothschild family. August Belmont is the agent of Rothschild Bank in the United States and also the main supporter of Henry Clay and Whig Party. However, he worked in the United States secretly for more than 20 years, but he never made great progress. The Rothschild family sent its core members to deal with the American problem. Solomon Rothschild is the second son of Mayer Rothschild, the founder of Rothschild family, and one of the 5 Tigers of Roch. Mayer Rothschild sent his 5 sons, namely the 5 Tigers of Roch, to London, Paris, Vienna, Frankfurt, Italy, Naples, and other famous European cities to set up banks to control European finance. After the defeat of their agent August Belmont, Solomon Rothschild himself since coming to America. In fact, the outbreak of the Civil War was just a matter of time. If it wasn't for Zachary Taylor, who had resisted slavery firmly and had a very strong attitude, the Civil War might have already broken out. After years of brewing and continuous fermentation, the conflict between the North and the South has become more and more acute. At this time, their intervention and promotion are just to make the war a success. The long war broke out ahead of time. Under their full promotion, the Civil War in the United States broke out as these bankers expected. At the beginning of the war, the military attack in the South won day by day because the Lincoln government's treasury in the North was empty, leading to the armies losing day by day. If there was no money, the war would soon end, and the victory would be in the South. At this time, it was the turn of the good bankers to come to the stage. They proposed a financing plan to Lincoln and offered conditions. The bond interest rate was 24%, 36%. At this time, Lincoln knew that bankers were playing a game that could make the U.S. government bankrupt completely. The bankers successfully put Lincoln in a dilemma. Without money, they can only wait for the South to blow the trumpet of victory. If they accept the rules of the bankers' game, even if they win the war, the government will be controlled by the bankers. Lincoln visited Chenmo again, hoping that Chenmo could provide financial support to the Northern Federation, but Chenmo refused him again. Now is not the time for private central banks to emerge. They have not experienced several financial crises. They have realized the potential threat of laissez-faire free financial policy and the huge damage to the economy. Even if they successfully set up the central bank in this war, they will survive the crisis in the post-war government just like the First Bank of the United States and the Second Bank of the United States, which was a flash in the pan later closed. However, Chenmo did not let it go, but suggested that Lincoln let the government issue its own currency. If this obnoxious new currency policy from the United States, Lincoln green currency, is permanent, then the government cannot issue its own currency locally. The London Times, representing the position of the bankers, immediately issued a statement. It will be able to pay all its debts and not be in debt. It will get all the money it needs to develop business. This country must be destroyed, or it will destroy every monarchy in the world. Lincoln made the bankers who had been providing huge financial support to the South lose a lot, and even shattered the family's plot. How could they give up? With the infiltration of these years in Congress, they clearly knew the whereabouts of Lincoln and chose John Booth as their shooter. Under a careful plan and arrangement, a series of coincidences led Abraham Lincoln to die in this way. After Lincoln's death, under the control of the international financial forces, the U.S. Congress announced the abolition of Lincoln's new currency policy and set the upper limit for the issuance of Lincoln's new currency to no more than $400 million. For these things, Chenmo did not intervene. These influential historical events Chen Mo did not intend to change, because it is likely to change the direction of future history. Lincoln's death did not weaken his control over the Republican Party in Congress, including the abolition of the new currency policy, which was also carried out with the acquiescence of Chen Mo. European bankers think they are in charge of everything, but they don't know that their every move is in the eyes of Chen Mo. Chen Mo doesn't want to intervene in such a major historical event as Lincoln's assassination, but Chen Mo, a few small financial families, can handle it at will. In the First World War, against an invisible force, the Rothschild family and other famous European financial families suffered the disaster of extinction in the war. Most of their industries were seized and confiscated, and their members were even more severely killed and wounded. These huge forces that had controlled the European economy in secret never recovered. Although they feel that someone is dealing with them, they can't even catch the shadow of each other. The bankers who once were so arrogant and could control the life and death of the president and national policy are now completely crushed by one side and have no power to fight back. In front of that mysterious force, they are just a group of self-righteous ants. Abraham Lincoln, who was killed by the bankers, stayed in Brooklyn Manor like Zachary Taylor after his resurrection, helping Chen Mo manage the manor and the huge industry all over the country. As early as his first visit to Chen Mo, wise Lincoln found out the unusual features of Chen Mo from some clues. At last, facts proved his conjecture that Chen Mo was the immortal who lived from the Middle Ages to the present, and indeed had the ability to resurrect the dead. Moreover, he could not only resurrect the dead, but also give others eternal life. After being resurrected by Chen Mo and having eternal life, and really knowing Chen Mo's greatness, those bankers' conspiracy calculations have not been put in Lincoln's eyes. Naturally, Chen Mo helps him to avenge the death of the banker. Although he is in Brooklyn Manor, he can still secretly control the Congress. Chen Mo plans to let Zachary Taylor take control of the Federal Reserve, while the secret control of the Republican Party in Congress is left to Abraham Lincoln. The European bankers who had worked hard to kill Lincoln thought that they had successfully influenced Congress to abolish Lincoln's new currency policy, but they did not know that they were under the control of Chen Mo and Lincoln. Under the circumstance that European bankers raised high-interest loans, Lincoln hastily launched the policy of the government's independent issuance of currency, which had certain problems. When he was in office, he was okay. Now, without Lincoln's personal control, it is easy to have problems such as excessive issuance of currency, which caused hidden dangers to the American economy. Therefore, he abolished this extraordinary period. The temporary new currency policy is a matter of time. Even if the new currency policy was abolished ahead of time under the manipulation of bankers, they did not become the creditors of the United States as originally expected. With the buffer of Lincoln's new currency policy, the U.S. government has come out of the financial difficulties, let alone the huge interest of 24%, 36%. Even if it is borrowed for nothing, the U.S. government will not think about it anymore. They have lost their only chance, which makes them even more hate Abraham Lincoln. White has made great efforts to help the North-South conflict become more acute, which is also a help to the Republican Party, and directly contributed to Lincoln's coming to power, but it has not been able to get any benefits. Even after Lincoln was killed by them, it has not been able to reverse the situation and achieve their goals. How can these bankers who only have interests hate Lincoln? The European bankers led by the Rothschild family were defeated in this investment. Moreover, they had to face the revenge of Zachary Taylor and Abraham Lincoln, who had already died and concealed behind the scenes, but had more power in their hands. And this revenge will not be a one-off fatal blow, but will last forever like endless night. Knowing from Lincoln that Chen Mo summoned the two, Victor and James went upstairs to Chen Mo's study instead of changing their clothes. After knocking on the door and entering the study, they found that Chen Mo was not waiting for them behind the desk, but was standing in front of a desk on the other side of the study, holding the 1-meter-old and silver knight's double swords on the shelf in his hands, gently wiping the dust on the surface with a piece of deerskin. More than 100 years later, time has not left any trace on Chen Mo's face. It seems that his whole person has jumped out of the long river of time and is completely unaffected by the years. Although Chen Mo's appearance hasn't changed in the slightest, his momentum has become more solemn and heavy. If Chen Mo was a peerless warrior 100 years ago now, Chen Mo is as simple and heavy as the dusty sword in his hand. When the dust is wiped off, the invincible sharpness projects the peerless sword again. After the two men came in, Chen Mo just wiped the long sword. He raised his hand to put the sword into the space, turned around and walked back to the back of the desk. He raised his hand to put away the painting hanging on the wall behind the desk. After that, Chen turned to look at the two men standing in front of him. Seeing Chen Mo looking over, James immediately asked, "Sir, would you like to see us?" There is not much difference between the images in the movie and those in the movie. Chen Mo can't help but think of the situation when he first met them. At the beginning, the two teenagers who were like lost dogs running away in panic have grown up. Under his guidance, they are totally different from those in the movie. Chen Mo believes that the drama of brothers' fratricide will not be performed on the two again. In the face of James's inquiry, Chen Mo nodded softly, gently raised his mouth and said to the two with a smile, "Pack up tonight and we'll start tomorrow." When they heard Chen Mo's words, they couldn't help their eyes shining. "What are you going to do?" Victor looked at Chen Mo and couldn't wait to ask. Looking at their appearance, Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. The two guys were the same as before, but he still answered Victor's question. "Fight. Two people smell speech I fierce give out light, look at each other, eyes are full of excited color. It's really good to practice martial arts with Chen Mo here. They can better control their own strength, deepen their control over the body and the use of strength. But they prefer the feeling of fighting in the battlefield and the pleasure of constantly improving the strength in the battle." However, they were both stunned. Looking back on what Chen Mo said, they reacted violently. "Master, would you like to join us?" Victor and James said excitedly, "because what Chen Mo just said is not you, but we. Yes, this time, let's go together." Chen Mo looks at the excited two people and smiles. Since leaving the Missouri jungle, Chen Mo has never fought with them again. At the beginning of the American-Mexican War and the Civil War, Zachary Taylor was with them. But in the later World War I and World War II, only Victor and James participated alone. On the eve of World War I, the Federal Reserve was established. Zachary Taylor, who had been promised the post of governor of the central bank by Chen Mo, devoted himself to the behind-the-scenes management and control of Chen Mo's private central bank. After World War I and World War II, only Victor and James participated. Seeing that their guess was confirmed by Chen Mo, they couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They also remembered the experience they had had with Chen Mo on the way from Canada to New York, and the time when they purchased fur from the native Indians in the Missouri jungle and dealt with the armed men of American Fur Company. At the beginning, the strength of the two men was still weak, and their self-healing ability was far less powerful than that of the present. They were still unable to deal with armed personnel with guns. At the beginning, Chen Mo took the initiative to remove the threat, and then it was their turn to play. Later, Chen Mo also watched the whole battle. It is under the protection and care of Chen Mo that the two talents have passed the weak period safely and grow rapidly under the training of Chen Mo and a large number of fighters specially provided for them. Until they were able to ignore the guns and no longer have life-threatening, Chen Mo let them fight. Chen Mo's love for the two, even when he thinks about it now, is deeply moving. Now, they have a chance to fight with Chen Mo. Now it's 1961, 16 years after the end of World War II, and 6 years after the Vietnam War between the United States and Russia. Before that, the two sides of the war had always been South Vietnam and North Vietnam. The United States did not formally send troops to participate in the war, but sent a military assistance advisory group to help South Vietnam train soldiers, equip South Vietnam's army, and provide advice to it. It was not until this year that the United States formally sent troops to intervene and took the lead in sending the first batch of American Special Forces. In the movie, Victor's and James's combat teams are all in helicopters and have been fighting in small teams. Obviously, they are not ordinary infantry units but special forces. 1961, end of May. In the southeast of Vietnam Peninsula, a U.S. destroyer with star-spangled flag on its mast is sailing towards the north at high speed. Its destination is Saigon Port in the south of Vietnam. On May 14, President Kennedy of the United States ordered to send 400 U.S. Special Operations Forces into South Vietnam to directly intervene in the Vietnam War. On top of this warship are the first special forces sent by the United States to Vietnam. Inside the huge destroyer, there are only 4 people living in a spacious cabin that can hold more than 10 people. Each cabin of the destroyer can hold 12 people, while each of the 400 Special Forces soldiers, 12 people, has just outgrown 4 people. But the combination of the 4 is a little strange. One of them is quite normal. He is more than 18 meters tall. Under the military vest, he has a strong body, a firm face, and a smell of iron blood. At first sight, he is a well-trained elite soldier. There was no entertainment on the warship, so he did push-ups on his bed. Dozens of them did it, but there was no effort. At the other end of the room, however, there were 3 men in uniform who were lying on the bed side by side, chatting leisurely and casually. There was no tension and seriousness on their faces. It seemed that they were not going to fight immediately, but to travel by boat. But the 3 men were much taller and stronger than the elite soldier over there. 2 of them were even more than 2 meters tall. The bed on the warship was narrow and small. They could not stretch their feet straight on the bed. They could only bend their knees and lie on the bed with their legs crossed. The 2 men's magnificent body was full of beds that were not wide. Although the height of the other one is slightly shorter than that of the 2, he is also half the height of the soldier, who is more than 1.8 meters tall and has a very strong body. Boss, how long can we get there? Victor used to want to be called Master, but he felt the sharp eyes from Chen Mo's eyes when he was just half called and asked again. Chen Mo didn't answer him, but James rolled his eyes and said, "This is the 8th time you asked today." Victor turned to look at James. "I'm asking for you, okay? You're not in a hurry." James ignored Vickert's fierce eyes. His head was not crooked and continued to lie on his back with his arms on his back. "What's to worry about? Can the enemy run? If it's okay, you'll have a sleep. When you wake up, you should be there." "I've been sleeping for quite a while. I'm going to rust on this wreck," Victor complained, clenching his fist hard and making a rattle. "Why do these damned guys want us to take this boat? It's not a lot faster to take a plane." James listened to Victor's mention of the plane, and his face changed a little and became a little unnatural. They've made airplanes before, but James doesn't want to experience that again because he's airsick. James turned to look, just found the curve on the corner of Victor's mouth. Although he soon put it away, James saw it clearly. This guy is obviously laughing at him on purpose. James got up from bed and glared angrily at Victor, who was still pretending. "If you want to fly and jump into the sea, I can ask Mr. President to send a special plane to pick you up." The Special Forces soldier on the other side of the room heard James's words and thought they were quarreling, but he didn't know that James's president was not Kennedy, but Abraham Lincoln. And he's not completely joking. If they want to, just one phone call, they will have a special military plane to meet them. But Chen Mo didn't plan to make such a public announcement and let people find their background, so they would take the warship with other soldiers. Victor, who wanted to laugh at James, saw that James had let him jump into the sea from the ship and immediately sat up from his bed, staring at him with big eyes and trying to fight back. But before he spoke, a sharp look fell on him again, which made his neck shrink, and half of the words came out of his throat and swallowed. "So sleepy, I'll sleep." Victor said that he sat up and lay back on the bed directly. The heavy body hit the bed board creaking. Then Victor lay on the bed with his eyes closed as if he were asleep. Victor, under Chen Mo's eyes, second counseled and returned to bed to sleep. James on the other side was gloating when he saw it, but he suddenly felt cold all over. Without turning his head, James knew that Chen Mo's eyes were on him. James immediately learned from Victor and went back to bed, muttering, "I'm a bit sleepy when you say that. I have to sleep again." Just now, the two people who were still quarreling with each other stopped for a moment and entered the sweet dream together. Finally, the cabin was quiet. All this was seen by the soldiers on the other side who were doing push-ups on the bed. He thought that among the three giants, the figure was relatively slim and short, and the momentum was not as strong as that of the other two. Chen Muhui, the fierce follower of the two fierce monsters, let him not think that the fact was completely similar to what he thought contrary. In his eyes, he was as wild and violent as a lion tiger and a fierce beast. He was as clever as a lamb in front of Chen Mo. He just gave them a casual look, which made them as frightened as a mouse meeting a cat. At first, he thought they would fight each other, but in the end, he quickly stopped fighting and went to bed to play good baby. What kind of strength does this seemingly calm and steady young man have that can make these two top-ranking men in the Special Forces absolutely fear? Full of curiosity, he looked at the two men who were lying on the bed and pretended to sleep. And Chen Mo, who was quietly keeping his eyes closed, stopped exercising and turned back to bed. There was complete silence in the cabin, only the gasping sound after his vigorous exercise and the heavy breathing sound of two people who were sleeping. Chen Mo's breathing was silent and could not be detected at all. 2 hours later, the warship finally arrived at its destination and docked at the port of Saigon, Vietnam. The Special Forces immediately disembarked and reported to the U.S. Combat Headquarters in Vietnam and Saigon. In the afternoon of the same day, these elite special soldiers from different units and departments were reorganized. The original battle teams of 7 or 8 or 12 were broken up and regrouped. Every 16 were formed into a team, and the commanders of each team were reappointed. In a neat arrangement of 8 up and down beds, far more than they had in the warship cabin's spacious many soldiers' dormitory, more than a dozen soldiers are finishing their beds. The soldier, who lived in the same room with Chen and the 3 others on board, did not separate from his original teammates, but added several new members. They thought the new commander of the team would be their original leader. But when they asked, their original leader shook his head, saying that he had not been appointed. This made his team members puzzled. Their team originally had 10 people, accounting for the majority of the new special combat team. In any way, their original team leader was more suitable to be the commander of the new team. Who will be the new commander? The old members of the team couldn't help looking at the other new soldiers. These soldiers did not come from one team but were completely separated and joined in. In the face of the eyes of several people seeking questions, several people could not help shrugging their shoulders. "Don't look at me, I'm a sniper. Commando. Same." The others couldn't help but look at each other, and it was clear that they were not the new commanders of their team. "There seems to be someone else who hasn't come." A person counted the number of people in the dormitory, then said, "There are only 13 of us now. That is to say, the new commander has not come." Others can't help but count the number of people present and find that there are only 15 people in the dormitory. As the person said, all the people on the scene were curious about the new commander. What is the ability of the new commander appointed by the headquarters to take the commander's position from their leader? It didn't take long for their doubts to be answered. A sound of heavy footsteps of army boots on the ground came from outside the door. When the people in the dormitory looked around, the door of the dormitory had been pushed open, and a tall and majestic figure strode in. Is this their new commander? This figure is really powerful, but it seems more like a commando, right? The soldier who lived with Chen and Mo on the ship felt very familiar at the first time when he saw the figure at the door. Even in the Special Forces, such a large body was not common. He immediately thought of the 2 roommates when he was on the ship. Are they? He immediately fixed his eyes and found that, as he expected, the tall figure who first came into the door had 2 sharp tiger teeth. It was Victor who laughed grimly and horrifically. When the people in the room were surprised by Victor's tall and big body and beast-like terror, Victor quickly jumped to the side of the door and gave way to the position of the door. Then, a little shorter than Victor but also very tall and strong, with a more dignified figure strode in, and followed behind him a man who was very similar to Victor, who was the first one to push the door, in body and temperament, even in appearance. Two strong men, one left and one right, stood behind the steady young man in the middle. Their identities were clear at a glance. The cool young man standing in front of them was clearly their new commander. It seems that their new commander is not easy to be offended. As the selected elite special fighters, they have a keen perception. They can roughly estimate the strength of each other in terms of their physique and temperament. The powerful soldiers on the left and right, who are like door gods, are absolutely superior to them, and the terror of violent oppression will never be an illusion. As for Chen Mo, they couldn't see through at all. His temperament seemed more like a senior officer of high status, but his tall and strong body and sharp eyes sweeping them made everyone dare not doubt his strength. Under Chen Mo's glance, all the people in the dormitory could not help but stop their actions and stand straight in front of the bed one by one. "I'm Black Chen, commander of the 1st Special Combat Team. I'll lead you to finish the next battle." The next day, 3 kilometers northeast of Saigon, the U.S. military camp. 400 elite special soldiers with strong breath are standing on the playground in an orderly line, fully armed. After more than 10 days of sea voyage, all the special soldiers were tired physically and mentally. However, the most elite soldiers of the U.S. Army were also very strong in adaptability. After one night's repair, they soon recovered. At this time, standing on the playground in the barracks, they were all full of fighting spirit. After a simple renovation and preliminary reorganization, the Special Forces have been able to carry out their tasks. General Paul Hutchins, head of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam, lectured them. These elite special fighters, selected by the U.S. military forces, will belong to a newly established secret military department during their stay in Vietnam. Mark SOG is the Research and Observation Group of American Advisory Command in Vietnam. SOG is mainly composed of U.S. Special Forces personnel, including U.S. Army Special Forces, Department of Special Operations, U.S. Marine Corps Reconnaissance Force, Marine Corps Reconnaissance Force, Air Force Special Operations personnel, and Navy SEALs. This team of the most elite soldiers of the U.S. Army is also extremely dangerous to accomplish. These tasks include covert operations and sabotage behind the enemy. They are required to enter Laos and Cambodia at the border of South Vietnam, North Vietnam, and even Vietnam to carry out investigation, collect relevant intelligence, rescue the captives, rescue the downed pilots, carry out psychological warfare, black propaganda, secret killing, guided bombing, etc. At the end of the lecture, all the soldiers were dignified. The tasks they were going to perform were very dangerous, and the war damage rate would be very high. I don't know how many people would return to the United States alive after the war. 2 days later, Victor and James, wearing military uniforms, backpacks, and M16 rifles in their hands, ran to a U.S. A-1 Iroquois helicopter with other special soldiers in the team. After everyone got on the plane, the last Chen Mo jumped on the plane. However, he did not carry a rifle, machine gun, or sniper gun like other soldiers, and he did not carry a backpack carrying ammunition and other combat materials. Instead, he got on the plane with his hands empty. On both sides of his thigh, however, were 2 holsters, in which were 2 black M1911A1 pistols. At the same time, his combat vest was also filled with pistol clips. It seemed that he intended to fight only with pistols. Chen Mo's team members don't speak, but they can't help but mutter. They, the commander who can't see clearly, don't know whether they are really very powerful or overconfident. How can 2 pistols match a rifle? Is he going to hide behind and not play? Even as an observer for a sniper, he will bring at least 1 submachine gun. For example, Chen Mo, who only carries 2 pistols to the battlefield, is a senior officer at or above the school level who only needs to be in command and does not need to fight in person, or he is a deserter or seeks death. I don't know what kind of commander they are. Since the last lecture, they were not immediately sent to carry out the task, but after 2 days of repair, adapt to the climate and environment of Vietnam, carry out adaptive training, and distribute equipment and materials. And today, they finally received the first task. After all the people boarded the plane, accompanied by the huge engine roar, the propeller of the helicopter accelerated rotation, strong wind blowing the grass leaves on the ground tightly attached to the ground. Under the strong thrust, the helicopter took the people to the air quickly and flew towards the direction of the destination. Their mission this time was to attack a village with senior North Vietnamese personnel in hiding and take their captives back to the camp. The helicopter began to lower its altitude tens of kilometers away from the target, flying at low altitude, and finally landed a few kilometers away from the village. You two stay and watch the plane, ready to take over. Chen Mo randomly assigned 2 people to stay on the plane to prevent being attacked by the enemy and being cut off. There are 2 people left to defend. Even if there are enemies close, they can resist for a while. Let the helicopter quickly lift off. Yes, sir. The 2 who were ordered by Chen Mo hurriedly responded. It's much easier to stay behind than to attack a village defended by soldiers. After arranging the left-behind personnel, Chen Mo turned and led the rest of the team to rush off the plane. Under the strong wind from the propeller that had not stopped completely, Chen Mo bent and ran towards the target village. Chen Mo's actions surprised those who thought Chen would stay on the plane. It seems that their commander was not as greedy for life and death as they thought. However, when I saw that I was light in front of me, there was no material bag on my back, and my hands were empty. Then I looked at myself and other team members, including the 2 King Kong, beside the commander with bulging backpacks and heavy weapons in their hands. Most people still muttered. Chen Mo didn't pay attention to the questioning eyes of his team members. He didn't even need a pistol or a cartridge to carry on his body because of his space ability. When he needed to use it, he just took it out of the space. But now he can't show his special ability directly, so he chose to take 2 pistols and magazines with him. Apart from the 2 left behind helicopters, the remaining 14 rushed all the way to the nearby target village. On a hillside on one side of the village, Chen Mo hid in the shadow of trees and carefully observed the situation of the village below. Combined with the subtle sound received in his ears, Chen Mo soon became aware of the situation of the village below. This village is small in scale, with only dozens of families, which seems very peaceful, but there are many secret sentries hidden in some key positions. In a house deep in the village, there are more than a dozen adult men gathered, and in the periphery of this house, there are nearly 100 armed men hidden, guarding in the dark. Sniper, look for the commanding point, prepare for sniping cover. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2 groups of snipers and observers responded in unison, and then the 4 went quietly to a hillside on the side of the village with their weapons on their backs. Chen Mo, on the other hand, with the help of the remaining 10 people, lurks towards the village under the cover of dense trees on the hillside. The team soon reached the foot of the hillside, the village just outside the woods. From their perspective, the whole village is peaceful, which is no different from ordinary Vietnamese villages. At 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock there's a secret post. You 2 go around and fix it. After Chen Mo pointed out the location of the outpost outside the village, other special combat team members soon found their presence, which made people's eyes flash a little surprised. These secret sentries are very hidden. Although they can be found by careful observation for a period of time, they are definitely not as fast and accurate as Chen Mo. Chen Mo ordered the 2 men to nod their heads and take their orders. They took their rifles and moved towards the 2 sides quickly and silently. A few minutes later, the 2 members who had just left leaned out their heads from the original positions of the 2 secret sentries and made a safe gesture. Chen Mo immediately led the other members to join in quickly. 10 people in a row continue to sneak forward in tactical formation, but different from other people's tense and serious. Chen Mo, Victor, and James are all relaxed and casual, just like strolling in the court. The performance of the 3 people is seen by others, so that they don't know what to say. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, the team avoided most of the secret sentries very smoothly, and solved some of the hidden sentries that could not be avoided quietly in advance. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the outskirts of the most heavily guarded area in the center of the village. Chenmo waves to stop the people behind him and points in one direction. There are 2 secret sentries behind that low wall. Go to 2. As soon as Chenmo's words were over, the 2 soldiers quickly left and right of the team and quietly walked around from both sides. Others thought this time would be as smooth as last time, but suddenly there was a sound of stone falling on the ground behind the wall. The faces of all the people on the scene had to change. It was terrible. They were found. It must be that one of the team members accidentally touched the stone on the wall, which was piled up by stones and had collapsed half of the way. Although the sound just sounded was not loud, it would definitely alarm the 2 secret sentries. Once the other party gave a warning, they could only attack. Just when the people were ready to face the siege of a large number of armed men hiding in the village with their rifles in their hands, the 2 silver lights suddenly shot out of their side and suddenly fell into the residual wall stacked with stones on the opposite side, making 2 hiss. Hiss. The sound of. Regardless of who these 2 silver lights are, in the face of exposure at any time, in the face of a large number of close siege of soldiers, everyone's nerves are tense. However, they waited for a while but found that there was no movement behind the stone wall. Soon, a head appeared on the wall. It was a member of the team sent before. At this time, his face was full of shock. He hit them with a safe hand and then retracted back to the wall again. The crowd looked at each other and couldn't help turning to their commander Chenmo. Naturally, Chenmo knew that the crisis behind the wall had been solved. He waved his arms in front of him. A group of players then ran towards the back of the wall with their rifles and bows. Around the half-collapsed low wall, the scene behind the wall appeared in front of the public, only to see the 2 members of the team who had been sent before were on guard with guns in front of them. Their faces were not only shocked, but also a little frightened. Behind them, the bodies of 2 soldiers from Vietnam were lying on the ground. All eyes, found in 2 people's headside, each exposed a silver glittering sharp blade. Judging from their falling posture and the position of the blade, the 2 Vietnamese soldiers had turned to the left when they heard the sound of the stone. But before they could make a sound or shoot, they were shot through their heads by 2 throwing knives that suddenly came through the wall. However, although the stone wall is directly piled up with stones, there are many gaps in the middle, which are not blocked and fixed with mud, cement, and other things. But the space of these gaps is not large. It is not easy to pass through the throwing knife. Even if it happens to pass through, it is impossible to hit the head of 2 people so accurately. They looked at the stone wall on one side with doubts. According to the height of the 2 Vietnamese soldiers and the location of their fall, they could roughly infer the location of the throwing knife. Where everyone's eyes are focused, there is a smooth cut like butter pierced by a knife on 2 stones not far away. Obviously, the 2 throwing knives that were shot into the heads of 2 Vietnamese soldiers were directly shot through stones from these 2 places. This just arrived several players and the previous 2 people, showing a face of surprise and disbelief. They have never heard that a knife can directly shoot through a stone more than 20 cm thick after it is thrown out, and can accurately hit the target and kill the enemy. How does this work? How to confirm the key position of the target through a stone wall? It's too strange for all of us. No wonder the 2 of us will show that expression. However, they witnessed 2 throwing knives shooting out of the sky from intact rocks, accurately hitting the heads of 2 Vietnamese soldiers, relieving their exposed crisis. Besides, who are the people who shoot these 2 throwing knives? Just now, they are in danger of being exposed at any time. They only know that the 2 silver lights are shot from their own team, but they don't know who the shooter is. When a group of members were shocked by the strange event, 2 tall figures walked out of them and came to the bodies of the 2 fallen Vietnamese soldiers. Under the curious gaze of other special combat team members, the 2 stooped down. One held the tip of a throwing knife and pulled it out. However, the 2 throwing knives penetrated the skull, and the tip of the knife was not long. The whole blade just fell into the skull and was tightly stuck by the skull. In addition, The surface of the throwing knife blade was originally smooth, and the surface was stained with a lot of greasy blood and brains that were slowly dripping, but both of them could not be pulled out. Victor's eyes flashed a fierce light, and he didn't get up straight. His outstretched right hand was clenched into a fist, and he hit the corpse hard on the head. Pa! Ben's head, which had been shot through by a flying knife, was smashed like a watermelon. The red and white brains came out all over the place. Victor's whole fist was stained with a thick layer of brains. This scene makes a lot of special soldiers look ugly. Victor seemed to have no idea about it. He put his hand directly into the broken skull and quickly took out a flying knife full of brains. Seeing that he finally took out the throwing knife, Vicat could not help grinning with a satisfied smile, and two sharp and long canine teeth came out, together with his right hand, which was dripping with blood and brain, and the corpse on the ground, whose head was bursting and whose face was all different, was unspeakable and horrible, which made everyone feel a little cold. This is a ferocious beast at all. Are you sure he doesn't eat people? In addition, although the Vietnamese soldier's skull was pierced by a flying knife, which was not as strong as the intact skull, it was still very hard to destroy. It could not be smashed with a fist, but Victor just punched it casually. It didn't seem that he had used too much power to smash the solid skull. How powerful was it to do it to? They have no doubt that Victor can blow up their heads with one blow. It's a real blast. Unlike other people's shocked and frightened eyes, James looked at Victor's brain-stained right hand, stood up straight, raised his right foot and stepped on the head of the corpse in front of him. Bang! A slightly duller voice than before attracted the attention of the special team members. They followed the voice and moved their eyes slightly. They found that the body under James's feet had no head. The original position of the head was only a mixture of brain and blood and a pile of crushed bones. James took back his right foot, looked at the mess at the foot of his eyes, frowned, and reached out to pick up a long branch from the side of the ground. Click! Two, breaking as like as two peas, 2 centimeters long and more than 20 centimeters long. Then 2 sticks were pinched in the right hand, and then they were picked up in the pile of bright red at the foot. They soon picked up a flying knife that was exactly the same as that produced by Victor. More than 100 years after Chen Mo, James and Victor used chopsticks that were more slippery than the average Chinese, and they didn't even take beans with them. At this time, it's no surprise to use throwing knives. James straightened up with satisfaction and shook the chopsticks, holding the throwing knife left and right. All the filth on it was thrown down and soon revealed the original face of the throwing knife. This is a heavy silver-white throwing knife with a long blade and a length of about 25 cm. It looks like a dagger, but it has no wooden handle. The thickness is uniform from the back of the blade tip to the end of the handle, all of which is about 5 cm. It's as like as 2 peas. The silver blade is smooth and shining brightly in the sunlight, just like the 2 silver beams that they saw on the outside of the dwarf wall. Smooth as a mirror on the body of the knife, brain, blood, and other filth was very easily thrown clean. James again from the head disappeared from the body of the Vietnamese soldiers, pulled a piece of cloth, wipe up the throwing knife. Victor next to him saw that he had also learned from James to swing the throwing knife in his hand. The bloodstain on the throwing knife was quickly cleaned up, but the brain of his hand was stained again in the swing, which could not be cleaned up completely. Victor was so angry that he put his throwing knife aside and tore a piece of clothes from the body of the Vietnamese soldier, whose head had burst in front of him, and wiped his hands clean. This just learns James to pull another cloth again, wipe the throwing knife. The smooth surface of the throwing knife was not contaminated with too much dirt. The 2 men quickly wiped the knife clean and threw down the bodies of 2 Vietnamese soldiers who were not only dead but also whipped. Their heads burst. Even their clothes were torn. They turned around and walked towards the middle of the army. All the people in the team saw that these 2 cruel and horrible beasts were coming towards them, and the look in their eyes was complicated, even fearful. But soon, their eyes turned away from them, because under their eyes, Victor and James handed 2 throwing knives to Chen Mo respectfully. After Chen Mo stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 throwing knives, Everyone knew that it wasn't Victor and James who had just shot them, but their commander. After Chen Mo took the throwing knife back from the hands of the two people, they only felt a flower in front of them and found that the two throwing knives that Chen Mo had just held in his hands had disappeared from the sky. There was no time for everyone to wonder. Chen Mo put away his throwing knife and waved directly, taking a group of team members to the core area of the village. All of them followed Chen Mo with rifles in their hands, but they were all thinking about the scene just now. Their intuition told them that it was not so simple as magic. However, they are carrying out tasks at this time, and there is no chance for them to fight at any time. They have no chance to think more, quickly concentrate, carefully observe the surrounding situation with their rifles, follow Chen Mo and move on. This is the periphery of the core area of the village. They sneaked forward for a while, bypassed several secret sentries, and soon came to the center area of the village. The house, which is located in the deepest part of the village and larger than other houses in the village, appeared in the sight of the special forces. According to Chen Mo, there are more than a dozen people in this house, and the goal of their action should be in it. And around the house, apart from the distance of more than 10 or 20 meters, there are 8 houses surrounding it. If you want to get close to the house in the middle, you must pass through the middle of these peripheral houses. The houses on the periphery are not far away, only a few meters wide in the middle. However, from the houses on both sides, you can clearly see the situation on these roads. If only 1 or 2 people are able to pass quietly and quickly while no one is paying attention, but their team playing 2 people left behind in the vertical elevator, 4 people in the sniper team on the hillside who are responsible for sniper protection, and enough it's very difficult for 10 people to pass quietly. Chen Mo and the members of the special forces hid behind a corner not far from the 8 houses on the periphery. Although a group of special forces members did not have Chen Mo's keen perception and could know the situation at a long distance, they also found a large number of Vietnamese soldiers gathered in these houses through the windows of several houses. Combined with the terrain here, they naturally know that it's hard to sneak through these soldiers' eyes. Although the running time is short, the sound of running will surely attract the attention of the enemy. If they are stealthily running, it will take a long time and the risk of exposure is very high. In addition, their team of 10 people is very conspicuous, and the chance of exposure is 100%. Now it seems that there is only one way left: attack. However, just as they were checking their weapons and preparing to fight at any time, they stood quietly against the wall. Chen Mo, who was calm on his face, suddenly had a bright eye and quickly made a follow sign to the people. Then he flashed straight out of the hiding place and strode towards the middle passage of the 2 peripheral houses not far away. He didn't even pull out the pistol from the holster on both sides of his thigh. Victor and James followed, strode out with their rifles in their hands, and the rest of the team rushed out behind them, clutching their chest rifles tightly, ready to shoot and ready to dodge the attack. They followed Chen Mo nervously. They were tense and nervous. However, the fact is that until they passed the aisle between the 2 houses and came to the outside of the house in the middle, the expected gunshot did not sound. In this way, they almost can be regarded as swaggering and boldly walked under the eyes of a large group of Vietnamese soldiers. Are those Vietnamese soldiers blind? No one found them. You know, they didn't walk very fast just now. In addition, there were 10 of them. The whole process lasted for 7 or 8 seconds. Even if someone turned his head and looked away, it's impossible that all of them were just at the time when they passed. It's a bit too coincidental. These strange situations make the Special Forces soldiers puzzled. No matter how they cannot think of the reasons, they can only be attributed to their good luck at last. In other words, Chen Mo, who led them, was lucky enough to choose a perfect passing opportunity, just in time to catch up with all the soldiers' eyes and move away from the channel. In fact, what they guessed was not wrong, but Chen Mo relied not on luck, but on his strong and incomparable perception. Chen Mo clearly grasped the position of every Vietnamese soldier in several houses. Naturally, he could find an opportunity for everyone to look away, and it was impossible to move back in a short time. However, things are not over here. Although they successfully passed through the defense circle and came to the outside of the target's house, by virtue of Chen Mo's control of the enemy's position and movement, and seizing the enemy's defense loophole, don't forget that there are nearly 100 soldiers hidden in several houses around them. Once they attack the house in front of them, they will certainly stir up these enemies. Then a fierce battle will be inevitable. Moreover, they are still surrounded by nearly 100 soldiers, and they will face attacks from all sides. The situation is more dangerous than just now. The palms of a group of special soldiers holding guns were sweating. I don't know how many of them could go back alive after the war. In fact, in the history of this Vietnam War, the death rate of MAC SOG special soldiers in this war is 100%. That is to say, at the end of the war, all the SOG special fighters who participated in the war died, and none survived. Even if you don't die in the first task, sooner or later you will die in the next dangerous and complex task. The difference is that you have completed several tasks. Sooner or later you will die. However, Chen Mo will not bring his own team members to die. Sensing the situation in the target house, Chen Mo gestures to all the soldiers except him to prepare for the attack. All the soldiers were grim-looking, holding their rifles in their hands and preparing to break through the door, while Victor and James were excited. They stood at the front of the team and prepared to break through the door. After Chen Mo's arm flicked, Victor kicked the door open directly. The door plank fell off the wall completely, flew into the room horizontally, and then there was a sound that the body was hit violently. Victor and James rushed into the room immediately behind the door panel, raising their rifles and shooting at the soldiers in the room. The scream of the man hit by the door plank was drowned in the loud shot. Although the other special fighters did not move as fast as Victor and James, they soon rushed into the room behind them and attacked before the people inside reacted. This house is located in the deepest part of the village. Not only is the village full of secret sentries, but also there are a large number of soldiers in several rooms around the house. If there is an enemy invasion, it will be found soon, and it is impossible to sneak into them silently. Therefore, the people in the room are not very vigilant. Even the soldiers in charge of guarding are just putting guns back in the back, not in the hand. At this time, Victor, James, and Special Forces soldiers broke through the door and broke in. They had no time to react. Before they got the gun behind them, many people had been hit by bullets fired by Special Forces at the door. However, the soldiers guarding the core are all elite soldiers. Although the incident happened suddenly, someone quickly responded at the first moment of breaking through the door, sought for cover in time to avoid the first wave of attack by the Special Forces, and quickly picked up weapons to launch a counterattack. However, after successfully eliminating many enemies by surprise and eliminating the enemy's advantage in number, the trained Special Combat Team members did not stand in the same place and attack blindly. Instead, they quickly spread out to look for cover while carrying out suppression shooting, and launched counter-fire with the Vietnamese soldiers who survived the first wave of surprise. However, at this time, they had occupied the advantage in number-superior fighting accomplishment and tacit cooperation, firmly occupy the upper hand of the battle. But in spite of this, the faces of the special fighters in the room were not relaxed at all. Although they have gained the upper hand in the room, don't forget that there are nearly 100 soldiers outside. They must have been alerted by the gunfire at this time, and they will come soon. At that time, they will be trapped in a dangerous place surrounded by four sides. What they can do now is to quickly eliminate the enemy in front of them and catch the senior enemy before the local teams arrive so that the other soldiers can throw the mousetrap and let them leave safely. It's true that as the Special Forces soldiers expected, when they quickly suppressed the enemies in the room and occupied the upper hand by means of the raid, a large number of armed soldiers rushed out of the house, surrounded by the houses around the house, and rushed towards the house with the sound of gunfire with anger and anxiety. Their duty is to guard and defend, but now someone has passed through their defense silently and launched an attack on the object they protect. How can they not be frightened or angry? The houses where the soldiers were stationed were only 10 or 20 meters away from the core building in the center, which could have been reached in a few seconds. However, the distance was not so easy to cross. Although the Special Forces soldiers have rushed into the room, but there is a person outside the room. As soon as the Vietnamese soldiers poured out of the room, they were hit head-on. After Victor and James led the Special Forces into the target room, Chen Mo slowly drew out 2 pistols in the leg side holster, and his hands naturally fell on both sides of his body. As long as the Vietnamese soldiers who heard the gunfire rush out to support Chen Mo's vision, they will be fatally attacked by Chen Mo. Chen Mo quickly raised his 2 guns, stretched his arms forward, and pulled the trigger towards the soldiers appearing in the opposite 120-degree fan-shaped area. 1 bullet was shot out at a high speed, passing through a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and accurately shot into the forehead of a large number of soldiers pouring out from the opposite side. However, Chen Mo's 2 pistols shot out faster than the soldiers pouring out from the opposite side. When the cartridge in the magazine is empty, the magazine will be put into the space by Chen Mo and replaced with a new one. All this is only a matter of a moment, which will not affect Chen Mo's shooting speed at all. The 2 pistols in Chen Mo's hands are like infinite ammunition. They keep spitting out fire. The firepower is no less than that of machine guns. Moreover, the accuracy is as high as 100%, which is far from that of machine guns mainly used for fire suppression. Chen Mo shot dozens of bullets in a second and hit 100 times. His double gun power is comparable to that of hundreds of Trump snipers. These soldiers just rushed out of the door, around the corner of the wall, but before they could see the situation here, they were hit by the flying bullets and fell to the ground. These Vietnamese soldiers didn't find out at first, but when dozens of soldiers rushed out, they were killed without even 2 steps. When the corpses were piled up in the corner, the soldiers behind finally reacted. They stopped their dead feet with a face of panic and pasted them on the back of the wall with a rifle. They didn't dare to take the first half of the step. However, in front of Chen Mo, although the Vietnamese soldiers who were facing the door of the room were suppressed by Chen Mo and dare not move, the soldiers behind the house did not stop. Just as the Vietnamese soldiers in front stopped to hide behind the wall, they did not dare to rush forward. At the same time, the soldiers in the back rushed out from both sides of the house behind Chen Mo. The expression on Chen Mo's face remained the same. Under his super perception, all the movements of the soldiers around him were under his control. There is no target in front for the time being. Chen Mo will directly translate his extended arms to both sides and extend them to both sides of his body, but Chen Mo's head doesn't rotate. He continues to look forward coldly, so he pulls the trigger and starts to shoot blind. However, this did not affect Chen Mo's hit rate and shooting speed. With the index finger of Chen Mo's hands rapidly pulling the trigger, the machine drove the striker to break through the primer of the bullet, ignited the propellant in the bullet, and produced an explosion. The powerful propulsion force pushed the 2 bullets out of the 2 pistols almost at the same time. Along the wall of the house behind Chen Mo, they flew out to both sides in parallel in an instant. He flew to the corner of the 2 ends of the house and went directly into the temple of 2 Vietnamese soldiers who had just come out and had not yet turned around. As the bullet easily broke through the opening bone, 2 red and white brain flowers sputtered out from the bullet holes on their temples, and 2 red and white beautiful flowers filled with miserable beauty were ejected in the air. This is just the beginning. The soldiers behind did not stop to die because of the sacrifice of their comrades in front. As the people behind the house were blocked by the house, they could only turn around from both sides, so the 50 soldiers were not scattered like those soldiers opposite Chen Mo, but all concentrated on both sides of the house. At this moment, as soon as they rushed out, a dozen soldiers rushed out. Chen Muru did not return. He fired 2 guns in a row. In a flash, he killed all the 10 people who first poured out, while the people behind found that the front comrades were reaped like wheat and fell down. They thought there was a machine gun ambush at the corner in front of them. They wanted to stop in fear, But because the momentum was too fast and the distance was too close, they couldn't stop at all for a while. They just rushed out of the corner of the wall in despair. They try to turn around and look at the direction behind the corner, but they are shocked to find that the enemy who killed more than 10 of their comrades in an instant is not a machine gun, but a common black pistol. And the enemy with this pistol didn't even turn around to look at them and aim at them. Instead, they turned to them and fired blind. However, they did not see clearly for a long time. Naturally, they did not find the same situation on the other side of Chen Mo. The soldiers who rushed out from both sides were all killed in an instant by Chen Mo alone. Soon, with the sound of 2 pistols in Chen Mo's hands, which was comparable to that of a submachine gun, the soldiers who had just rushed out were all killed again. Until then, the soldiers behind finally stopped and dare not go forward blindly. At this time, nearly half of the soldiers who came around Chen Mo had lost their lives. That is to say, with the soldiers who were killed by Chen Mo on the opposite side before, only half of the hundreds of Vietnamese soldiers guarding around are left. Chen Mo killed nearly 50 Vietnamese soldiers in a very short time, and the remaining 50 soldiers all hid behind the wall and dare not to venture again. In such a short period of time, they lost nearly half of their hands inexplicably before they even reacted, but they didn't even see each other's face. They didn't know how many people there were and what weapons they used. The unknown enemy made them more afraid. The corner in front of them is like a natural moat. They can't cross it, and they dare not try to cross it again. For a moment, the situation froze. Chen Mo stood in place and slowly lowered his hands. The muzzle of 2 pistols in his hand had become red under the rapid, continuous shooting, just like 2 irons burned red by the fire, emitting light and heat. The air around the muzzle had become twisted under the heat. The enemy didn't rush out anymore, and Chen Mo didn't mean to take the initiative to kill the enemy. He stood in the same place quietly, with his hands hanging on his side. The red and hot muzzle of the gun slowly cooled down, gradually restoring the dark color of the original steel, and the twisted air around the muzzle returned to normal. Chen Mo just put the 2 guns back into the holster on both sides of his thigh, then looked up and made several gestures towards the air in front of him. As Chen Mo finished the last gesture, he dropped his hand again, and the peace that had just been maintained for a while was broken again. Bang, bang! 2 huge shots were fired almost at the same time. Facing Chen Mo, 2 Vietnamese soldiers hiding behind the corner of the wall were shocked. 2 big blood flowers were blooming on their bodies. The whole body was penetrated, forming 2 huge holes. A large amount of blood gushed out, spraying a large piece of bright red on the wall behind them. The 2 were then laid to the ground, completely lost their vitality. The Vietnamese soldiers, who thought they would be safe without crossing the corner, were horrified, but before they could respond, the same 2 shots rang out one after the other. Correspondingly, 2 soldiers hiding behind the corner were killed. This time they finally heard the source of the voice, just on the hillside outside the village they were facing. It's a sniper. And 2. They hid behind the wall in order to avoid Chen Mo's shooting, but they were just exposed under the muzzle of 2 snipers arranged by Chen Mo on the hillside. After 4 soldiers were killed by sniper, the remaining Vietnamese soldiers hurriedly dodged. However, with a sound of sniper guns, people were still shot. Under the power of sniper bullets, a blood mist was sprayed and fell to the ground. After nearly 10 people were killed, the remaining Vietnamese soldiers finally fled back to the house where they had been stationed and hid far away from the window, in the depth of the room, temporarily avoiding the attack of snipers. However, the sound of sniper guns did not stop. After losing these targets, the 2 snipers turned their guns to the soldiers hiding on both sides of the target house behind Chen Mo. These soldiers stood in a row along the walls on both sides of the house. Although they heard the sound of sniper guns just now, they didn't know the situation on the other side because of the block of the house, so although there was some commotion, they didn't change their hiding place. 2 snipers moved quickly. Just one of them was in line with a row of soldiers. A powerful sniper gun shot out of the first soldier in front of him, easily penetrated his body, and continued to drill into another soldier behind him. In this way, each shot they shoot can kill at least one Vietnamese soldier, often 2 or even 3 enemies in a row. The higher efficiency of killing the enemy makes these Vietnamese soldiers killed much faster than before. Fortunately, the width of the side of the house is relatively small and the distance is very short, which can be quickly transferred. Even so, by the time the surviving soldiers turn around the corner and hide behind the house, the number has been reduced by nearly half. At this time, the sound of sniper guns finally stopped. At this time, within 20 meters around Chen Mo's location, around the most central house, more than 70 people have fallen. Originally, more than 100 defense soldiers have been killed by Chen Mo and snipers, and less than 30 have been killed. At this time, after Chen Mo's death, the gunfire in the room finally stopped. After a chaotic sound, the door of the room was headed by Victor and James. 10 people came out of the room. In addition to the 9 Special Forces soldiers who had attacked, there was another middle-aged man who was wearing Vietnamese military uniform, short and thin, and with dark skin. That's what they did this time goal. In addition to Victor and James, after destroying the resistance forces in the room and successfully capturing the target, the soldiers of other special forces, originally intended to hide in the house and fight with the surrounded Vietnamese soldiers under the cover of the wall of the house. It is better to threaten the other side with the captured senior Vietnamese personnel and let them evacuate safely. However, Victor and James turned around and walked out of the room directly after catching the target. The other team members could not ignore their comrades and had to follow them. After they came out, they were shocked to find that there were 40 or 50 dead Vietnamese soldiers lying around them. And these soldiers didn't even get close, just turned the corner and were killed, so the bodies were all piled up in the corner. Recalling the continuous and rapid gunfire and the loud sniper gunfire, these special fighters were shocked to look at Chen Mo, who stood quietly at the door, tall and great. At last, their eyes all fell on 2 pistols on both sides of Chen Mo's thigh. Chen Mo's side of the ground, in a semicircle distribution of pistol shells, has clearly told them what happened just now. Their mysterious commander actually killed so many enemies with only 2 pistols in his hand, and helped them to withstand the support of hundreds of enemy soldiers, suppressed them behind the wall, and avoided the adverse situation that they were besieged. Just as all the special team members looked at Chen Mo with shocked and adored faces, Chen Mo suddenly spoke. Victor, go ahead and kill all the enemies who are hiding in the house. James, when you get to the house, there are 18 soldiers left. When Chen Mo's voice fell, Victor and James rushed out quickly. One rushed into the house in front of them, and the other went around to the back of the house behind them. Then there was a gunshot coming from both sides. Victor swept through several houses in front of him. He didn't pass through one house. What was in it was that he fell into silence quickly after a fierce gunshot. On James's side, the gunshot kept going all the time, but people could hear it. With a scream, the gunshots of resistance were becoming less and less useless. How long did it take to stop completely? James took the lead in ending the fight and returned from the house. Then Victor came back excitedly. The whole village was completely quiet. Retreat. After sensing for a while and confirming that there was no remaining threat, Chen Mo waved forward and led the crowd back to the way. A group of 10 people left the village quickly with the target of the captives, joined the sniper team on the hillside, and returned to the helicopter. Until the helicopter took off smoothly, the members of the special forces felt as if they were in a dream. This mission, which was supposed to be fatal, was completed so smoothly. There was no casualties in the whole team, even no minor injuries. Under the precise command of Chen Mo, who seems to have a complete grasp of the whole situation, they successfully avoided the secret sentry and successfully infiltrated into the target room without launching a fight. In addition to a grudgingly fierce raid in their room, they never fought in the whole process. The siege of a large army that had been expected to cause them to be killed, wounded, or even annihilated was easily deciphered by Chen Mo alone with 2 guns. More than 100 Vietnamese soldiers were easily slaughtered and wiped out like unarmed civilians. Although they didn't witness Chen Mo's battle process, Chen Mo's position in their mind is no longer the same as before. All doubts are dispelled before the facts. They admire Chen Mo's powerful strength, excellent command ability, and precise control of the battlefield. However, it is not that no one has seen Chen Mo's massacre of Vietnamese soldiers who came to support him. The two snipers and observers hiding on the hillside opposite the village clearly witnessed the situation of Chen Mo's battle through their sniper glasses and binoculars. They were shocked by the flash of fire which was sprayed like a submachine gun, the red muzzle which was burned by the continuous shooting bullets, and the Vietnamese soldiers who fell down like wheat cutting. What kind of strength is this? Unexpectedly, with the help of one person, we can easily crush hundreds of soldiers. It's like a submachine gun shooting continuously and rapidly. They are stunned by the super high hit rate of 100 shots and 100 hits. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone's shooting method could be so strong that they could use 2 pistols to play a strong attack power beyond their whole special force. Yes, even if they attack together with 16 special war soldiers, they can't achieve the rolling attack effect like Chen Mo. As they later told the other team members what they found, Chen Mo's position in their mind became higher. Soldiers adore the strong, but the shooting technique is like a god. Chen Mo, who commands accurately, naturally becomes their idol. This time, the task was completed successfully, but more and more arduous tasks are still waiting for them. Only with Chen Mo's command, relying on his control of the overall situation of the battlefield, as well as his strong and incomparable strength, plus the strong strength of Victor and James, who are also far beyond the ordinary people. They always maintain the status of no staff reduction, and each time they can successfully complete the task, no matter how hard the task is. However, other teams have suffered heavy losses. Almost every mission will be downsized, and sometimes there will be teams directly destroyed. After several missions, the original 400 special soldiers will soon be downsized by more than half, and new special soldiers are arriving one after another, adding in and adding in. Therefore, the total number of MAC SOG has not decreased with a large number of war losses. However, it has not been able to increase, and the new soldiers have been basically added to the battle damage and missing members of the team, and no new team has been established. Seeing that most of the members of many teams have changed, and even some teams have changed completely, but Chen Mo's first special battle team has never killed one person, and the task completion rate is still 100%. Gradually, all the most important and arduous tasks are entrusted to Chen Mo's team. Chen Mo doesn't have any opinions on this. Victor and James are eager to do so. Simple actions like the first task can't let them use their full strength. The harder the task, the more difficult it is, the more they like it. During this period, what Chen Mo worried about did not happen. In the movie, fierce and rebellious Victor once forced a young Vietnamese woman into a house when he entered a village to carry out a mission, intending to rape her. When he was found and stopped by the chief, he killed the captain and several soldiers. In this battle, Victor exposed the powerful aggressiveness of his claws, while James, who rushed to defend Victor and fought with him against the surrounded soldiers, also exposed his special bone stab in the confrontation. At that time, Victor and James didn't know that their powerful self-healing ability had reached the point where they could completely ignore the bullet attack. They were still afraid of guns. Faced with the siege of more than 10 elite soldiers with rifles, they just showed their sharp claws to confront them, but didn't choose to fight against the bullet rain. In the end, the two men were caught by many soldiers and sent back to the barracks. Originally, the two were sentenced to be shot for killing the officer, but they were still alive under the continuous strafing of rifles. Finally, the superior had to temporarily shut them up. That is, at this time, their powerful fighting power and magical immortal body attracted William Stryker, who was recruiting mutants to form a special team. But now Victor, who was coached by Chen Mo, is still unruly and fierce in battle, but he is no longer the evil and cruel beast. His strength is even stronger than the most ferocious beast, but in his heart, he has the heart of a strong man who has been tamed and taught by Chen Mo. He may not be honest and kind, but he will never make strong and violent acts against women. Chen Mo didn't plan to let Victor and James be arrested on purpose according to the plot of the movie, waiting for William Stryker's recruitment. Anyway, as long as William Stryker knows that they have strong power and self-healing ability, it's enough that he is looking for a strong mutant. He doesn't need to follow the plot. In fact, during this period, Chen Mo also tried to find other mutants, but there was no harvest. Chen Mo estimated that the main reason is that the number of mutants is too small, and they deliberately hide without exposing their own ability of variation. It is almost impossible to find them in the vast crowd. In addition, Chen Mo speculated that it might not be the time for the mutants to really get on the stage. It is estimated that if you want to find other mutants, you can only rely on mutant killer William Stryker. In any case, the emergence of other mutants is only a matter of time. Since they can't be found, Chen Mo no longer wasted his time, so he just gave up the search and stayed in Brooklyn Manor to wait for the plot to come. Now they have come to Vietnam. It's not long since William Stryker appeared and the story really began. In the first few missions, Chen Mo, Victor, and James showed strong combat effectiveness, but the difficulty of the mission was not very big for the three of them, so they did not expose too many special points. But with the progress of the task, the difficulty of the task is increasing. The three inevitably exposed some different places. Sometimes the fight is too fierce. After Victor and James finish hitting the bullets in their hands, they will rush forward barehanded with the bullets and kill the enemies with the sharp claws at the fingertips and the bone spurs protruding from the fingertips. Their sharp claws and bone spurs, as well as their ability to ignore bullets and survive with a few shots in their bodies, have gradually attracted the attention of the Special Forces members. When they fight with the enemy with their sharp claws and bone spurs, all the Special Forces members look at their violent way of fighting and their hearts are shocked. They can't help but emerge a thick confusion. Where is this man? It's a fierce beast in human skin. Think of the first mission when two people calmly smash the enemy's head, take out the throwing knife from the scene. Everyone's heart is a chill. However, they are extremely strong and ignore the self-healing ability of bullet attack, which makes people label them as inhuman. Including Chen Mo, also gradually showed his extraordinary. During the first battle, most of the special fighters were fighting in their rooms. Only 4 members of the sniper team on the hillside outside the village witnessed Chen Mo's powerful shooting skills. However, in the later battles, other people finally saw Chen Mo's fierce fighting way, which was beyond the ordinary people's imagination. When 2 pistols arrived in Chen Mo's hand, they were more powerful than their automatic rifles. The M191101, which had only 7 bullets in its original clip, seemed to have unlimited ammunition in Chen Mo's hands. Without replacing the clip, it could shoot continuously. The high-frequency firing could burn the muzzle red. No matter how fierce the battle is, even Victor and James have no bullets to fight in hand-to-hand. Chen Mo's firepower will not weaken at all. There has never been a situation without ammunition. It seems that he has an arsenal with him. In Chen Mo's hands, the shooting speed of 2 pistols is comparable to that of machine guns. They are more accurate than sniper guns, and their power is more powerful than a whole team of elite special combat soldiers. In other words, Chen Mo can crush their whole team alone. Even though they speculate through Chen Mo's performance in the battle, even if they are more than 400 special soldiers of Mak Sog, they are not necessarily Chen Mo's opponents. After all, the strength he showed is too strong. It's not only his rapid, violent, accurate, and powerful shooting method that makes 2 ordinary pistols play a powerful and incredible power in Chen Mo's hands, but also the powerful power and speed displayed by Chen Mo himself make them shocked. Once, the house they hid in collapsed under the fierce attack of the enemy. Several special fighters hiding behind the wall couldn't dodge for a while. They saw that the wall was about to be smashed down and flattened. At this time, Chen Mo's tall figure appeared behind the wall, stretched out 2 strong arms, and supported the collapsed heavy wall to let the team behind the wall if they have time to withdraw safely. They will die. This kind of situation has happened many times, and it is precisely because of Chen Mo's shelter and countless timely rescue that the first team of special operations led by him can keep the record of no casualties. In more and more fierce battles, Victor and James, including Chen Mo himself, did not continue to hide their own strength. In the battle, they played their strength and speed to their fullest, used sharp claws and bone spurs to fight against the enemy, and their strong self-healing ability was fully exposed. At this time, there is no saying of mutant. Victor and James are regarded as monsters. However, due to their outstanding achievements in the Vietnam battlefield, and under the guidance and restraint of Chen Mo, there is no improper behavior against the military law. No matter the other special soldiers of MACV-SOG or the high-level officers of the Vietnam Command do not mean to drive them away or lock them up. They only have awe and appreciation for Victor and James, the two human fierce beasts. The comrades of the first team of the special battle have no hostility to them, because each of them has been saved several times by Victor and James. They just don't know how many bullets they block. For these two powerful comrades who have saved them countless times, all they have to do is to be thankful and grateful, and certainly to be awed by the strong. As for Chen Mo, his strength still lies in Victor and James, and as the absolute core of the first team in the special war, he led the team to accomplish countless dangerous and difficult tasks, almost a lifetime of arduous tasks, and made great achievements in the war. Because Chen Mo didn't show the special claws and bone spurs like Victor and James, he was not treated as a monster. Instead, he became the legend of the whole MACV-SOG army with his unpredictable and powerful shooting technique, and the incomparable achievements of the first special combat team led by him. Compared with Victor and James, Chen Mo's overall precise control of the battlefield, as well as 100% mission completion rate and super high survival rate of his troops are more important to the senior leaders of the Vietnam headquarters. It is under the leadership and command of Chen Mo that the first team of the special war can successfully accomplish so many arduous and even impossible tasks. The difficulty of many tasks lies not in the strength of the soldiers, but in the grasp of the battlefield situation and opportunity. What is tested is the commander's command and decision-making ability, and Chen Mo's performance has always been perfect. In the eyes of General Paul Hutchins, the head of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam, Chen Mo's value is comparable to that of the whole MACV-SOG force, more than 400 elite special soldiers. So, when William Stryker learned about Chen Mo, Victor, and James, and determined that they were new and powerful mutants, and came to recruit, he found that the Vietnamese headquarters did not let people go at all. Now, William Stryker is a little silly. Since he realized the existence of mutants and began to study them, so far he has recruited several mutants. These people are either arrested and imprisoned for breaking the law, or they are fleeing to avoid the pursuit of government troops, or they are hiding in a dark corner, careful of their wing's wing, live in fear of being found out of his own special place, and live in fear all day long. In the face of William Stryker's recruitment or rescue, they are all willing to accept. After all, William Stryker represents the military, and they will no longer have to worry about their identity when they join him. They don't need to hide around, carefully cover their special ability. They can live in the sun freely. In the movie, Victor and James are recruited by William Stryker after killing the chief and being held in custody. In this way, the two prisoners join him and serve him. But now the situation is totally different from the plot of the movie. Victor and James and Chen Mo are not prisoners, but the strongest soldier and the best commander of the American Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam. In the face of the demands of William Stryker, General Paul Hawkins, the head of the American Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam, will not let people go at all. At that time, William Stryker was just a major. Although he was in charge of the Variant Research Department of the U, however, William Stryker is not alone. His secret research department is a secret organization under the U.S. military, which naturally has a special senior leader at the top of the military. The senior leader who is responsible for supervising William Stryker's Mutant Research Department is General Munson, General of the U.S. Army. In the end, General Munson called the office of General Paul Hawkins, the head of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam. After some negotiations, he finally talked about General Paul Hawkins. Moreover, General Munson, the General of the Army, was much more face than the little Major William Stryker. He not only called Chen Mo and Victor James and Mark Sog were asked to come here, and all the members of the 1st Special Combat Team of Mac Sog were seconded to the Secret Research Department of the military under William Stryker's charge. After all, the Vietnam War will be over sooner or later, and Mac Sog will eventually be dissolved. General Munson has a great influence in the military. Now he comes out in person, and General Paul Hutchins will give him face. After negotiating with General Paul Hawkins, General Munson called Major William Stryker, who was waiting for information at the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam. Major Stryker. General Munson's voice was serious and cold. General Munson. William Stryker, who was holding the microphone, responded with a loud voice. Although he was on the phone, William Stryker's body could not help straightening up. General Munson on the opposite side is his immediate superior and the biggest supporter of his mutant research program. If General Munson is dissatisfied with him, he can close his mutant research department in one sentence. William Stryker stood up, waiting for General Munson's message in the microphone. William Stryker was very interested in the 3 mutants in the Mac Sog army. You should know that the number of mutants is very rare. In addition, they pay great attention to their ability to hide, and it is very difficult to find them. Before he found and successfully recruited a mutant even with the strength of the military, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, these mutants are not all powerful fighters. Most of them are actually civilians, unable to use their own power skillfully, and cannot exert all their power at all. Even some people's abilities are of auxiliary type, so to speak, they have no killing power. Chen and Mo are different. First, there are 3 of them at a time. As long as they can receive 3 of them at a time, his team can basically take shape, which will greatly save him time in finding and recruiting mutant players. Second, these 3 mutants are the most elite special fighters in their own right. Their fighting quality is very high. According to what he has learned, the strength of these 3 people is extremely strong. With their participation, the overall strength of team will rise to a huge level. Moreover, unlike the members of the mutant recruited from the civilian population, these 3 mutants are soldiers, and there is absolutely no problem in obeying orders. As can be seen from their previous experience in Mac Sog, many tasks that are obviously very dangerous, even death, they have carried out without hesitation. It can be seen that they are loyal and firm, and absolutely obey the ordered soldiers will definitely obey his orders after joining his command. With their presence, team will become more manageable. Before the X-Team, there was only one agent-born mutant who could obey orders absolutely. Other mutants were either rebellious, not very obedient to commands, or they were slow and lax, unable to obey orders and prohibitions like soldiers. William Stryker urgently needed someone to help him train and integrate the whole X-Team and make it like a special battle of Mac Sog troops generally. The team is elite, tough, obedient, and forbidding. The emergence of these 3 mutant soldiers made William Stryker see the hope of fundamentally changing and reshaping Team X. For all these reasons, William Stryker attached great importance to the 3 variants of Mac Sog. In the expectation of William Stryker, General Munson's serious and indifferent voice came out of the handset. "I have completed your request." William Stryker can't help but smile at the words, and his eyes twinkle with excitement. "Great." William Stryker clenched his fist in secret. Just listen to General Munson's voice in the microphone. The military attaches great importance to the study of mutants. This time, I not only asked for the 3 mutants from the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam according to your request, but also transferred all their powerful special forces. They will follow you back to the United States and join your research department." William Stryker was stunned when he heard the words, and then he was very happy. Originally, he just wanted to be a mutant Chen, and 3 of them added to the X team he was building. Who thought General Munson wanted the first team of the whole special war directly from General Paul Hawkins? Although William Stryker was surprised, he was also very happy. His mutant research department is subordinate to the military, and these special fighters will follow his orders when they are transferred. He doesn't need to worry about uncontrollable problems, so William Stryker naturally hopes that the more soldiers he has, the better. He also knows the strength of this special combat team. Although they can have such amazing achievements mainly rely on the strength of Chen Mo, Victor, and James, these soldiers are also extremely powerful, and they are the top of all American soldiers. Although these soldiers are not as powerful as the mutants, they are also the most elite soldiers, and they have rich combat experience. They have completed many special tasks in Vietnam, such as infiltrating, assassinating, raiding, destroying, etc., which can help you greatly strengthen the defense of the base, and some tasks with lower difficulty can also be handed over to them to complete. General Munson's words made William Stryker nod in secret, and he agreed with him. But then General Munson's next words put some pressure on him. "The military fully supports all your requirements, but we also hope you can speed up your progress and get results as soon as possible." At this time, the research department of mutants can only be regarded as a grassroots innovation. In addition to the support of the military, the real core force is the X-Team composed of several mutants recruited by William Stryker. Although the military has also deployed a team of more than 100 soldiers to guard the base, these soldiers are only relatively elite, but far inferior to the special combat soldiers of MAC-SOG powerful. During this period, William Stryker has been focusing on the search and recruitment of mutants and the formation of Team X, so the development of other aspects has lagged behind. In fact, the current research department of mutants is essentially an empty shell, and there are not many researchers studying mutants. But William Stryker is not worried. He has the right person to lead the research. "Don't worry, General Munson. With the participation of these 3 mutants, the formation of Team X has been basically completed. I will soon expand the research department according to the plan and use completed. I will soon expand the research department according to the plan and use team to ensure the smooth progress of the research. Plan will be officially launched." When he hung up, William Stryker looked at the barracks in the distance with a kind of ferocious smile on his face. In the evening of the same day, an Iroquois military helicopter slowly landed on the military playground of MAC-SOG troops of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam. Just after the plane stopped, a group of soldiers were fully armed. The soldiers with strong breath then fished through the open cabin door, bent slightly and quickly passed under the propeller still rotating at high speed, and came to the periphery of the helicopter. But soon they stopped, because right next to the playground, General Paul Hawkins, the head of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam, was standing there waiting for them, and beside him was a cold, middle-aged man in a major's uniform and sunglasses. The first unit of the Special War, which had just returned from the mission, immediately ran in the direction of General Paul Hawkins. A group of 16 people soon came to General Paul Hudgens, stood in a neat row, and saluted him. "General." General Paul Hudgens looked at him with a strong and fierce breath. He was obviously stronger than other special combat teams in the 1st Special Combat Team. He nodded approvingly, but soon there was a sense of reluctance in his eyes. He didn't say much. Instead, he turned to the middle-aged major. The major who appeared next to General Paul Hawkins was naturally William Stryker. Feeling the eyes of General Paul Hudgens, William Stryker stepped forward, glanced slowly over a row of special soldiers with strong breath in front of him, and finally settled on the 3 tall and strong figures at the end of the team, with a flash of excitement in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the 3 men. William Stryker said slowly, "Soldiers, I'm Major William Stryker. From today on, you are not affiliated with the MAC-SOG unit of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam." Instead, you are transferred to the Military Secret Research Department in my charge. In an hour, we will leave Vietnam by military plane. Now you can pack your bags and prepare to leave. If it is other special combat teams of Mac SOG, they will be absolutely excited to hear this news, because it means that they can finally leave this bloody place where they may die at any time. So far, because of the extremely dangerous tasks they have carried out, Mac SOG has been reduced by more than 50%. Most of the old team members who arrived with Chen Mo have sacrificed, and the rest, all the members of the Special Forces, are ready to sacrifice at any time. The difference is just sooner or later. If it is not for the sake of military law, when deserters are sent to military courts, or even shot directly, few people are willing to stay here to die. Now, with the opportunity to leave here, I believe every special soldier will cherish it very much. However, the first team of the special battle didn't have much surprise when they heard about it. All of them stood still and didn't respond. Victor and James were reluctant to face each other. If it wasn't for Chen Mo, they might have pointed at William Stryker's face and scolded him. It's hard for me to find a place where I can carry out all kinds of dangerous tasks and fight as much as I like. But you want to transfer me to the Ghost Secret Research Institute. It's not a good place just to hear the name. At least there are not many fighters here. Come with you. How far are you going to give me? The rest of the special forces doesn't matter. As long as Chen and Murdoch are there, their safety will be no problem. Where to go is not the same. Moreover, they are willing to go to the battlefield and perform various difficult tasks without the risk of death, so as to realize their value. Those who can become special war elites, who are not fighting maniacs, the battlefield is the place they really love. They enjoy the process of fighting, except, of course, death. William Stryker, in the presence of General Paul Hawkins, announced to all the members of the First Task Force that they could leave Vietnam and join his secret research department. However, it turned out that the soldiers of the first team of the special war in front of us had a flat reaction, and some even showed dissatisfaction and hostility, which filled us with confidence. William Stryker, who thought that he had rescued them from the Shura battlefield, was able to gain the gratitude of all. He seemed to have missed something. General Paul Higgins was very pleased to see the response of the first Special Combat Team. It seems that the Special Combat Team he always valued did not disappoint him. They were still very pleased with him and did not feel ecstatic about the opportunity to leave the battlefield. This made General Paul Hawkins's face, which had been a little lost, look a lot better. He glanced at William Stryker, who was robbing people, and said with a smile, "I know you guys are brave men who are not afraid of death. You will not agree to let you leave the battlefield and go to the gate of the Research Institute, so I discussed with the military chief of this secret research department," said General Paul Hawkins, looking at Chen Mo, Victor, and James and smiling. "The three of you will join a team of people with the same special abilities as you, and your task will be more arduous." As the commander of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam, General Paul Hawkins, General of the U.S. Army, is entitled to know the existence of the Research Department of Mutants and some general information. Of course, the most core secret still needs to be kept secret. General Paul Hutchins' words brightened the eyes of Victor and James and cleared their faces of discontent. Special abilities like them. So far, they only met Chen Mo. Unexpectedly, there are other special abilities like them in the world. Seeing Victor and James look loose, General Paul Higgins again focused on the other special fighters. "You will join the Research Institute's Defense Force as team leader, be responsible for the security and defense of the research base, and lead the team to carry out some field missions when necessary." General Paul Hutchins's voice lagged behind, and the faces of the other Special Forces members looked much better. However, no one spoke, and everyone looked at Chen Mo standing at the top of the team. As the absolute core of the first Special Combat Team, or even the whole Mac SOG, Chen Mo's prestige is unparalleled. Even the commander of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam, General Paul Hutchins's position in the minds of special fighters can't be compared with the military myth Chen Mo. Feeling the eyes of the Special Forces, General Paul Hawkins and William Stryker both focused on Chen Mo. Captain. General Paul Higgins naturally knew Chen Mo's prestige among the soldiers, so he directly named him and asked Chen Mo to make a statement. William Stryker also looked at Chen Mo with some trepidation. He also saw that Chen Mo was the core and soul of the team. If he wanted to control the team, he had to rely on Chen Mo's cooperation. Before that, Chen Mo's look had not changed and he had not spoken. At this time, Chen Mo finally had a response to General Paul Huggins's roll call. He raised his legs to take a step forward, saluted General Paul Hawkins, and answered with a calm voice. "Obey orders firmly." William Stryker, who was worried that Chen Mo would oppose and was a little worried, was sure to hear that. After all, MACV-SOG was set up under the order of President Kennedy. Although their transfer was approved by the senior military officials, if Chen Mo disagreed, he could refuse to implement it on the basis of the president's order. Fortunately, Chen Mo's performance satisfied General Paul Hawkins and William Stryker. It seems that Chen Mo, the commander of the Special Forces, though powerful, is not a rebellious existence, and his orders to the chief can be resolutely completed. It's the two bigger and stronger soldiers around him who look more wild and hard to tame, but with Chen Mo, it's not a problem to control the whole team. Looking at Chen Mo, who is calm and upright, William Stryker shows a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth and nods gently, obviously very satisfied with Chen Mo's performance. That night, Chen and his first Special War team left Vietnam by military aircraft and returned to the United States the next day. William Strictly proudly takes Chen and his team back to the headquarters of the Mutant Research Department, a secret base deep in the mountains. It was originally a missile base of the military, and its location was extremely hidden. After the launch of the X-Weapons program, it was provided by the military to William Stryker as the headquarters of the Mutant Research Department. William Stryker and Chen Mo, who changed from a military base in the United States to a helicopter, entered the base through a passage in the cliff above the waterfall. William Stryker's eyes flashed with excitement as he watched the 16 fierce fighters from the plane. Although it took a lot of time and energy to go to Vietnam this time, the harvest was also enormous. Not only 3 powerful mutants were recruited at one time, but also a top-level Special Forces team was unexpectedly obtained. However, this special team made up of ordinary people was just a surprise to him, and he was most interested in mutants. The X-Team, which he has spent a lot of time in building, is a super team made up entirely of mutants. Although the first team of the Special War is powerful, the biggest reliance is Chen Mo, Victor, and James, and they are all mutants. Although the strength of other special team members is also the top among ordinary people, they are still not enough to see in front of the mutants. Therefore, Chen Mo, Victor, and James are the only 3 powerful mutants who finally joined Team X, while the remaining 13 of the first team joined the base guard force as discussed by General Paul Hugins and General Munson. With the strength of their top special fighters, rich combat experience, and higher than ordinary soldiers, of course, they will not be regarded as ordinary soldiers, but will directly become the leaders of each team of the base's 100-person guard force. They will carry out intensive training for the soldiers of these guard forces, rearrange their defense forces, and improve the defense capability of the whole base. William Stryker is a major, but he is a scientific researcher, and he is not good at defense, tactics, command, etc. Most of William Stryker's previous efforts were focused on the search for mutants, and the formation of Team X. He did not attach any importance to the defense of the base. It wasn't until the Special Forces joined in and made many improvements to the base's defense that he found out how careless he was before. He was very satisfied with the performance of the people, and he was also very grateful for the excellent Special Forces. William Strickles is not worried about the loyalty of these soldiers. His research department is subordinate to the military. He is not only the head of the research department of mutants, but also the major of the U.S. Army. If these soldiers disobey his orders, they will rebel. At that time, they will face the encirclement and suppression of the military. so William Stryker is not worried that the arrival of the special forces will affect his control of the base. In fact, as he expected, after the special forces took over the defense of the base, although they made a lot of changes to the defense layout, all of them were formally implemented after asking him for instructions, and they were fully obedient to his orders. The original guard force became more sophisticated and efficient under their training, and the execution speed of his orders was higher than before. William Stryker was extremely satisfied with it. Of course, these are all postscript. What William Stryker valued most was Chen Mo, Victor, and James. After arriving at the base, William Stryker tested the abilities of the three men. Although he has known about the three before, after all, it's just some rumors and speculation. It needs a real test to determine the strength and ability of the three, which will also determine their position in Team X. Victor and James are well tested for their abilities. They attack the test target directly with sharp claws and bone spurs, and then assess their attack power level through the degree of damage. The strength, speed, and response of the general aspects of the special test equipment can accurately measure the physical fitness of two people. Both of them are very strong in these aspects. The physical quality of strength, speed, and other aspects can reach 6 times that of ordinary people, which is definitely the top level in Team X, and William Stryker's most important self-healing ability didn't disappoint him. Victor and James keep their heads down and elbows around their heads under constant machine gun fire, so they are facing the bullet. 6 times the muscle density and bone strength of ordinary people, so that the machine gun bullets that can completely penetrate the body of ordinary people can only be embedded in the muscles of 2 people, so they lose power. At the same time, the bullets that had been embedded in the muscle were constantly squeezed out, and then the shot holes healed rapidly with the naked eye, only recovered in tens of seconds. William Stryker, who was watching the test, had an excited look on his face, which was the ability he needed most. With Victor and James, his X-Weapons program will be greatly improved. After testing, William Stryker has a clear grasp of the strength and mutant ability of Victor and James. They not only have strong physical quality, superhuman strength and speed, but also have natural sharp claws and bone spurs. With the strong physical quality of the two, they can play an extremely powerful attack. What's more, they have very strong self-healing ability. As far as the current test is concerned, as long as they are not hit in the brain, any attack cannot hurt their lives. They have an immortal body that ignores conventional attacks. And Chen Mo, who is more powerful than Victor and James, has the strength to make William Strickland very happy. Chen Mo doesn't hide his strength. After testing, Chen Mo's physical quality has reached an amazing 8 times that of ordinary people. William Stryker, who has a deep research on the super strength of the mutant, naturally knows what the 2 times gap represents, and his expectation of Chen Mo's variety ability did not disappoint him. When Chen Mo put a military SUV into the space in front of him, and after a while it was released again, William Stryker's eyes lit up completely. The ability to store things in space. This kind of ability seems to be common and can only be used as a logistics warehouse, but William Stryker combined with Chen Mo's performance to find the great potential. Chen Mo used to be able to use 2 ordinary M1911A1 pistols, but he can play as fast as a machine gun, which should be based on the ability of space storage. By taking and putting items from space at will, you can change the cartridge clip in an instant to realize the gapless shooting of guns, just like the infinite bullets. In William Stryker's view, Chen Mo's use of space ability to change the pistol cartridge is simply overqualified. What really suits Chen Mo is not the weak pistol, but the Vulcan gun. In fact, the famous Huoshan cannon of later generations has just been developed successfully, and has not yet begun to be formally installed in the army. However, as a secret research department highly valued by the military, it is very easy to get 2 Huoshan cannon. With a maximum firing rate of 7,200 rounds per minute and a range of 1,650 meters, the 20 M61 Huoshan gun can effectively kill air targets and cause huge damage to ground buildings and armored targets. Under the continuous attack of the powerful firepower of Huoshin gun, almost all targets can be destroyed. The only one that can restrict the power of Huoshin gun is ammunition reserve. The firing rate of 7,000 rounds per minute is extremely astonishing for the ammunition consumption. The originally designed fighter plane carries no more than 5,600 rounds of ammunition. Because the speed of the fighter is very high and the shooting time is very short each time, which is about 1 second, the carrying capacity of 5,600 rounds is enough to be used in combat. And vehicles such as helicopters and armored vehicles carry only 1,000 to 2,000 rounds of ammunition. On the one hand, it is impossible to shoot continuously in actual combat. The time of each attack is usually only a few seconds, while the firing rate of 7,200 rounds is only the maximum limit. In actual use, the firing rate is usually only 4,000 rounds per minute. The ammunition of 12,000 rounds is enough for conventional combat. On the other hand, it is also due to the limitations of bullet volume and weight. The bullet caliber of M61 Huoshin gun is 20, and the length is more than 20 cm. It is not so much a bullet as a small shell. The weight of 2,000 bullets is more than 1 ton, and the volume occupies a large space. Without affecting the normal function and mobility of the vehicle, the load of 1 to 2,000 bullets is already the limit. Chen Mo is different. Although his space is not infinite, there is no problem in putting down hundreds of thousands of firecrackers. The ammunition is enough to turn him into a powerful mobile fort. Even the steel fort with the ammunition is enough to turn him into a powerful mobile fort. Even the steel fort will be broken under the continuous attack of the powerful Vulcan gun. With Chen Moqiang's great physical quality, the weight of more than 100 kilograms of M61 Huoshin gun is nothing at all. The huge recoil force of continuous explosion of 20 caliber shell is also negligible for Chen Moqiang. Under his super strength and reaction, the Fire God gun, which was originally used for fire suppression and covering shooting, came into his hands, and it can play a powerful accuracy comparable to the sniper gun. When the Vulcan gun, originally used for loading on armored vehicles and airplanes, was refitted for the use of individual soldiers, the huge and bulky drums and brackets were all removed. In addition, a grip suitable for single holding was added. The original huge and bulky airborne aircraft gun only had a huge repairman's body and barrel, which seemed to be a lot of advantages. It's more than 1 size larger than the ordinary heavy machine gun. It's more than 2 meters long. The thick and ferocious black Vulcan gun in Chen Mo's hand doesn't seem abrupt. It's like a peerless divine soldier, sending out a strong evil spirit. It just looks like a huge deterrent force. In Chen Mo's space, hundreds of thousands of shell chains are stored, which can be directly connected with the shell chains installed on the Vulcan gun to realize gapless shooting. These bullets are enough for Chen Mo to shoot with all his strength for several hours. With the caliber, power, and firing speed of the Huoshin cannon shell, even a small hill can be plowed out of a tunnel. You should know that the 20 caliber Vulcan cannon shell is a bucket-size hole on the rock, and it can directly explode into pieces when it hits people. Ordinary armored vehicles are also hard to resist, and heavy armored vehicles will eventually tear up metal fatigue under continuous shooting. Therefore, Chen Mo, who is equipped with the Vulcan gun, not only looks powerful, but also has the same lethality as a mechanized force. With his participation, Major William Stryker's X-Team is equivalent to another mobile armored force with strong offensive ability, which greatly increases the lethality to large-scale armored targets and large-scale forces. When Chen Mo was testing the attack effect in the test field of the secret base, a group of people suddenly rushed in from the gate, standing not far away and looking at the tall figure standing proudly in the center of the test field, as well as the huge Fire God gun full of fierce breath and powerful force in his hands. Chen Mo's Vulcan gun roared and poured the shell onto the special alloy armor plate 1 meter away from the opposite side. The The huge recoil force was completely offset by Chen Mo's powerful arm. With 7,200 shots per minute, 6 thick barrels did not shake except for their own stable high-speed rotation. If not for the huge bang that rang throughout the test field, the roar and the blazing fire at the muzzle of the gun, it is estimated that many people will think that there is no firing at all. The muzzle of the gun is completely offset by Chen Mo. Each shell flies over 100 meters in the same trajectory, hitting the alloy steel plate used for the opposite test accurately. And the small bowl-size area on the steel plate which is continuously hit by the shell is becoming red and twisted, which soon breaks a hole. With the continuous attack of the Vulcan gun, the area around the hole is getting larger and larger, and the hole is getting deeper and deeper. Finally, the 1-meter-thick special alloy steel plate is completely penetrated, and the great roar of the Vulcan gun is also heard finally stopped. A huge shell covered the ground around Chen Mo, and the whole ground was golden. Chen Mo, who stands upright with a huge firebrand gun at ease and casually, is like the god of war standing on the golden platform, which makes all the people standing on the side of the test field show different spirits. There are worship, awe, appreciation, and disdain. At this time, besides William Stryker, Victor, and James, there were 5 more people with different appearances. One of them was a tall Asian man in a combat suit, with 2 pistols tied to his shoulders. He was looking down at Chen Mo, who was holding a huge firecracker in the field, and a handsome white youth with 2 samurai swords beside him. The vigorous young white man was wearing a black short sleeve and carrying 2 samurai swords. The exposed arms are long and powerful. Although the muscles are not particularly developed, they are also angular, solid, and powerful. The strength contained in them may not be particularly powerful, but they can break out at a very high speed. With the double swords behind them, they can also play an extraordinary fighting force. The 2 of them are Agent Zero and Wade. The most powerful of the 5 members of Team X. Their mutant abilities are all physical enhancement, and the degree of enhancement is not low. The speed and strength of Agent Zero and Wade are about 4 times that of ordinary people. They are similar to Victor and James, who don't inject the enhanced super soldier serum, but they don't have the strong self-healing ability of Victor and James. But they have more than that. Agent Zero was originally an elite agent of CIA. His shooting skills were excellent. When he fell into a desperate situation in a mission, he woke up his mutant ability and greatly improved his physical quality. And he was very good at the shooting, but also in a strong physical fitness plus and later continuous exercise under the more powerful. Ordinary soldiers can only be killed by seconds. The strength he showed attracted the attention of William Stryker, who was looking for a mutant. Through General Munson's relationship, William Stryker put Agent Zero under his command and became the first member of team under his command. He was also the most dependent and trusted one. Like Agent Zero, Wade used to be an elite mercenary, but later awakened to the mutant's ability to be recruited by William Stryker. Wade, a mercenary, also carries 2 pistols with him, but he doesn't use them very often, and his shooting is not as good as Agent Zero. However, what he is really powerful is his saber technique. The 2 samurai swords behind him are his most frequently used weapons and his best weapons. Using a pistol, Wade is not the opponent of Agent Zero, but if you change to a double knife, with a strong physical quality and Superman's reaction speed, Wade can even do the degree of knife and bullet. When he is ready, Agent Zero's gun can't hurt him at all. All the bullets he shoots will be shot by his double blades. However, there is no way for him to take Agent Number Zero. The 2 of them have the same physical quality. Agent Number Zero's bullet can't hurt him, and he can't approach Agent Number Zero's side. Moreover, although Agent Number Zero's fighting skill is not as sad as the shooting technique, and it can't match his knife technique, it's not without the ability to fight back at all. Although their strength has been very strong, and they are also the strongest 2 in Team X, the ability of other players is also very strong. From a certain point of view, in fact, they are not much weaker than the 2, but their lethality against the enemy is not as good as the 2. In addition to Wade with 2 knives, Agent Zero with 2 guns. The other 3 members of Team X are Bradley with the ability to control current and electrical equipment, the illusion of instant movement, and the Iron Fist Fred with strong defense ability. These 5 men are members of the X-Variant team, which was formed by William Stryker. They had been ordered to go out on missions before, so they were not there when Chen and the Special Forces arrived at the base. But as soon as they got back to the base, they heard from others that William Stryker had brought back 3 new mutants, and naturally wanted to come and have a look. For Chen Mo's performance that he just used the Vulcan artillery to pierce a meter-thick special alloy armor plate, the other 3 people were all very strong. After all, they didn't have the ability to pick up the Vulcan cannon weighing more than 100 kg, and they were able to control it to hit the same position accurately all the time. Iron Fist Fred is tall and strong, but his physical quality is only about 3 times that of ordinary people. His ability of variety is actually the super defense of the body. In the movie, he once put his whole arm into the gun barrel of the tank and blocked it, which eventually led to the explosion of the tank when the gun was fired, but he himself was undamaged, which shows the strength of his body's defense ability. But that's all. Apart from the 3 times physical fitness of ordinary people, he doesn't have the means of taking a hand. So in the team, he plays the role of a tank, mainly used for enemy attack. The main means of attack in ordinary times is 2 fists or automatic rifles. However, Chen's performance shows him a new direction. Although he can't move freely for a long time with more than 100 kg of Huashin gun, and control its powerful recoil force to ensure shooting accuracy, he can use small caliber Huashin gun. The weight of 5 or 7.6 Huashin gun is only tens of kilograms, which is not too heavy for him. There is no problem in using it to fight, so its attack power will be raised to a huge level. However, he didn't expect that Chen Mo, a 20 Vulcan turret with unlimited ammunition, and what's the use of his small caliber Vulcan cannon with limited ammunition? In any case, Fred, Mirage, and Bradley agree with Chen's strength, but Agent Zero and Wade are not. The 2 of them are also proficient in shooting techniques. They are not particularly surprised by Chen's performance. With their physical fitness, they can also easily pick up more than 100 kilograms of Vulcan cannon and control its recoil when firing, and control the falling point of the shell within a very small range to ensure high enough shooting accuracy. So in their eyes, Chen Mo is just a strong body, but he lacks attack skills, so he can only rely on powerful weapons like Fred to play a huge attack force, which makes them a little disdainful. In terms of the shooting process just now, Chen Mo's great power of using the Vulcan gun is indeed based on their 2 guns and 2 knives. But it's hard for the 2 men who are the strongest in team to accept. Are they going to be compared by a big fool who can't do anything but rely on brute force and weapons? Hey man, you have a big gun, let me play. Before waiting for Agent Zero, who was always cold-faced, to speak, Wade took the lead in his provocation, saying that as he walked towards Chen Mo, it seemed that he really intended to borrow Chen Mo's firecrackers for fun. Wade's idea is very simple. I can do what you can. When I make a hole in the alloy steel plate with this Vulcan gun, it shows that this big man with a cold face is nothing, but by virtue of the power of weapons, Team is my best swordsman Wade. As for Agent Zero, don't you see I have 2 pistols too? And I have 2 more knives than him. Of course, I am more powerful. That kid dare not fight with me directly. When he fights, he only knows to run around and put a cold gun at the same time. He is obviously afraid of me. Wade's calculation is very good, but obviously he thinks more. Just as his voice fell, he took a step forward. Chen Mo, who was not far ahead, suddenly turned around. The fireguard gun in his hand moved a little. He aimed at Wade's head accurately. The motor that drove the gun barrel to rotate was humming. 6 thick gun barrels of the fireguard gun were slowly rotating. The smile on Wade's face was stiff, and his step stopped abruptly. A layer of sweat quickly seeped out of his forehead. Looking at the slowly rotating thick barrel and Chen Mo's cold and sharp eyes, Wade only felt the chill on his back. Although he can use 2 sabers to resist bullets, and he can also directly swing his knife to split the bullets. These refer to the bullets of pistols or rifles. These bullets are usually no more than 9 mm in diameter and have limited power. The double blades made of his strength and special alloy can be easily resisted. But what is in Chen Mo's hands? 20 Vulcan. This thing is not used to hit people at all, but to attack aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles. Its power is far from that of pistols, rifles, or even machine guns. If a gun is fired, if he uses a knife to block it, he will definitely be split into 2 parts with a knife. If he uses a split, he will not say whether he can successfully split the shell of the Vulcan gun. Even if it does, it is not the pistol and rifle bullet only the size of soybean. After being split, they will fly to both sides along the blade, thus avoiding his body. Even though his knife was not broken by the front of the shell, he successfully split the shell. The weight and inertia of the split 2 shells are far more than that of ordinary bullets. It is impossible to open too far to both sides, and finally he will be hit. The difference is that a big hole becomes 2 small holes. As for the direct dodge, Wade's speed is 4 times that of ordinary people, but he can only dodge some bullets that are far away and slow in initial speed, which obviously does not include the Vulcan gun. In fact, in most cases, Wade can't avoid bullets. He can only rely on his 2 knives to block. After all, the speed of his body moving is far faster than that of his knife. What's more, Wade also knows the amazing firing speed of the Vulcan gun. Once the weapon is fired, 120 rounds per second will hit him. Even if his strength and saber technique are no more powerful, he will be directly hit into a blood fog, and even a whole body will not want to stay. Wade didn't expect Chen Mo to be so fierce. He would fire at himself if he didn't agree. Facing the faster and faster fire cannon, a strong sense of death came on him. It seems that in the next second he would be smashed into pieces by the roaring fire god and scattered everywhere. This kind of feeling of near death is not good. Wade quickly stood still, raised his hands above his head, and shouted helplessly, "Don't shoot! I surrender!" Agent Zero turned his white eyes and turned his head to stop looking at him. It's a shame to be a team like this. Several other members of Team X are also on the black line of the forehead, standing there awkwardly. I don't know what to say. If there is a seam on the ground at this time, they will definitely inspire a new deformation ability in an instant and directly drill in. It's really humiliating. The first second was arrogant and provocative, and the next second was a direct surrender in the face of the other side's muzzle, which was too much advice. Although when the muzzle of the Vulcan gun pointed at them, their crotch also produced a strong sense of urine. But they don't say, "No one will know, will they?" Looking at Wade, who was in front of him for a second, Chen Mo slowly released his finger pressed on the handle of the Huashan gun, and the motor driving the barrel stopped running. The 6 thick barrels of the Huashan gun, which was about to reach the firing speed, also stopped slowly. See, the opposite Wade and his side of the X-team members cannot help but secretly relieved. When the crisis was solved, Wade slowly put down his hands raised above his head and looked at Chen Mo's huge weapon, which was 2 meters long in his hands. He was afraid to ask for a try again. This guy is too old-fashioned to joke at all, but he is not willing to give up, and just in front of everyone lost face must find back. What skill is a gun? What if we run out of bullets? What should we do if we are rushed to the front by the enemy? At this time, we still need cold weapons. As Wade said, he was very satisfied with his eloquence. "I'm a genius. I can think of such a perfect reason." Thinking of this, Wade could not help smiling proudly, looking up at Chen Mo with confidence and proudly saying, "Well, Big Un, do you have the courage to compete with me on the saber technique?" Wade said with a proud look at Chen Mo, as if he expected Chen Mo would be sure to be provoked by him and compete with him. Everyone looked at Wade with an idiot's face. Did your brain get smashed by your knife or blown by the Vulcan cannon? What about fun? Even Fred can't be fooled by such a bad method. Do you treat people as fools? Fred didn't know that he had been regarded as a low IQ standard by his teammates. He was just like other people, taking advantage of this rare opportunity to look at Wade with the same idiot eyes as others, with a disdain on his face. Although he didn't know what he despised, to be honest, He thought what Wade said just now was very good. If he can't use a knife, he has to compete with him. William Stryker, who was also watching the test, felt helpless for Wade. To be honest, Wade was good at everything, strong in strength and deep in saber technique. Even the shooting technique was only under Agent Zero, which could be regarded as an all-around fighter. The only disadvantage was that he had a mouth. If he could, William Stryker really wanted to sew up his mouth, so it would be perfect. All of us firmly believe that Chen Mo will not be inspired by Wade's rough and crude method and give up his strengths to compete with him in saber technique, but they do not know how Chen Mo will deal with it. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly moved. He grabbed the handle of the firecracker with one hand, raised the mouth of the firecracker slowly, and pointed to Wade on the opposite side again. When Wade saw this, he thought of the terrible feeling of dying when he was just pointed by the muzzle. He felt scared. No matter whether the barrel of the Vulcan gun started to rotate or not, he raised his hands and raised them above his head again. "This damned guy, can you stop pointing that huge murder weapon at me? Baby afraid." While Wade was about to shout surrender again, Chen Mo took the lead. His voice was so low and dignified that Wade, who had always been cynical, could not help being serious. "Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Chen Mo's questioning surprised everyone present. "No. Is that okay?" How could they not have thought that Wade's such a bad method of fierce attack could really work? Obviously, they were going to test the sword technique with Wade. This makes people's eyes towards Chen Mo weird, especially Agent Zero's disdain becomes more intense. Of course, Victor and James are not among them. Although Chen Mo used to do little when he was with them, he also used pistols, never showing the strength of cold weapons. However, from Chen Mo's fighting skills tailored for the two of them, we can see Chen Mo's strong strength in fighting. In addition, when Chen Mo was studying gun fighting at Brooklyn Manor, he did not use two swords and King's sword less. Although they were just watching, they could also feel that Chen Mo's sword and sword techniques were very powerful. For Chen Mo, Victor and James have a blind worship and trust. They believe that Chen Mo's strength is invincible in the world. No matter whether it is shooting, fighting, or saber technique, no one can be invincible. However, their understanding of Chen Mo does not mean that other people also understand it. Wade's eyes brightened when he heard Chen Mo's question. "Got hooked. I'm a genius. A few words will get him into the trap." Thinking of this, Wade smiled proudly, relaxed, put down his arms raised above his head, and nodded to Chen Mo repeatedly. "I'm sure. We don't need any other weapons, just use knives." Wade is not really stupid either. He is also afraid of Chen Mo's cheating on him, so he decides the rules first, and Chen Mo, who is introspective, repents temporarily. Chen Mo naturally saw through his careful thinking but did not say anything but nodded softly. He waved the huge firebrand gun into the space, and Chen Mo turned to extend his hands. Two slender and bright swords with slight radiance appeared in Chen Mo's hands. The 2-meter-long Vulcan gun disappeared in Chen Mo's hands, and then two samurai swords appeared. In this scene, the members of Team X who were present could not help but shrink their eyes. At first, they thought Chen Mo, a tall and powerful man, was just a man with strong physical quality. Now it seems that he has other variant abilities. Wade looked at the two samurai swords in Chen Mo's hands, and two hot lights broke out in his eyes. From Chen Mo's posture of holding the knife, he can see that Chen Mo is also a master of saber technique. It seems that he was despised before, but Wade is not afraid at all. He has absolute confidence in his saber technique and strength. Bullets can't hurt him. Can Chen Mo be faster than a saber? Knowing that Chen Mo would use a knife, Wade was very happy. All members of Team X are not his opponents except Agent Number 0. The weapon used by Agent Number 0 is a pistol. The fight between them has always been pursuit, block, and there has never been a real face-to-face close fight. In terms of saber technique, he has never met an opponent who can fight with him. At this time, Chen Mo let him see the hope. Wade's heart secretly prayed that Chen Mo's saber technique could be more powerful. Don't let the fight end so quickly. In fact, Chen Mo's most powerful is to use the King's sword to perform extraordinary swordsmanship, but not to mention the invincible nature of the King's sword itself. just extraordinary swordsmanship is enough to completely crush Wade. It's just that Chen Mo's saber technique was improved on the basis of samurai sword technique when he learned gun fighting technique. There are several samurai swords in Chen Mo's space. Chen Mo simply took out 2 samurai swords like Wade and compared them with him with the same weapons. That's fair. Chen Mo doesn't want to bully people with weapons. 2 samurai swords from the torn end appeared in Chen Mo's hands directly. Chen Mo casually drew 2 flower swords and then pointed the tip of the 2 swords at the ground, with sharp eyes firmly locked on Wade on the opposite side. Under the eyes of all the people, Wade's face became more serious than ever before. His eyes met Chen Mo's eyes. Wade felt an unprecedented huge pressure, far greater than that brought by Agent Zero. However, it didn't affect his fighting spirit but made him more excited. For Wade, who had been invincible in saber technique before, the stronger Chen Mo is, the happier he will be. He hopes to meet a rival who can let him play his full strength and enjoy the First World War. Slowly pulled out the 2 knives behind, Wade's body slightly forward, facing Chen Mo's sharp eyes without flinching up. A heavy breath is brewing in this space. Next moment, Wade takes the lead. At his feet, he rushed forward quickly and then rushed to Chen Mo's face in a blink of an eye. His 2 knives cut out 2 silver lines of practice, one before the other, and then split them towards Chen Mo's head. 2 slender samurai swords are waved by Wade, and the blade moves faster than the bullets. When? There were 2 clear and loud metal strikes in succession. Chen Mo, who was holding the knife proudly and pointed to the ground, raised the long knife in his right hand in an instant. When Wade's 2 knives fell, he quickly extended it horizontally and waved it up. He accurately blocked the direction of the 2 knives and kept them steady. Wade's 2 quick knives, which can easily split bullets, were easily accepted by Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's action didn't stop at this point. Chen Mo continued to pick up the long dao, and Wade's double dao bounced up uncontrollably. This attack completely failed, and the advantage of Wade's preemptive attack was completely eliminated. Wade was not upset that the attack had been easily stopped, but his face became very excited. Master. This is a master with a knife whose skill is not under him. It's the opponent he's been longing to meet. At the same time, Wade was more seriously involved in the battle. With both arms, he quickly took back the 2 knives he had been shot open and was ready to attack again. However, as soon as his double sabers were withdrawn, Chen Mo's right long saber had been cut in front of him. Wade quickly changed his original plan to continue to attack. The left long saber stretched out obliquely, blocking Chen Mo's split saber. At the same time, the right samurai saber cut in front of Chen Mo's chest. However, the knife still didn't work. After Chen Mo's right long knife attack was blocked by Wade's knife, Chen Mo quickly took back the long knife by the rebound force of the 2 knives. When Wade's attack came, he turned his wrist slightly and stopped it again accurately. So far, Chen Mo has only used a knife with his right hand. From beginning to end, Chen Mo's left hand has not moved, and his foot has not moved at all. Chen Mo stood in the same place, using only 1 hand and 1 knife, and went out with 2 knives. Wade, who was attacking with all his strength, fought and had been firmly holding the absolute upper hand. This was the result of Chen Mo's controlling his strength. Otherwise, Chen Mo only needed 1 knife to split Wade in 2. The 2 quickly fought for more than 10 rounds at a high speed. Though Wade was in the downwind all the way, his face became more and more fanatical. Finally, I can fight with all my strength. It's a great feeling, but doesn't he seem to be using his best? Wade had noticed Chen Mo's left hand, which had been holding the knife down to the ground. Through the brief fight just now, Wade already knew that he was not the opponent of the other side at all. Chen Mo was much higher than him in strength, speed, and skill of saber technique. His once proud saber technique could only be regarded as just passing in front of Chen Mo. It seems that Chen Mo's saber technique is not much different from his. Even many moves are almost the same. But even if the same moves are used in Chen Mo's hands, their power will be much stronger than that of him. The differences of some subtle points in many moves and attack skills directly lead to the huge strength gap between the 2 people. Originally thought that his knife technique has been superb, Incomparable Wade at this moment finally found that he has been sitting on the sidelines. And his sword technique, which had not been improved for a long time, also saw the opportunity to improve and break through in the short fight with Chen Mo. Chen Mo shows many skills and details that make him bright. Wade believes that if he can learn Chen Mo's saber technique, his strength will be greatly improved. However, he is also very curious about Chen Mo's real strength. He has fully used all his strength and devoted himself to it. However, Chen Mo can only use one hand to press him to fight. What would happen if Chen Mo used all his strength? In this way, Wade's frenzied expression could not help but become more intense. After a double attack, Wade quickly retreated a few steps back with Chen Mo's strength. Taking advantage of the fighting gap, Wade looked up at Chen Mo and said with a serious face, "Master, please use your best." Chen Mo looked directly at Wade, looked at the seriousness and fanaticism on his face, nodded softly and said slowly, "Then, be careful." Chen Mo's voice fell behind, and his left hand, which had been drooping, was finally raised. Two samurai swords were all held in front of Chen Mo's chest. Then Chen Mo moved at his feet and rushed to him faster than Wade did. Two samurai swords cut at Wade one by one. Wade just regained his mind from Chen Mo's amazing speed, looked at the two long knives that Chen Mo had split in front of him, and quickly waved them to resist. But he just resisted an attack from Chen Mo, and before he could launch a counterattack, Chen Mo's second attack came again. Although he tried hard to find an opportunity to fight back, he could not escape from Chen Mo's suppression, and he was always defeated by Chen Mo. Chen Mo's attack was suppressed, and he fell into the rhythm of Chen Mo and could not extricate himself. What's more, Chen Mo's attack speed is getting faster and faster. At first, Wade was able to resist Chen Mo's attack, but slowly, with Chen Mo's attack speed getting faster and faster, Wade was unable to keep up with Chen Mo's rhythm. Although the two sabers danced wildly, it was more and more difficult to resist Chen Mo's attack, and he was totally exhausted in parry the situation. In the face of Chen Mo's fierce attack, Wade felt unprecedented pressure, but at the same time, he also broke out all his abilities. He bit his teeth and used the maximum strength and speed. His eyes were fixed on Chen Mo's double swords and tried to parry. Their four long swords danced into a hazy silver-white light and shadow, and the crisp and loud sound of metal hitting was as continuous as the sound of firecrackers before, and the sound of jingle filled the whole space. Among all the people present, only Victor, James, and Agent Zero could barely see their movements, while the others could only see two groups of blurred human figures intertwined with each other, and a piece of constantly dancing blurred silver light and shadow. When William Stryker looked at everything in front of him, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Mo was so powerful in saber technique, besides his strong physical quality and shooting technique. Although as an ordinary man, he can't see clearly the situation of the two men and can't tell who has the advantage, but from the expressions on the faces of Agent Zero, Victor, and James, William Stryker still speculated about the situation on the field. Obviously, Chen Mo is in the ascendant. This surprised William Stryker. In his opinion, William Stryker's eyes on Chen Mo became hotter. Compared with Wade, who is strong but has a low personality and is totally unreliable, Chen Mo is not only more powerful, but also a special soldier. He doesn't know how much more powerful he is in obeying orders than Wade. William Stryker believes that Chen Mo's joining will greatly increase his control over Team X, which should never appear as before. That way Wade didn't listen to orders. On the other side, the two men were still fighting fiercely. Wade was not as relaxed as William Stryker. Despite all the potential, Wade's situation is still in danger. It seems that he may be split in two by Chen Mo's lightning-fast long knife at any time. However, Wade didn't flinch in fear at all. Instead, he was excited. Under the great pressure brought by Chen Mo, Wade felt that his knife technique, which had not improved for a long time, was slowly improving little by little, which made Wade excited. Finally, he saw the opportunity to improve his strength again. Wade really hopes that this kind of state can be maintained all the time, but Chen Mo can't be his sparring practice all the time. Chen Mo didn't burst out all his strength in the battle with Wade at once, but slowly improved his strength. After all, Wade's strength has a huge gap with him, and it didn't take long for him to be too weak to stand up. When Chen Mo saw this, he didn't delay anymore. He shouted directly, "Be careful." Then he burst out all his strength, and the long sword hit Wade at a faster speed than before. Wade was reminded by Chen Mo's shouting, and hurriedly turned back to defend, only to find Chen Mo's two knives disappeared from his sight, which made Wade's pupils shrink. He knows what this means. Chen Mo's long sword has surpassed his response. He can't catch Chen Mo's path and deal with it effectively. He had no time to think about it, but Wade had to bite his teeth and use his knife to block Chen Mo's attack. Unfortunately, he thought more about it. Chen Mo's long saber flashed directly and cleverly over his dancing twin sabers and quickly came to him. Then he stopped at his neck from fast to still. Feeling the cold touch from his neck, Wade stopped the two knives and stood there stiff. Looking at the snow-bright long knife sticking tightly to Chen Mo's neck, Wade could not help but drop his two knives. When Chen Mo was beaten by Chen Mo at first, he thought that Chen Mo had made full use of his strength. At that time, Chen Mo showed a little stronger than him, but not a lot. After some efforts, it is possible to surpass him. But in the last move, Chen Mo's powerful power and speed are beyond his imagination. The speed beyond his visual capture limit is beyond his reach. And Chen Mo's final control over the long dao also made him feel frustrated. If it was him, the full force of the sword could not be stopped in time, let alone Chen Mo's understatement from speed to stillness, which happened to stop on his neck, but did not hurt him at all. This wonderful terror control is far beyond his reach. If it is not for his own eyes when he saw Chen Mo wielding his sword, he would think that Chen Mo's long sword had already been put there. However, Wade's face did not last for a long time. Soon he looked at Chen Mo with a fiery face, and Zhang began to say something. But Chen Mo didn't give him a chance to talk. Instead, he turned to the rest of Team X and asked calmly, "Who else wants to compete with me?" Although Chen Mo's voice is bland, the people of Team feel a kind of contempt from it. It seems that they are not paid attention to them at all, which makes some people angry. As the strongest member of Team X tied with Wade, the arrogant agent number could not bear this insult. Immediately, he stepped forward and stared at Chen Mo's face with Eagle Falcon's sharp eyes. Feeling Chen Mo's eyes on himself, Agent Zero raised a cold smile around his mouth, said the cold voice. "Your big guy is very powerful, but I don't know how to shoot him." With that, Agent Zero raised his hands and stretched them back to his back. He took out two pistols from the two holsters on his shoulder. Then he took back his arms and pointed the guns at the ground obliquely. At the same time, he looked up defiantly at Chen Mo. When Chen Mo saw this, he smiled, and William Stryker on one side could not help showing a look of interest. Chen Mo thought about it. Two samurai swords in his hands disappeared in an instant. Instead, two black M1911A1 pistols were used. After the sudden disappearance of the firecrackers before, and then the scene of double swords, now this change did not surprise people too much, but Agent Zero's look suddenly became dignified. He doesn't know whether Chen Mo's ability is to store things in space or to make weapons out of nothing, but since Chen Mo has taken out two guns, it means that he is not only able to use them simply. The battle between Chen Mo and Wade has proved this. However, Agent Zero also has absolute confidence in his shooting skills. Wade can't win over him, and so can Chen Mo, who has won over Wade in knife skills. The two men, who are Asian faces, stand at a distance of more than 10 meters, each holding two pistols and pointing down diagonally to the ground. After a strange silence, they moved almost at the same time. Agent Zero raised his hands and stretched forward. In the process, two pistols in his hands quickly raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed to Chen Mo on the opposite side. When Chen Mo was locked at the muzzle, Agent Zero quickly pulled down the trigger. With the flame from the muzzle, two bullets spun out of the gun and shot at Chen Mo's chest more than 10 meters away. While Agent Zero shot, Chen Mo raised his hands almost at the same time. With the powerful on-site analysis and prediction ability of gun fighting, all actions of Agent Zero could not escape Chen Mo's control. Just as Agent Zero shot, Chen Mo's double guns fired at the same time, and 2 bullets flew out of the gun bore at the same time, heading forward. Ding! Ding! 2 clear metal impact sounds were heard. 4 bullets collided head-on in the air. Under the action of huge kinetic energy, the bullets quickly twisted and deformed, tightly stuck together, and then fell to the ground. PATA, PATA. All the people, including Agent Zero, stared at the 2 twisted bullets falling from the ground between them, and their faces were dazed. It's the first time they've seen it, and they've never thought of it before. Although Wade can block bullets with a knife, and can split bullets directly with a knife when he is ready, it is like hitting a tennis ball coming from the opposite side with a racket or baseball bat. As long as the speed is fast enough and the arm control is accurate enough, there is no problem at all. However, if you use tennis to hit tennis, even the best tennis or baseball players are difficult to do, and the speed of bullets is closer to the sound speed, which is far from the difficulty of direct resistance or hit. Like Wade's shooting bullets with a knife, it seems difficult. In fact, just like when we play ball, we can judge the trajectory of the bullets in advance according to the point of the opponent's muzzle. The trajectory of the bullets is a straight line within a short distance. It's very easy to master. Wade only needs to exert force on his arm during the bullet's flight, rotate his wrist, and move the blade. The process is not complicated, it's not very difficult. It's just equivalent to attacking a specific position in the air with a blade. It's very simple with Wade's blade technique. There's no problem, but hitting a bullet with a bullet is nothing to compare with. The attack of both sides cannot be the shooting from the muzzle to the muzzle. There must be an included angle between the 2 ballistics. There is only one intersection of the 2 straight-line ballistics in the air. This not only requires that the ballistics of the shooter and the opponent must meet exactly. The most difficult thing is to accurately grasp the bullet speed and position of both sides, and then calculate the proper shooting time. The gap must be accurate to the millionth, to ensure that 2 bullets can reach the only intersection of the 2 ballistics at the same time. A little faster or a little slower will cause the 2 bullets to miss each other, unable to hit accurately. Although Agent Zero's shooting method is very powerful, he can't do such a difficult shooting at all. It's not just the shooting method. It involves accurate and high-speed calculation and analysis, and it can't be completed in a fast and changing battle. At least, Agent Zero can't do it. He never thought about it before. If someone told him that he could use bullets to attack bullets, he would definitely think that the other side is crazy, because it is impossible. The probability of 2 bullets colliding in the air is too low and too low. But today, he really saw the impossible. If it is once, it can be said that it is coincidental that a low probability event occurred, but what happened in front of him now is obviously not so simple. Looking at the 2 twisted bullets on the ground, Agent Zero slowly lowered his arms, looked up at Chen Mo with complicated eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You are better than me." With that, Agent Zero inserted his double guns into the holster behind him, turned around, and walked back to the team. No one knew what he thought. In fact, the original gun fighting technique is unable to shoot and intercept bullets, because the priest's response and speed cannot meet the strict requirements of accurately catching the bullet position and accurately controlling the firing time. But Chen Mo is different. His reaction and speed are 8 times that of ordinary people. His body control is even more accurate. With the calculation and deduction of gun fighting, it is not difficult to shoot and intercept the bullets in flight. Although Agent Number Zero's shooting is tough, in fact, it's similar to Chen Mo's level of shooting before he learned gun fighting. He mainly relies on his physical quality, speed, and reaction beyond ordinary people. In fact, he is only proficient in and skillful in conventional shooting. The 2 twisted bullets on the floor made the field quiet for a long time. William Stryker was shocked and looked up at Chen Mo, who was pale in the sky. William Stryker's eyes shot a hot light. Too powerful. Chen Mo really gave him a big surprise. It seems that Chen Mo has great potential to tap. The stronger Chen Mo is, the more favorable it will be for his X-Weapons program. Thinking of this, William Stryker turned his head to look at the remaining three of Team X, and his eyes finally stopped on the Phantom. Mirage, you also come to compete with your new teammates. The Phantom can't help but be stunned when hearing the words. Originally, when they first arrived, the Phantom saw Chen Mo carrying a 20-fire god gun with a length of 2 meters on board. Although it was very enjoyable, it didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the power of the fire god gun was so great that it couldn't hit him with the ability of blinking. However, Chen Mo felt some pressure in the next fight with Wade and Agent Zero. At least, Chen Mo was not as simple as he had originally imagined, but he was powerful and could control the huge Vulcan cannon. His combat power was far stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, Chen Mo's ability to pick up and place objects also made him feel a little Chen Mo's ability to pick up and place objects also made him feel a little familiar. After the defeat of Wade, the most powerful agent in Team X, and Agent Zero, Chen Mo's strength has won the heartfelt recognition of all the people present. The Phantom didn't intend to fight Chen Mo again, but William Stryker is their leader after all. Now that he has ordered, whether he wants to or not, the Phantom has to step out of the team and stand up opposite Chen Mo. The Phantom with the cowboy hat tightened the rifle in his hand and looked up at Chen Mo. When his eyes touched the 2 guns in Chen Mo's hand, the Phantom could not help but think of the amazing scene of Chen Mo's shooting bullets. With the amazing reaction speed just shown by Chen Magang, his precise grasp of the time, the Phantom is not sure whether he will be hit by him in the space of the blink. Although he has the ability of the blink, he does not have the ability to resist the bullet positively. If he is hit by Chen Magang's bullet, he will only die. So in order to prevent accidentally dying in the hands of the powerful Chen Mo, the Phantom hesitated for a moment or released the tightly held rifle and put it on the ground. Why don't we have a fight? My boxing is not bad. Looking at Chen Mo, the Phantom asked in anticipation. Chen Mo smiles and nods. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Mo's 2 pistols disappeared out of the air. Chen Mo did not put out any starting position, so he stood with his hands down and waited for the other side to take the lead in attacking. The Phantom is no longer afraid of seeing the form. He bumps his feet in place, waves his arms twice, finds a feeling, then looks up to Chen Mo, confirms that Chen Mo's attention is all focused on him, and the Phantom's heart is certain. Then the Phantom's figure suddenly disappears, and the place where he stood becomes empty, leaving only the rifle he put down. This scene surprised Victor and James. In the past, they only saw similar scenes in Chen Mo, but what Chen Mo couldn't see was all dead things. This time, there was only one person disappeared in front of them. They couldn't help but wonder whether the master had played with these people enough and didn't want to fight with them again. They just took the man away. But in the next moment, the shadow with cowboy hat just disappeared appeared behind Chen Mo again. While Chen Mo's attention was focused on him, the Phantom moved to Chen Mo's back in an instant, and then waved his fist to fight behind him. However, his fist just stretched out a little far away from Chen Mo. Chen Mo seemed to have eyes behind him, turned around quickly, and at the same time reached for the fist that the Phantom was striking. Seeing that his sneak attack was found, the Phantom dared not stay any longer, and hurriedly moved to the side of Chen Mo's body in a blink again. At the same time, he continued to fight against Chen Mo. It's a pity that his actions can't escape Chen Mo's perception. Every time he appears, Chen Mo can quickly find out. However, every time he appears, Chen Mo is behind him or on his side. Chen Mo doesn't intend to hurt him, but intends to catch him, so he doesn't try his best to attack him directly. Although the most powerful ability of Mirage is blinking, his physical quality is not particularly weak, which is no match for Wade and Agent Zero, but it has 2 or 3 times the level of ordinary people. Especially his reaction speed is very fast. His instant movement ability is activated very quickly. Only between the movements can change the position instantly. So as long as Chen Mo is found with a little movement, the Phantom will quickly move to other places. It's not easy to catch Chen Mo without using all his strength. In fact, if Chen Mu thinks about it, he can catch it quickly as long as he has all the speed, but Chen Mu doesn't intend to directly crack the blink with the speed. It's not easy to meet someone who has a magical blink ability. Chen Mo also wants to observe each other's ability. However, at present, Mirage's use of the ability of blinking is still very superficial. Every time it appears, it just changes its position to attack again, and does not connect the attack with the movement. If it is Chen Mo, he will make a blink while launching an attack, and accurately control the location of the reappearance, so that his position after the blink can make his fist directly printed on the other side, so that the enemy cannot avoid his attack. If the Phantom can do this, Chen Mo has no chance to dodge. Although his attack can't hurt Chen Mo's strong body at all, it can also press Chen Mo to fight. But this kind of operation requires a very high grasp of timing, location, and distance, and the response must also be very fast, otherwise the distance is too close, but it does not attack the opponent, and it is easy to be the prey sent to the door, directly falling into the tiger's mouth. In dodge attack, blink doesn't need too many skills. All depends on perception and reaction speed. As long as you can quickly find the threat of attack, you can move instantly to dodge. Unlike Chen Mo and Wade, who need to move their bodies to dodge after they find the attack or use a knife to block it, the Phantom can disappear immediately after they find the attack. Dodge attacks much faster. When the attack is still on the road, he has already dodged. It's much more difficult to hit him head-on than Wade. Even the Vulcan gun, the Phantom is not afraid. Wade can't run away from and block the fire of the Vulcan cannon, and can only be hit into a puddle of mud. As long as the Mirage can be found before the fire or attack of the Vulcan cannon, it can disappear instantly, move to other safe places, and easily escape. Therefore, the blink ability of Mirage is actually very powerful. As long as it is used well, it can be invincible in the battle. Now Chen Mo is facing this situation. Since the reaction speed of Phantom is about 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people, although he doesn't need to move and dodge, it still needs a very short reaction time from the eye finding Chen Mo's attack to the brain's response, and the mind controlling the body to start blinking. Chen Mo's reaction speed and explosive power are 8 times that of ordinary people. Although he needs to move his body and arms to attack, his powerful physical quality, reaction speed and attack speed are far faster than those of Mirage and Wade, and the combination of reaction time and attack time is also shorter than that of Mirage, so Chen Mo only needs to make full efforts to defeat Mirage always relaxed. After playing hide and seek with Mirage for a while, Chen Mo also has a clear understanding of the Mirage's blinking ability, which is really very powerful. It can play a strong role in the Mirage whose response speed is not too high and make him almost invincible. Even in the face of the strongest Agent Wade and Agent Zero in Team X, there is no problem to keep invincible, but only limited to this. The attack power of Mirage itself is very limited, and it is easy to deal with ordinary people, but it is a little powerless in the face of Agent Wade and Agent Zero. The Phantom, whose physical fitness is much lower than that of the 2 people, dare not get too close to the 2 people, and the bullets he shoots with his rifle can hardly threaten the 2 people with high reaction speed. And if the ability of instantaneous movement is put on Chen Mo, the power will be incomparable. Imagine Chen Mo suddenly appears behind the enemy with the king's sword in his hand. The invincible blade of the king's sword is directly on the neck of the enemy. With a flick, his head can be cut off. Even Chen Mo can move to the enemy in the process of wielding the sword. When he appears, the king's sword can directly cut off the neck of the enemy. Even if the other side responds quickly, there's no time to dodge. It's not a problem to evade attacks. With Chen Mo's terrorist perception and response speed, he can't escape the movement and stillness within several kilometers. As long as the enemy has a little action, he can react quickly and can't be hit at all. However, Chen Mo did not decide to acquire his ability in the future, even though he was strong in the blink ability of Mirage. William Stryker just set up team at this time. Chen Mo's most important research department of mutant capability is just an empty shelf, which has not been completely set up. In this secret base, there are only some senior researchers in gene and biology, but no really top scientists to lead the team in the research of mutant capability. Because to study the ability of mutants, it is necessary to take many mutants as the experimental objects, and the mutants with various special abilities have not weak strength, so it is very difficult to catch them by ordinary soldiers. That's why William Stryker recruited powerful mutants to take the lead in building Team X. The X-Team, which is composed of powerful mutants with various abilities, is the foundation of William Stryker's research program. With the X-Team, he can easily catch all kinds of mutants to come back for research and finally complete his X-Weapons program. Without Team X, the X-Weapons program is just empty talk. Even if the research team is set up ahead of time, there are not enough mutants to carry out research. It is impossible to achieve results. In fact, Chen Mo waited for more than 100 years, and until William Stryker appeared, he took Victor and James to join the first batch of special forces to Vietnam directly through the military relationship, and became a member of MAC SOG Force of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam. The biggest purpose is to form a mutant research team that has not yet been formed. In fact, it is not a problem for Chen Mo to be directly in charge of the not yet been formed. In fact, it is not a problem for Chen Mo to be directly in charge of the X-Weapons program. With the huge power of Chen Mo's 100 years of operation, accumulation, and development. However, Chen Mo did not do so. As early as 100 years ago, after Chen Mo took initial control of the U.S. Congress, he used his power to secretly search for the trace of mutants, but never got anything. After World War II, Chen Mo launched his power to search for mutants again, but still got nothing, as if there were no mutants in this world. But the existence of Victor and James has shown that Chen Mo is indeed in the world of Wolverine. There must be many varieties of people in this world. But why can't Chen Mo find one? Chen Mo was also puzzled. Finally, in connection with the previous experiences in the world such as Captain America and Iron Man, Chen Mo had a rough guess. In the movie plot, some things are very difficult for other people, even nearly impossible to complete. Only the key plot can be completed by itself, and other people can't replace it at all. In the movie world, some things are very difficult for other people, even nearly impossible to complete. Only the key plot can be completed by themselves, and other people can't replace it at all. It's as if the super soldier serum was invented by Dr. Abraham Erskine, the Edelman alloy was developed by Dr. Marklane, and the steel battle suit was only created by Tony Stark. These special things are closely related to a specific character, and only those specific characters with a special leading role halo can complete it. Others, no one can replace it. So is William Stryker. As the founder of the X-Weapons program, he completed the whole program from the establishment of the X-Team to the establishment of the research team. Many varieties of people were captured by him personally. William Stryker can be said to be the key figure of the whole X-Weapons program. Like Dr. Erskine and Tony Stark, he must have some special aura or plot power. After all, it's the world of film. Although Chen Mo is an outsider, as long as Chen Mo doesn't make too big and irreparable damage to the plot of the whole world will roughly develop according to the original plot, which will inevitably have many changes due to the influence of Chen Mo, but the general plot won't change much. For example, Chen Mo killed the Red Skull, controlled the Hydra, changed the outcome of Dr. Erskine, Howard, Steve, and Carter, formed a hidden deeper SHIELD Bureau, unified the underground forces in New York, and even secretly controlled the entire Norway where the Hydra's top secret base is located. It can be said that he made a plot a huge change. But when he came back to the world of Iron Man again, all the changes he made were still there, and there were many changes compared with the original movie plot, but the main plot of Iron Man was not affected at all. Tony Stark has a younger sister, Sharon Rogers, actually the daughter of Steve and Carter. Stark Industry has a mysterious shareholder who has never appeared before, and Tony Stark himself has a father who looks younger than him. However, Howard Stark still died in a car accident. The U.S. captain crashed into the sea. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support is still established, and the Director General is still one-eyed Nick Fry. Even the villain Obadiah has not changed. All of this is the influence of the plot in the movie world, which can also be said to be the inertia, general trend, providence, destiny of the plot. No matter how to explain it, the plot of the movie really plays a huge role in promoting the development of many things. Super soldier serum, Edelman alloy, steel battle clothes, including the X-weapons plan, are not easy to achieve, and it is under the promotion of the plot, through the hands of specific characters. After a series of coincidental and non-replicable processes, they will finally be born. This is also the significance of Chen Mo's shuttling through the world. If you find a group of scientists in any world, you can work out these things. Chen Mo doesn't need to travel around the world anymore. Just call a group of scientists to tell them what he wants. This is clearly not possible. There is no shortage of key characters, plot, and movie world. Even genius like Tony Stark, if he had not been attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan, had embedded shrapnel in his heart, or had not Dr. Ethan appeared, he could not have created a steel war suit. It is also a truth to return to the world of Wolverine where Chen Mo is now. Chen Mo has tried to find the trace of the mutant several times before, but nothing has been achieved. William Stryker, like a man with great fortune, has successively found and successfully recruited 5 mutants, which is the influence of the plot. It's not that Chen Mo is hindered by the plot. The so-called world plot is not so powerful. It's because it's not easy to find a mutant. Now in this period, the number of mutant talents is very rare. It's normal for Chen Mo to try to find them under the circumstances of their deliberate concealment. However, this extremely difficult thing has become so easy in the hands of William Stryker, who has the aura of mutant killer. It's like that we always meet some lucky people in our daily life. From time to time, we can win a prize, pick up money, and send back the lost cell phone to the kind-hearted people. This is the son of Kiyun in the real world. Under the protection of the god, with the help of Kiyun, we don't know how many good things we have done in our last life. Other people can't envy it. Therefore, Chen simply gave up the idea of looking for mutants and setting up a research team to conduct research on mutants. Since William Stryker is sure to complete the X-weapons plan, according to the plot, and has developed the method of reproducing the ability of variety, Chen Mo just needs to wait for him to work out the results. Why bother? Do something that doesn't necessarily have results. As for joining the X-weapons program directly as a manager or even a person in charge, there is no problem with Chen Mo's influence in the United States. But after all, the X-weapons program was founded by William Stryker. It's his lifelong goal. If Chen Mo directly takes control of William Stryker or makes him feel threatened, it's very possible it can affect the progress of X-weapons plan and produce unpredictable changes. Chen Mo is familiar with the plot, and he can completely control the situation whether from his personal strength or the power he controls. So whether he is the top leader of the X-weapons program, or as a member of the X-team, there is no difference for Chen Mo in fact. The military's attitude towards the X-weapons program and William Stryker's life and death are over. It's all between his thoughts. As long as the X-weapon plan can be successfully completed and the variant capability replication technology can be developed, Chen Mo doesn't mind continuing to pretend to be a mutant, monitoring the development of the X-weapon plan closely, and there's no need to interfere with William Stryker's actions excessively, so as to avoid the transformation of elbows and armpits. After all, the mutant research team has not been established, and the 2 in charge of the film scientists who transform and strengthen mutants have yet to appear, all of which need to be done by William Stryker. All Chen Mo needs to do is wait. As for the space-blinking ability of Mirage, although Chen Mo is enchanted, there are many. As for the space-blinking ability of Mirage, although Chen Mo is enchanted, There are many similar abilities in the world of X-Men. Red Devil and Night Walker all have the ability to move instantaneously. Among them, Red Devil's blinking ability is more powerful and can move instantaneously in a long distance. Chenmo is not sure which of them has the more powerful blinking ability now, which is more powerful for him, so we can't decide who will be able to replicate in the future. Moreover, there is a problem that he did not find the existence of the Red Devil. Not only the Red Devil, including the rest of the X-Men, but also Professor Charles and Magneto King. Chenmo guesses that they should be hidden. With their powerful variety ability, it is not difficult to avoid the sight of ordinary people and not be found. Now, after all, it's the world of Wolverine, before the X-Men and other mutants show up. After roughly understanding the variety ability of Mirage, Chenmo no longer plays with him. Although the Mirage's blinking ability is strong, its strength, fighting consciousness, and fighting experience are not high. Through the analysis and deduction ability of gun fighting, Chenmo soon found the blinking rule of Mirage. When the Phantom disappeared again, Chenmo did not stop at all and quickly extended his hand to the position predicted by him in the next moment. Sure enough, at the next moment, the Phantom's body appeared out of nowhere, just in time to meet the palm extended by Chenmo. The Phantom didn't react at the beginning and planned to attack Chenmo as before. However, he soon noticed Chenmo's big hand, and the Phantom was shocked. He wanted to blink again to avoid it. Just as he responded, Chenmo's arm had reached him quickly. Before he could give the command of blinking, Chenmo's big hand had firmly grasped his neck and beat his blinking life at the same time. Chenmo slowly raised his arm and held him in the air. At this time, in addition to the ability of blinking, the weakness of strength and the lack of fighting consciousness are exposed. Chenmo clutched his neck, but the Phantom didn't know what to do in panic. He just grabbed Chenmo's right hand and struggled hard. But Chenmo's arm is cast like steel. No matter how hard he tries, he can't shake it. With the passage of time, the Phantom feels more and more difficult to breathe. With the lack of oxygen in the brain, the Phantom's struggle becomes weaker and weaker. All the X-Team members in the field were dazzled. They spent the longest time with Mirage and knew his strength and ability of instant movement. Although the Mirage was far inferior to other people in terms of knife technique, gunshot, fighting, and physical quality, he was able to join the X-Team gathered by the strong, relying on his powerful instant movement ability. This ability is so abnormal that even the most powerful Agent Wade and Agent Zero in Team X have no way to deal with him. Now, Chenmo's ability to blink without any disadvantage has been easily broken. Chenmo has become more and more unpredictable in people's minds. It seems that there is no opponent he can't defeat. Chenmo saw that the struggle of the Phantom was getting weaker and weaker, and his consciousness began to blur, so he did not continue. He slowly put the Phantom back on the ground and gently released the arm that was holding his neck. The Phantom felt that after the feet were reincarnated to the ground again, some of the original consciousness that began to blur came back to consciousness again, shaking and barely standing steady. At the same time, with Chenmo's hand holding his neck open, he was able to breathe freely. Then the Phantom quickly took a deep breath, which made her feel that her brain gradually recovered. Looking at Chenmo standing proudly in front of her, she felt a little fear in her heart. It's terrible. In the face-to-face battle, he defeated the powerful Agent Wade and Agent Zero with a long knife and a pistol respectively. Even when he moved in an instant, he was easily defeated. At the same time, the Phantom's heart cannot help but give birth to a strong sense of happiness. Fortunately, he did not choose to use weapons to fight in view of Chenmo's strong performance in fighting with Wade and Agent Zero. Otherwise, Chenmo just grabbed his neck with his hand, but hit him with a bullet. I took a look at Chenmo with lingering fear, and the Phantom touched his neck gently. I can't help but recall the feeling that I was just grasped by Chenmo's big hand like an iron tongs, and I can't control life and death. The Phantom was deeply awed by Chenmo, and dared not look at Chenmo again. Without saying a word, the Phantom turned back to its original position, picked up the rifle that had been put on the ground before, and then stood in the line without saying a word. Team lost one after another, and the momentum of the whole team couldn't help falling. But William Stryker's eyes were colorful and excited. The stronger Chen Mo was, the better for him. Whether it's from the perspective of X weapons program or from the perspective of his control over Team X, he hopes that the stronger Chen Mo is, the better. Different from other members of Team X, Chen Mo was born as an elite special soldier, and he was the top one. He had the rank of captain himself. Among all the mutants of Team X, Chen Mo was undoubtedly the most reliable. General Munson also talked to him about the X team he formed. Previously, he valued Agent Zero the most, because compared with other mercenaries, boxers, and members of the civilian origin, Agent Zero from the CIA should be more obedient to orders and more able to execute his orders. But General Munson reminded him that their military and CIA were two departments after all. Although Agent Zero was specially recruited, he still had contact with the original department, so he couldn't fully trust him. There was no suitable person before. Now there are three secret military forces, namely Chen Mo, Victor, and James. The military's strict auditing can ensure the loyalty of elite special combat soldiers. So we can reconsider the management of Team X after all. He wants to take charge of the whole X weapons plan. And it is impossible for him to lead Team X in person all the time. Therefore, it is necessary for them to choose a suitable person who is not only powerful, but also able to convince all members of the team and can guarantee loyalty. As the commander of Team X, Chen Mo is obviously the best choice. He used to be the commander of the Special Forces, and the team he led has a brilliant record. There is no doubt that his command ability is better than that of Agent Zero. Thinking of General Munson's words, William Stryker couldn't help but show a meaningful smile, turned to the tallest member of Team X and said with a smile, "Fred, it's your turn to be friendly with your new team." William Stryker intended Chen Mo to overturn the whole X team, so as to stand up and intimidate everyone and prepare for the arrangement behind him. Chen Mo naturally guessed the intention of William Stryker. In fact, it was he who secretly promoted it. William Stryker would not have thought that his decision to reuse Chen Mo was actually made under the influence of Chen Mo. In addition to Chen's own advantages, the main influence of William Stryker's decision to reuse Chen Mo comes from his immediate superior, General Munson, the top military leader of the X weapons program, who is actually Chen Mo's man. To be exact, General Munson is one of Chen Mo's many spokesmen at the top of the military. In the past century, Chen Mo has already expanded his power to all major departments of the United States and has a significant influence in the United States. This is also the reason why he, Victor, and James and himself can be assigned to the MAC SOG force of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam in a word, and directly become the commander of the 1st Special Operations Team. At the moment, seeing that William Stryker is trying his best to help him build his own prestige, Chen Mo can't help but feel that William Stryker is a good man. He has to count money for himself after being sold. Chen Mo naturally brushed William Stryker's kindness and turned his head slightly to look at the tallest figure in Team X. This is a strong white youth with a height of about 2 meters. Compared with Victor and James, who have been transformed by the serum of the enhanced super soldier, he is only a little shorter, higher than Chen Mo, and his muscles are also very developed. Obviously, he is also a fighter with strong physical quality. At the command of William Stryker, Fred, with a dull expression, didn't speak, but nodded softly and strode towards Chen Mo with 2 long, thick legs. Chen Mo, who has seen the film, also knows about Fred's abilities. Iron Fist, Fred's ability of variety, is also very strong. In the movie, he can use his fist and the shell of the tank to bombard, causing the shell to explode in the barrel and destroy the tank, but he himself is harmless. Chen Mo speculated that his mutant ability should be the body's strong defense. Fred's own defense is extremely amazing. His whole body is made of steel. Even the shells can resist hard. It's hard to hurt him with ordinary attacks. Compared with Fred's strong defense ability, his strength is not so strong. Although he is about 3 times as strong as ordinary people, he is a little weaker than his defense ability. In addition, Fred also has a lot of fatal weaknesses when he has a strong defense. First of all, it may be due to the change of body structure caused by the strong defense. His flexibility is very poor. Although his strength is 3 times that of ordinary people, his speed is even worse than that of ordinary people. So it's better when the tank's meat shield is used to resist the attack. In terms of the attack ability, Fred is in X. He is almost at the bottom of the team because he can't even catch up with the enemy. He can only deal with some fixed targets that move slowly or can't move. He can also be used just like a tank parked in the yard in the movie. In addition, Fred's defense ability is not without loopholes. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose are the key points. Although his iron fist can block the shells, and the skin and bones of his head can easily resist the attack of bullets, but his brain does not have the strong defense ability of his body. He cannot completely ignore the impact. When his head is attacked, it will make him dizzy or even comatose. At a distance of more than 10 meters from Chen Mo, Fred started to speed up and roared towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's performance before was really very strong, but Fred, who has a strong defense, didn't feel afraid. He couldn't be hurt by tank shells. Wade and Agent Zero couldn't help him. He didn't believe Chen Mo could defeat him, so the fearless Fred rushed to Chen without fear. But when he ran to Chen Mo, he only felt a flash in front of him and lost his trace. Chen Mo's super speed made him unable to catch Chen Mo at all. Only Wade and Agent Zero could barely see Chen Mo's movements. This time, Chen Mo didn't fight with Wade and Agent Zero for a while. Chen Mo didn't even give Fred a chance to fight. He quickly moved behind him and hit him in the back of the head with a fist. Although Fred's body defense is strong, his head will still feel dizzy if he is hit too hard. However, Chen Maj is as powerful as a shell, which can directly blow the head of ordinary people. Although it cannot cause fatal damage to Fred, the resulting violent shock is still transmitted to his brain. After the buffering of Fred's special skin and bone structure, the shock was not enough to break Fred's brain when it was transmitted to the brain, but Chen Mo. The control of consciousness, Fred's huge body fell to the ground heavily under the inertia of his forward rush, and drew a distance to stop. The skin is rough and the flesh is thick, and the defense is almost invincible. The rest of Team X takes Fred, who has no way at all. Chen Mo just punches him and then puts him down easily and cleanly. Fred, who is the tallest and the most powerful, fell the fastest in Team X. This scene also surprised the people who were going to see Chen Mo eat shriveled. Is this person really invincible? Even Fred is on his knees and he kneels so crisply. Extremely admire. With a single blow to Fred, Chen Mo slowly turned around and cast his eyes on the last remaining member of Team X. According to Chen Mo, Bradley, who was thin and weak, saw that there was a look of fear on his face. He quickly looked away and turned to William Stryker. His ability is to control current and electromagnetic induction, to operate electronic and electrical equipment, and also to receive, transmit, and analyze electromagnetic signals. And his own attacks are negligible. Bradley's ability to control the current is more reflected in the fine control, but the current intensity is not very large, and the voltage released is only a few hundred volts at most, which has a certain attack power for ordinary people, but it can hardly cause any threat to Chen Mo's strong physical strength. Bradley is not so much a fighter as a logistics assistant. He helps fly airplanes remotely, acts as a human radio contact base, and breaks down and controls computers, electronic and electrical equipment, etc. William Stryker felt Bradley's look for help, and thought that Bradley's ability was really not suitable for combat, and the powerful and poorly managed mutants in Team X had all been defeated by Chen Mo. Levi's goal had been achieved, and there was no need to beat the honest Bradley. So William Stryker turned to Chen Mo and said with a smile, "Well, that's all for the competition. Bradley's a logistics assistant. He doesn't have to play." Chen Mo slowly nods when he hears the words. Bradley's nervous mood is relaxed and he is relieved. If he is really allowed to play, he can only use his own voltage of several hundred volts to massage Chen Mo, and finally he is estimated to be knocked down like Fred. It's just that he doesn't have Fred's abnormal defense. He's very worried about whether his head will be directly blasted open under the quick shot of Chen Mo's shell, and the poor brain will be sprayed to the ground. You know each other, too. Let me introduce you to you. Let Chen Molliway's goal has been achieved. William Stryker was very satisfied with it. He said to everyone with a smile on his face and took the lead in introducing Chen Mo. The one who just fought with you is the current member of Team X, Wade, who is good at using double sabers and is able to improve his ability. Originally, the new players should be introduced to the old players first. William Stryker's practice clearly shows that Chen Mo's position in team is above them. Wade, who was named by William Stryker, didn't think it was wrong. He nodded to Chen Mo, and his eyes were still hot. Obviously, he kept thinking about Chen Mo's saber technique. William Stryker was satisfied with Wade's reaction, nodded softly, and continued to introduce Chen Mo. Agent Zero, variant ability is also physical enhancement, proficient in shooting, good at tracking. The cold agent number 0 looked at Chen Mo with a complicated face. After William Stryker introduced him, he nodded softly, obviously acknowledging Chen Mo's strength and higher position in Team X. The smile on William Stryker's face was stronger. He was worried that Agent Zero would be dissatisfied. Now it seems that the former Liwei played a very good role. Chen Mo won their recognition by his powerful strength, which was much better than his direct order to appoint Chen Mo as the team leader. Mirage Fred Bradley next. When William Stryker asked for a person's name, they all looked at Chen Mo with awe and nodded. Fred, who just woke up, was no exception. Chen Mo's punch left some strength, so Fred didn't stay in a coma for a long time. He soon woke up and shook his head back to the team. When William Stryker introduced him, his eyes to Chen Mo were full of fear. This was the first time he was defeated. After introducing the members of the original X team, William Stryker turned to them and formally introduced Chen Mo. This is Captain Black Chen, from the MAC SOG unit of the U.S. Advisory Command in Vietnam. He is the commander of the 1st Special Combat Team. The special forces under his command carried out a large number of arduous tasks in the Vietnam War, but they always kept the record of 0 casualties. They once faced the siege of more than 100 enemies and wiped out all of them with one man's power, which is called the Legend of MAC SOG. Captain Chen's variant abilities are body strengthening and space storage. He is proficient in Chinese martial arts and is good at all kinds of fighting skills. He is a master of martial arts. You can consult him more about fighting skills. From today on, he will be the commander of Team X, and he will conduct on-site command for future tasks. After William Stryker finished, the eyes of the original X team to Chen Mo changed a little, and Agent Zero's heart was extremely complex. In the previous tasks, except for the situation that William Stryker brought his own team, he basically conducted the command, and the people could barely obey the arrangement, but William Stryker never formally identified him as Team X commander. Now, Chen Mo just joined in and was directly appointed as commander, which made Agent now. Chen Mo just joined in and was directly appointed as commander, which made Agent number 0 feel a little lost. However, considering Chen Mo's terrible and powerful strength, as well as the identity and resume of Chen Mo described by William Stryker, Agent number 0 has to admit that Chen Mo is indeed more qualified than him, and more suitable to be commander of Team X after all. Chen Mo's strength is stronger. He can suppress the rebellious mutants of Team X and make them obey orders strictly. His rich experience in command-seeking is incomparable to that of an agent. So for William Stryker's arrangement, Agent 0, though lost, agreed. The rest of the others have no opinions. The whole team has been turned over by others. What other opinions can there be? It's hard not to be beaten and despised. Seeing that all the members of Team X had no opinions on his arrangement, William Stryker smiled and nodded contentedly, then introduced Victor and James standing beside Chen Mo. Just now, when William Stryker introduced Team X, Victor and James stepped forward and stood behind Chen Mo on the left and right sides, like 2 door gods. These two are Captain Chen's subordinates, Victor and James, members of the original First Special Combat Team, the top special fighters and mutants. In fact, the people of Team X have noticed Victor and James for a long time. After all, they are too conspicuous. They are bigger and stronger than Fred, who is the biggest of them. They are also full of wild beast-like fury. It's impossible to be ignored. At first, I saw two people standing behind Chen Mo like bodyguards. People were still confused. At this time, after listening to William Stryker's explanation, they suddenly realized that they were Chen Mo's subordinates. The mutants are hard to meet, but Chen Mo's Special Forces team suddenly appeared three, which made the MAC-SOG troops of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam have a mysterious color in the minds of several people. Many of them are awakened in extreme situations. In their opinion, if MAC-SOG, especially the First Special Combat Team, can have three mutants all at once, it must be the extremely dangerous combat environment, hovering between life and death every moment, so that three mutants can be born in a short time. And with Chen's strong performance before, for Victor and James people also dare not underestimate. As they looked at each other with fearful eyes, William Stryker continued. Their variant abilities are sharp claws, bone spurs, body strengthening and self-healing. Their body injuries can heal quickly in a very short period of time, and most attacks cannot threaten them. Can you ignore the self-healing ability of most attacks? In their minds, they could not help but imagine two majestic figures killing wildly on the battlefield. However, the damage caused by the surrounding attacks on them soon healed and recovered, which did not affect their combat effectiveness at all. Although they didn't see the ability of Victor and James, they can also imagine the strength of the two people from William Stryker's introduction. The strength of the two people is at least similar to that of Fred. With the more acute sense of Wade and Agent Zero than other people, they feel a huge threat from the two people. As for Chen Mo, after 100 years of precipitation, his sharpness has long been in and out of control. If he didn't do it deliberately, outsiders wouldn't feel his momentum at all. He's not as sharp as Victor and James. Wade and others can't see his depth at all. If he let go of his momentum, no one will have the courage to fight him again. William Stryker saw the fear of team to Victor and James. He smiled at the corner of his mouth and continued in a loud voice. The two of them will also join team to fight with you. At the same time, the first team of the whole special war has been transferred to the military by my application. In the future, they will be responsible for the overall defense of the base and lead the team to carry out some routine tasks without Team X's help. William Stryker's words make the eyes of Team to Chen Mo more complicated. Now Team X has only 5 people in total, and there is another logistics assistant who has no attack capability. Chen Mo not only ran over all of them with his own strength, but also flew in with 2 men who seemed to be no worse than them. He became the commander of Team at one stroke, so to speak, firmly controlled the whole Team X. In addition, the MAC-SOG troops of the U.S. Advisory Headquarters in Vietnam and the elite special fighters of the First Special Combat Team took over the defense of the base, which also showed that Chen Mo's rights were not limited to Team X, but radiated to the whole X weapons program base. Although he was still under William Stryker in name, he was directly in charge of the base. He became the first person under William Stryker and fully mastered the most important and most powerful X team and all the armed forces guarding the base. Chen Mo's position in the X weapons plan is far above them. It's not pleasant to say that they are just a group of thugs. If they are compared to soldiers, Chen Mo is the general who leads the army. Although he is as aggressive as them, his position and power cannot be compared at all. With the help of William Stryker, Chen Mo took this opportunity to hold down all the members of Team X and successfully established his prestige. After Chen Mo joined with Victor and James, Team X was officially established. Chen Mo's special combat team directly changed the internal power structure of Team X and the X weapons program. Originally, the right firmly held by William Stryker was divided into a large part by Chen Mo, either explicitly or implicitly. However, William Stryker did not realize this. In his opinion, Chen Mo was one of his team leaders. If he could give the right, he could take it back. Now, the soldiers of the Special War Team are no longer under Chen Mo's management, but under his direct control. William Stryker didn't worry that Chen Mo and the soldiers of the Special Forces would dare to betray him. That would be the enemy of the military and even the whole United States. In William Stryker's view, no matter how powerful the mutants are, they can't be opponents of the army. In fact, Wade and Agent Zero think so they will agree to join Team X although their strength is very strong. They don't think they can be enemies of the whole country. They haven't been arrogant to this extent. This is the reason why William Stryker dared to give power to Chen Mo. Some rebellious mutants may be reckless and take risks, but Chen Mo, as the top special soldier and team commander of the secret forces, will know more about these and be more unlikely to betray them. So Chen Mo is more powerful, but for William Stryker, he has a better command and is more reliable. In this way, Chen Mo wasted a lot of time and was successfully recruited by William Stryker to join the X weapons program. He became the commander of Team X, and through his special combat soldiers, he fully mastered the armed forces of the base, which can be said to control the whole base in essence. In addition to Chen Mo's strength in the military, especially General Munson, the top military leader of the X weapons program, Chen Mo can be said to have completely controlled the base from the inside out. Chen Mo's doing this is a little troublesome, but it is more secure than directly coming in through the military airborne to control the whole situation. William Stryker can accept that he himself supports a helper, but he can't wait for his efforts to be taken away by other people sent by the military. Taking power directly will only lead to his rebound. Chen Mo will not take the risk to stimulate William Stryker when the research team of mutants has not yet been formed, and the replication technology of mutants has no purpose at all. Although it's a bit troublesome now, the results are the same. Chen Mo successfully entered the X weapons program and held the actual control power. William Stryker thinks he is promoting Chen Mo, but he doesn't know that he is actually working for Chen Mo. Chen Mo is like the chairman of the board of directors of his group's branch company, who Chen Mo is like the chairman of the board of directors of his group's branch company, who visits the company in a private way. On the surface, he works honestly, keeps his own business, and is managed by the company's leaders. In fact, he is the real owner behind the whole company. The so-called leaders who seem to be on top of him are just workers he can drive away in a word. After Chen Mo officially took charge of Team X, Agent Zero, Mirage and Fred didn't say anything. They still kept a certain distance from Chen Mo and didn't know each other. They are also proud people. It is impossible for them to get close to Chen Mo because they are defeated by Chen Mo. However, for Chen Mo, the new commander, they still maintain enough awe and strictly implement Chen Mo's orders. There is no case of disobedience and disobedience. After all, Chen Mo's strength is there, completely crushing all of them and indeed qualified to be their commander. For Chen Mo, they had no bad feelings. Although Chen Mo defeated all of them, he was merciful and no one was hurt. So all members of Team X, including Agent Zero, are convinced of Chen Mo and have no opinion on him becoming the commander of Team X, but after all, they just met Chen Mo. They were not familiar with each other, and their personalities were all proud and cold. After being defeated by Chen Mo, it was obviously not the style of several people to actively show their love. So for Chen Mo, they just kept the most basic relationship between the upper and lower levels. Not too close, not as William Stryker said, ask Chen Mo for fighting skills. Bradley, as an assistant, is not arrogant, but his fear of Chen Mo is the deepest of all, so his attitude towards Chen Mo is more respectful than that of William Stryker before. However, when they kept a certain distance from Chen Mo for various reasons, Wade was the first one to ask Chen Mo for advice on swordsmanship. Before the battle with Chen Mo, Wade felt Chen's incomparable swordsmanship. At that time, he wanted to ask Chen Mo to learn swordsmanship from him, but Chen Mo didn't give him a chance to talk. In the face of Chen Mo, who is extremely powerful and completely crushed by him, he dare not say what he wants to say as he does in front of other people. So I've been holding it until now. He's not like Agent Zero. What's the psychological burden? Chen Mo's strength in all aspects is better than him. He can easily defeat him. So what's the problem if he asks a stronger person to learn from? So after Chen Mo officially became the commander of their ex-team, Wade came to them at the first time. Facing Chen Mo, Wade said with a flattering smile, "Boss, the swordsmanship you used to defeat me is so powerful. Can you teach me?" Wade was not at all polite. He directly focused on Chen Mo's spear-fighting swordsmanship. Chen Mo looks at Wade with a cheap smile and expectant eyes. He can't help thinking of the dead man in the movie. Different from the dead man in the Dead Man movie, Wade, the poor guy, was transformed into the ultimate Psi weapon by William Stryker in the movie Wolverine, which integrates Wolverine's self-healing ability, the blink of the Phantom, the laser eye, and the Edelman alloy skeleton, as well as the two knives that can be freely extended between arms like Wolverine's bone claws. After being transformed, Wade's combat effectiveness was exploded, but he was slid up by William Stryker, who hated his nagging. He could not speak anymore, and even his consciousness was completely controlled after being brainwashed by William Stryker, becoming a killing weapon without thinking. Chen Mo didn't hate Wade but liked him. In fact, his character is more like a child. He is willful and naughty. No matter when, even at the critical moment of life and death, he always looks like a fool. It seems that he doesn't care about anything and is not afraid of anything. When he fought, he was always bloody and violent, but his heart was very kind. The people he killed were actually some notorious villains and their subordinates, and he never hurt an ordinary person. Nonsense, though he is a little cheap. He is always talking nonsense and all kinds of tuckus, but that is because he has not played him in front of Chen Mu, and he dare not make complaints about it. Every time Chen Mo's eyes swept his neck, he would feel the cold of his neck. It seems that Chen Mo's long knife was on his neck again, and all his words would be choked back like being pinched by someone. Chen Mo still has a good feeling for this mean, yellow and violent death servant, who is kind-hearted and uninhibited. Although there is a big difference between the deadman in front of Chen Mo's eyes and the deadman in the movie he watched, according to Chen Mo's understanding, at least there is no big difference between the current Wade's character and the deadman in his memory. That is to say, there is no difference between the two worlds' deadmen in terms of character and thought, but later the experience is different from the later development. With the intervention of Chen Mo, Wade will not be transformed into a mindless killing machine as in the movie. The lively and naughty, uninhibited dead man in the movie Dead Man is likely to reappear in the world of Wolverine. Chen Mo is not stingy about Wade's request. Because Wade used 2 samurai swords, Chen Mo did not teach him his best swordsmanship, but as he wanted to teach Wade the swordsmanship in the gun fight after Chen Mo's optimization and improvement. The swordsmanship of gunfight is also based on samurai sword. Based on Japanese swordsmanship, after scientific calculation and optimization, its power and sophistication are much better than Wade's superficial swordsmanship. After the improvement and intensification of Chen Mo, whose swordsmanship has reached the peak and reached the extraordinary state, it becomes more sophisticated and profound, and its power is also greatly increased. Wade in Wolverine is also a mutant. He has 4 times the physical quality of ordinary people. Although the brain development level is not the same as Chen Mo's, it is much better than ordinary people, and his learning ability is also very good. In particular, Wade himself has a strong talent in fencing, and he learns it very quickly. The swordsmanship Wade uses now is completely self-taught. It combines Japanese swordsmanship with his own understanding in actual use, forming a kind of swordsmanship with a strong personal style. Wade's own swordsmanship, in fact, is not profound or even very superficial. The reason why he can play a strong power is entirely due to his strong physical quality. This set of swordsmanship is actually 3 words. Hurry up, sure, ruthless, but that's all. It's enough to deal with simple attacks and some ordinary people. But once he meets an enemy with the same strength or even stronger strength, his swordsmanship seems to be too crude, and has a lot of shortcomings in skills and power. In the previous battle with Chen Mo's swordsmanship was similar to his in many places, but it was quite different. The overall subtlety and power were far greater than his self-taught superficial swordsmanship, many of which he had never touched and could not imagine. After Chen Mo agreed to his request to learn swordsmanship, Wade was ecstatic. Under Chen Mo's guidance, he began to learn the exquisite swordsmanship in the gun fight. Is cynical in the process of learning, Wade seldom make complaints about it, and even his mouth that never stops every day has stopped. Besides the problems related to swordplay, there are no meaningless nagging and tucking up anymore. In addition to the fear of Chen Mo's lust for fear of causing his dissatisfaction, Wade, who devoted himself to the study of advanced swordsmanship, had no mind to talk nonsense. All his attention and energy are focused on the study of swordsmanship, and there is no time for nagging. While studying swordsmanship, Wade also became more respectful of Chen Mo, as if he was an apprentice. On average, he was more obedient than Victor and James, and even often competed with them in front of Chen Mo. In addition, although he didn't dare to nag in front of Chen Mo, Victor and James obviously couldn't let him give up his nature of chattering. They always nagged in front of them, which made them angry. The three of them would fight with each other from time to time and change their ways to fight for favor. In addition to a wolf and a tiger, Chen Mo also has a more clingy teddy who loves to shout all day long. The daily struggle among the three makes Chen Mo's head grow. But now how to say is their own people. Victor and James again rely on strength to clean up. Wade will be some bully. Wade will be some bully. Chen Mo, with his overwhelming absolute strength, can successfully win the approval of the whole X team. However, if Victor and James who follow Chen Mo come here, it is likely to have a negative effect. They cannot subdue the public, but may arouse the resistance of the original X team members, making the relationship more rigid. As for whether Victor and James' sharp claws and bone spurs can win Wade's double sabers, although they don't use weapons and seem to be barehanded, they will suffer a lot in the face of Wade's sharp long sabers. But don't forget that their current physical fitness is 6 times that of ordinary people. Not only their muscle strength is strong, but also their skin and bone strength are far beyond ordinary people. The sharp claws and bone spurs of Victor and James were originally very strong. With the continuous improvement of their physical quality, they are now extremely hard and not weaker than Wade's long metal knife. Therefore, it is impossible for them to have their sharp claws, bone spurs, and even their arms and legs cut directly by Wade. Wade's knife can cut the muscles of 2 people at most, and it will be blocked directly when it is cut on the bone. At most, it will cut several cuts on the bone. If it is not good, Wade's long knife may break. Moreover, Victor and James' reaction and speed are higher than that of Wade. Wade has to rely on double blades to block when facing the bullet attack. His body can't avoid the bullet, but Victor and James have the ability to avoid the bullet physically, but their bodies are not afraid of the bullet attack. Ordinary bullets can only be shot into the muscle surface at most and will be stuck live, so 2 people are usually lazy to avoid, but directly hard with the body. This is equivalent to tickling for 2 people, and can also slowly improve their physical quality and defense in the process of damage and repair. Now it's like the new Teddy jumping off too much and always barking at home. The owner's pets were all bothered by his quarrel, but he couldn't bite him to death, so the 2 sides kept quarreling, causing a mess at home and some headache for the owner. Chen Mo, who has seen the movie, naturally knows that Wade's tuberculosis is extremely serious. Even William Stryker can't help him. It's enough for Wade to shut up in front of Chen Mo. It's almost impossible for him to change completely. Chen Mo doesn't expect it. Anyway, as long as you don't bother him, it's just Victor and James. Fortunately, this did not last long. Shortly after Chen Mo joined team with Victor and James, they had their first mission since Team X was officially established. This time, Major William Stryker did not bring his own team, but gave Chen Mo the task of commanding the battle. The secret base of X Weapons Plan has no airstrip due to terrain reasons, and external vehicles can only pass through helicopters. Because the destination is far away in Africa, they didn't start directly from the base, but first arrived at a nearby military base by helicopter. That night, Chen Mo, the commander, took them to a good relax in the small town bar near the base. After a drink, though the relationship between the people did not get closer quickly, it became very harmonious, but it also became more familiar than before. They could also say a few words to each other, which was not so strange at the beginning. However, Wade's chatter and venomous tongue are still unbearable to all people. Thanks to Chen Mo's presence, he has restrained himself. Otherwise, people who drink too much may kill him alive and ask for peace. The next morning, all members of Team X left the United States in a small jet military aircraft. Their destination was Lagos, the capital of Nigeria in Africa. The slender, streamlined small jet plane is flying at high speed in the clouds. At this time, the weather outside the cabin is not very good. The plane is surrounded by large clouds, which can't be seen at all. The clouds around the plane are thick and dark. The airflow outside is not very stable, and the plane appears to be bumpy. James sat in the cabin, leaning forward, propped his arm on his thigh, clasped his hands and fingers together, lowered his head and closed his eyes. Although he tried to be calm, the tightly clasped hands and some white joints due to his strength still exposed his inner tension and uneasiness. After all, this is not a luxurious and comfortable private plane, but a practical military aircraft. The layout of the aircraft cabin is very simple. Only one bench is placed on both sides of the cabin near the bulkhead. 8 people sit on 4 opposite sides. Victor and James are sitting together. Opposite Victor, Wade is grinding his long knife with a long and thin grindstone. At this time, the cabin is rarely quiet. In addition to the noise caused by the high-speed flight of the aircraft, only the sound of Wade sharpening his knife sounded. Brush. There was a clear grinding sound in the cabin, but no one spoke. It was hard for Wade to shut up. Everyone enjoyed the rare silence quietly. I only hope Wade could keep grinding like this and never speak, but it is clear that their ideas cannot be realized. It wasn't long before Wade said it himself without anyone saying anything. At the moment of his opening, everyone could not help but turn their eyes. A sense of good things being destroyed surged in the hearts of all people. They had never been so fond of silence. Wade doesn't know what people think, or if he knows it, it doesn't matter. A qualified and persistent talker doesn't change himself or herself because of other people's preferences. Stop the action of sharpening the sword in his hand. Wade raised the samurai sword in his hands, looked left and right, and said at his own expense, "You know what? I love this knife more than anything in the world." With that, Wade looked up at Victor, who was sitting opposite him, and asked earnestly, "Do you want to know why?" Victor, who became very upset, didn't even look at Wade. He squeezed 2 words out of his teeth with a cold face. "No," but Wade didn't seem to hear Victor's words and went on at his own expense. "Because it's monumental," Wade said, looking up at Victor in the opposite direction. "It's a bit long, it's not easy to bring it to the plane. But if you pull out 2 knives at your ex's wedding, they will never forget it." Victor listened and looked down coldly at Wade, who was shorter than him, sitting opposite him. "Wade, it's funny. I think you've mixed me up with all that crap." Wade gave a mean laugh at Victor's words. "Probably not with guns, claws, or shopping girls' nails." Wade didn't seem to feel the chill of Victor's words, but he continued to jeer and bring others along. As Wade's voice fell, all eyes were focused on the 2 men. Agent Zero and James, who were lying on the gun, looked at Wade with a chill. Vickett and Wade looked at each other coldly, and the atmosphere became tense quickly. Vickett placed the 10 fingers between his legs casually. The sharp nails, which originally stretched out less than half a centimeter from his fingertips, grew rapidly, and soon became claws with a length of more than 2 centimeters. Wade felt Victor's rising fury, felt a huge threat, and held his hand on the hilt to be ready for Victor's attack. Their eyes met in the air, tit for tat, and the atmosphere in the whole cabin became extremely tense. At this instant, when the 2 could fight at any time, Wade's cheap mouth again. With a brush, Wade raised his hand with a grindstone. With a brush, Wade raised his hand with a grindstone. Manicure. James, sitting beside Victor, felt Victor's angry state. He was afraid that they would break down the plane accidentally when they were fighting. He hurriedly reminded him, "Victor, don't get excited." At the thought of this possibility, James was very upset. He can't fly. If the plane is damaged by the battle of two people, he will directly fall down from the height of several kilometers, which is too beautiful for him to think. Victor didn't move when he heard the words, but he grinned ferociously and showed two sharp tiger teeth. He seemed ready to move at any time. Just when everyone thought there was going to be a big fight between the two, Wade said suddenly as he stared at Victor, "I saw Fred get a new tattoo." All the people were speechless by his sudden words, but James turned to Fred, who was sitting on the other side of him with his thick bare arms. At this point, James actually saw a new tattoo on Fred's arm, and it's also a tattoo of a girl who looks graceful. The sexy girl tattoo made James feel very familiar. Soon, he thought of it in his mind. He was surprised. "Oh my God, Fred, you only met her last night." The sexy girl with the tattoo on Fred's arm was exactly what they met when they were drinking in the bar last night. "I love her," Fred said as he chewed the dried beef in his mouth. James's face was speechless. "You fell in love with her after a night's sleep." Fred did spend the night with the girl last night, but just falling in love with her that night still made James a little unacceptable. Fred replied with a serious face, "She's a gymnast." Sitting at the front of the cabin, Bradley, who was close to the cockpit, grinned. James was speechless. Fred, who seems to be dull, turned out to be a sullen man. However, after such a gag, Wade and Victor were at war and the gunpowder confrontation was finally interrupted. Victor gave Wade a cold look, folded his fingernails and leaned his head back against the bulkhead, leaving Wade alone. Just then, Chen Mo, who had been watching the play, said to Bradley, who was sitting opposite him, "Bradley, down." Through the open cockpit door, you can clearly see the scene inside the cockpit. The complicated instruments on the bridge are flashing a lot of red and green indicator lights, which are obviously in operation. But the cockpit of the aircraft is empty and there is no pilot. The plane they've been flying is unmanned. After receiving Chen Mo's order, Bradley nodded slightly, raised his finger and pressed it on his temple, closed his eyes slightly. Then the plane that was flying smoothly suddenly began to dive and descend, and the cabin began to get bumpy. The real pilot of this plane is Bradley. He can directly control the whole aircraft by controlling the current and electromagnetic wave, and to some extent, he is more accurate, flexible, and reliable than ordinary pilots. Under Bradley's control, the plane adjusted its attitude and began to dive down. The feeling of weightlessness changed James's face, and he could not help murmuring, "Oh my God!" Although 100 years have passed and his strength has been greatly improved, his airsickness has not improved at all. In the past 100 years, he has never been on a plane again. At the beginning of World War II, when he went to the European battlefield, he was also on a warship. James was deeply touched by the plane. If there's anything to make James afraid, then besides Chen Mo, there's only flying. Of course, he would not admit it himself. This time, it's impossible for him to change to a warship because he is alone on the mission to Africa. As a result, they will be delayed for too long on the road, so James can't help but enjoy the fun of flying again. Before, when the plane was flying smoothly, James could barely bear it, but he was a little insecure. Now when the plane started to dive from a stable flight, the feeling of shaking and weightlessness made James very uncomfortable. When I turned to talk to Fred, my body turned to the front again and my hands were clasped together again in front of my forehead. "Do you want to vomit?" Fred, who was sitting next to James, looked at him and asked as he said, he bit the dried beef in his hand and chewed it hard. "If we want to fly later, we have to grow wings first." James bowed his head and said obviously he was worried about flying. He was afraid that the plane would disintegrate if he didn't know when he was in the air, there would be only one way to die. Although it is almost impossible to die with James' strong self-healing ability, James still has strong resistance and fear in his heart. Agent Zero looks at James, who is usually fierce and incomparable, and he looks funny. "Don't worry, man. There are more people killed in car accidents than in flying accidents." Agent Zero looked at James and said with a smile. Because of the bad feeling of airsickness, the upset James could not help retorting, compared with the crucified. But his voice just fell. Before Agent Zero could speak, the phantom sitting opposite James began to speak. "Hey, please pay attention, at least keep back." Mirage is a Christian black man, and James was obviously comparing the death rate of the air crash with the crucifixion of Jesus, which was obviously disrespectful to him. After a positive face reminded James, the phantom looked at James, who began a turn to ask, "Do you need a bucket?" James immediately raised his hand to show that he didn't want to use it and shook his head with a sad face. "No more." Sitting in the front of the cabin, Chenmo looks at James and shakes his head helplessly. James is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid of flying, and air sickness is very serious. Originally, James's physical fitness should not have air sickness, so for James's current situation, Chenmo guessed that it should be mainly caused by psychological factors. It seems that we need to find a way to help him overcome it. A fighter who is afraid of heights and air sickness is easy to be defeated by others. The key is that it's disgraceful. But now let's finish the task first. At this time, the plane under Bradley's control has passed through the clouds and entered the low altitude. Looking out of the window at the city crawling on the dark land, Chenmo said to the crowd, "Gentlemen, we are arriving in Lagos." Team X's small jet plane dived into the dark city in the night sky. On the outskirts of Lagos City, Nigeria's capital, is a large, ragged, and messy slum. The people living here are the poorest of the society. There is no oil and water but the government's drag. Therefore, the government is not willing to do more management here, but to let the people live and die. So although it's near the capital, it's completely anarchic. But in this large number of low shack bungalows with disorderly distribution, there is a gray building with more than 10 stories high and square. A large area around the building is also surrounded by fences and barbed wire. There is a lot of open space within tens of meters outside the fence. Even if the surrounding denser shacks are crowded, no one will expand to this area. The open space is not completely surrounded by the slums. There is a much wider access road than other places in the slums, and in this passage, 8 of them are either tall or vigorous, all wearing the same blue combat suit and black combat vest, walking towards the direction of the airspace. Originally, the poor people who were walking in the passage saw the pedestrian who was coming fiercely from afar. All of them quickly dodged with fear and disappeared in the darkness on both sides of the passage. 8 people walked through the low shacks on both sides, stopped at the end of the passage, and looked up at the gray building, which was different from the low and shabby slums around. There is a large and wide iron mesh gate on the outer wall of the building facing them. In front of the gate, there are a lot of wire netting, cement piers and other fortifications, and hanging a lot of warning signs, just like a military base. In the wall behind the gate, there are 2 watchtowers for guarding. Many searchlights are installed on the top of the watchtower and the gate, as well as on the 4 corners of the roof of the building, to illuminate the surrounding open space. The outside of the fence was illuminated by dozens of searchlights. But behind the wall, above the heavily guarded building, there was darkness, with only a small area on the top floor lit. "Boss, what are we doing here?" James looked at the heavily guarded building and asked Chenmo. "Because when I was in Vietnam, I often wanted to call Mr. Chenmo according to my previous habit, and I called him the boss in time, so James just called me that all the time." Hearing James's question, Chenmo can't help but think of the plot in the movie. Watching James with a meaningful smile slowly said, "Let's find something." Looking at the lighted area on the top of the building, Chenmo said with a smile, "It's just time, Agent Zero." Chenmo turned to Agent Zero on one side. Agent Zero heard Chenmo point to his name, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and walked straight forward. Although Chenmo didn't give a specific order to let him do anything, it was obvious that they didn't come to be guests. As a top-secret agent and a powerful fighter with long experience, there is still a tacit understanding of this. Because he knew Agent Zero could understand it, Chenmo didn't give him specific instructions. Agent Zero stepped forward with a relaxed face and stopped in the middle of the open space in front of the gate. The armed guards inside soon found his presence, and the lights of several searchlights came quickly to illuminate Agent Zero and the empty ground where he was. Just like in the daytime, his figure was completely exposed in the sight of the other armed personnel. "There are invaders. Spread out. Surround him. Get the weapon." A dozen armed men who had been patrolling behind the gate quickly took up their rifles and ran to both sides of the gate. The two walls on both sides of the gate opened a long shooting hole at a distance of more than 1 meter from the ground. After discovering the presence of Agent Zero, one half of the dozen armed men who had patrolled the gate originally rushed to the back of the two walls and put their rifles out of the shooting holes. "Intruder, don't move. Put your hands behind your head." The armed men inside the gate shouted to Agent Zero. Agent Zero stood more than 10 meters outside the gate. Although he was pointed by more than 10 rifles, his face was still very calm, even with a smile on his lips. He raised his hands slowly according to the requirements of the other party, but his eyes swept quickly behind the gate to see the defense situation inside. In addition to 2 cement walls on both sides of the gate and a dozen armed men armed with guns after the sandbag fortification inside the gate, one armed man in each watchtower pointed his rifle at him. And near the building, there are several armed men who have just rushed out of the building and have not yet entered the fighting state. At the top of the building, 2 armed men just leaned out. Agent number 0, after mastering the defense situation of the other party, did not rush to start, but pretended to be obedient and slightly lowered his head according to the requirements of the other party, and slowly extended his hands to the back of his head, making the gesture of raising his hands and holding his head. However, at the next moment, Agent Zero's hands were quickly pulled out from the back of his head. At this time, he had 2 more silver pistols in his hands. It turns out that under the cover of the action of holding his head with both hands, Agent Zero quickly drew out 2 pistols inserted in the holster behind him. Agent Zero's physical quality is 4 times that of ordinary people, and his speed is naturally far faster than that of ordinary people. After pulling out 2 pistols, he quickly retracted his arm, pointed the muzzle of the gun at the 2 wall shooting holes on both sides of the gate, and quickly pulled the trigger. A series of bullets went through the shooting hole, which was only 10 centimeters wide, and hit the armed men behind. However, the armed men in the gate haven't responded yet. The arms of Agent Zero's gun quickly move to both sides along the direction of the shooting hole, and the index finger quickly pulls the trigger. In a blink of an eye, a dozen of the most safe militants behind the wall were all killed by Agent Zero in a blink of an eye. Until then, the other militants in the gate finally reacted. The group of armed men rushed out of the building quickly took their place. One of them jumped on the back of an armed cross-country vehicle and grasped the handle of a heavy machine gun loaded on the vehicle. Several other militants ran to the back of a sandbag fortification in front of the side of the SUV and aimed their rifles at Agent Zero outside. At the same time, the 2 soldiers on the watchtower finally responded, and the sound of the 2 rifles almost sounded at the same time. But all of a sudden, no one thought that Agent Zero with his head in his hands would suddenly be in trouble. In a hurry, their bullets were not accurate. After the rapid elimination of the armed men behind the walls on both sides of the gate, Agent Zero rushed towards the gate. His speed was extremely amazing. The 2 armed men on the watchtower couldn't respond at all. All the bullets fired were behind him, and none of them threatened him. It seems that the gunman who operates the machine gun is more sophisticated than others. Before the gunman behind the sandbag works can shoot, the sound of the machine gun has followed the sound of the 2 armed men on the watchtower. But the shot didn't last long. Agent Zero's attack arrived. The bullets of the 2 armed men on the watchtower pose little threat to him, which he can ignore for the time being. However, the power of this heavy machine gun, whether it is the speed of fire or the power of the bullets, is far beyond the comparison of those 2 rifles, and the threat to him is far above the 2 men on the watchtower. Agent Zero quickly raised his right hand while running and pointed the muzzle of his gun at the roaring machine gun. This truck-mounted heavy machine gun is not equipped with a bulletproof guard. Agent Zero's bullet hit the gunman who manipulated the machine gun accurately. After being hit, The elite gunman was killed immediately, but the trigger of the machine gun he had pulled was not released, so the heavy machine gun continued to roar. However, after the death of the machine gunner, his body fell to one side, and the handle of the machine gun tightly held by him also shifted. The mouth of the roaring machine gun happened to point at the sandbag fortification in front of him. As the body of the dead machine gunner fell to one side, the muzzle of the gun was driven. As the body of the dead machine gunner fell to one side, the muzzle of the gun was driven to one side, and a series of heavy machine gun bullets just swept through the sandbag fortification. The 4 armed men who were lying behind the sandbag and launching attacks on Agent Zero were hit by bullets one after another without any precaution. The rifles which had just begun to attack in their hands were also quickly lost as they were hit head. Almost all the bullets shot into the sky. After killing 5 militants with one shot, Agent Zero kept on rushing towards the gate. But just then, 2 armed men on the top of the building finally shot. Standing at the top of the building with a height of 30-40 meters, Agent Zero seems to move more slowly when he is down. Their eyes can barely keep up with them. The bullets fired are closer to Agent Zero than the 2 people on the watch tower, and the threat to him is greater. Although Agent Number Zero runs very fast, the bullets from the top of the building also follow him closely, which is not a few meters away from him. At this time, after the attack just now, the bullets in 2 pistols in Agent Zero's hand have been shot empty. The bullet from the top of the building is getting closer and closer to him. Agent Zero also feels a bit of pressure, which makes him bite his teeth and take out all his strength. While running at a high speed, Agent Zero rushed to the door close to him with all his strength. At the same time, he raised 2 pistols in his hand and pressed the release button of the magazine with his thumb. At the same time, he knocked his hands down hard. The magazine of the 2 pistols quickly came out of the pistol and fell to the ground. Then Agent Zero threw his hands up. 2 pistols out of the magazine were thrown up by him, spinning up in the air. Agent Zero kept running forward at his feet, and the 2 pistols rolled forward with him along with the original inertia. Agent Zero quickly took back his hands and took down 2 clips from his waist. At this time, the 2 pistols that were flying had lost their momentum to keep going up and began to fall down. While running, Agent Number threw 2 clips up, just in time to meet the 2 pistols that had fallen, and inserted them exactly. Then, Agent Zero's hands firmly held 2 pistols. In this way, Agent Number Zero staged a thrilling and exciting performance of changing cartridge clips. Not far behind him, Team X witnessed a series of actions of Agent Zero. Both Mirage and Bradley were admiring. Fred and Wade couldn't help admiring each other, but Victor and James despised each other. They have also seen Chen Mo use a gun. The same pistol in Chen Mo's hands is no different from machine gun, and there is no need to change the cartridge clip. Agent Zero's performance is wonderful, but it is much weaker than Chen Mo's. It's like a person using a flint gun can complete the process of loading gunpowder and bullets in just 10 seconds, while another person takes out an automatic rifle that can be fired continuously. Agent Zero's change of cartridge clip is cool and fast. The eyes of Victor and James, they are just clowns. James can't help but remember Agent Zero mocking him on the plane. I think he can change 2 pistols with higher cartridge capacity. Otherwise, we will be treated as a circus if we have to throw pistols several times in a battle. Victor could not help grinning at his words, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. Team X, standing beside them, naturally heard James's words. Think about it carefully, it's really that. If there are few enemies, it's okay. It's almost solved to change a magazine. But what about dozens of enemies? Isn't Agent Zero really going to throw a pistol several times? If you throw it once, you will feel the experience. If you throw it twice, 3 times, or even 4 or 5 times, people imagine that picture. It's like a circus is juggling. Other several people's expressions are some strange, but this is not how to deal with Agent Zero. Wade is in a good mood, cannot help but open mouth said. You don't have to say that this guy's performance is similar to that of the clown in the circus. I've seen the clown's performance before. That clown can throw 3 or 4 balls with one hand. The Zero guy is only 2. It's not as difficult as that clown's performance. Should I ask for a refund? Wade is obviously playing on the pretext. It's nonsense. It's not too hard to throw a pistol and catch it again. Circus clowns can do it. But it's much harder to throw up the magazine and insert it into the dropped pistol accurately in the running. Wade, however, deliberately ignored this point, deliberately talked about quantity and belittled Agent Zero. Victor, hearing Wade's words, grinned coldly. I think you two can set up a circus, a show to throw pistols for magazines, a show to cut bullets with knives. It's absolutely very popular. The tickets are certainly not enough. Obviously, Victor also hated Wade's provocation on the plane. Wade heard the words not to show weakness and quickly hit back. You two can join in too. Tiger and wolf shows have always been popular. Wade's mouth is too cheap to the extreme. He can take other people with him and constantly pull hatred for himself. James could not help but look at Wade coldly. Victor's ferocious smile, eyes dangerous look at Wade cold voice said. Then the audience will be able to enjoy the wonderful performance of a beast eating a man and tearing a clown raw. It's just that you, the short and thin clown, are not enough for both of us. In fact, Wade's stature is not as short and thin as Victor said. Although he is not very tall, he is more than 1.8 m, and he has a healthy body, which is considered to be a very good figure among ordinary people. But compared with Victor and James, who are more than 2 meters tall and strong, he is indeed short. It's thin again. Wade shook his head at the words. No, I think the audience will appreciate my performance. Wicket still looked at Wade coldly and said in a cold voice, Your knife will be broken with you. Your ex-girlfriend should like it. Agent Zero is in front of the enemy, and his teammates Victor and Wade are here watching the play while shooting, totally ignoring his existence. Chenmo looks at Victor and Wade, who attack each other vigorously, and glances at him. He describes Agent Zero's difficult and quick change of the magazine as the clown James, who shakes his head helplessly. In fact, he could have let Victor and James play first to show their strength in front of the ex-team. However, at the beginning of the movie, Chenmo was amazed by the high difficulty of Agent Zero throwing a gun and throwing a magazine to change the bullet quickly. He had a deep memory, so he still took the lead in sending Agent Zero to fight according to the original plot. But he didn't expect that the revenge of James would come out. According to James, if Agent Number Zero encounters a large number of enemies, it's really like a clown performing a juggle to change the magazine in this way. That kind of picture makes him feel funny. Seeing Agent Number Zero's action again won't have the cool feeling of watching movies before to say that James in the movie is not so vicious. He is more direct, hands-on, not much nonsense. But Victor and James just ran away from home and met Chenmo, who was kept by Chenmo and followed him all the time. The living environment and conditions are different from those in the movie, and the changes in circumstances and experiences have also greatly changed their personalities. As a whole, it's similar to the movie, but there are many different places. Victor's change, needless to say, is no longer the ferocity in the movie. Although he sometimes behaves ferociously, his essence is already different. At least he will not do anything to rape women and kill innocent people. James also changed a lot. He didn't go through the hard time with Victor. Neither of them became too lonely and difficult to get close to. They used to bully Zachary Taylor together, dig holes in him together, and run him on all kinds of runs. Later, when Lincoln came, they played tricks on him. It can be said that Victor and James, who had been with Chenmo, became stronger and more powerful, but they always had a childlike interest in their hearts. If the Wolverine in the movie could not say such words to run Agent Zero, and Victor had been fighting with Wade for a long time, it would not be possible to just stand and shoot, but there was no sign to start. Other members of team looked at Victor, who had been fighting with Wade, and looked at him strangely. Looking at them, it seems that they have recognized Victor. As Wade's old teammates, they know Wade very well. As a senior talkative, he has an absolute skill in his mouth. No one can say anything about him. Even Agent Zero, usually absolute skill in his mouth. No one can say anything about him. Even Agent Zero usually just gives a cold shoulder. He can only take out his gun to fight with him when he is really angry, but he can't stop Wade from talking while he is fighting. Therefore, people always choose to ignore Wade's vicious tongue and never argue with him, because it can't speak of him at all. But Victor, who has been regarded as a fierce and brutal beast by them all the time, shows no less than Wade's vicious tongue skill, which is comparable to Wade's war, which completely subverts people's cognition of him. Make complaints about, including James, 2Cow0 agent, also shows that he does not want to look so wordless and inarticulate. It seems that the two new players following Chen Mo are not as simple as they seem. Although the difference is only in character and speech, who knows whether their strength and other aspects will have more surprises for them. Agent number 0, who had just changed his cartridge clip in front of the gate, didn't know that he was fighting with the enemy, while his teammates behind him were fighting with each other. He even described his quick bullet change skill, which he had practiced hard, as a clown performance. If Agent Zero knew it, it might be a real show of throwing guns and changing bullets, and shooting all the bullets into Vicky and Wade. At this time, Agent Zero focused all his attention on the enemy in front, and did not find the movement of his teammates behind him. After changing the magazine quickly, Agent number 0 grasped the handle of the pistol. Meanwhile, he rushed forward several meters in front of the iron net gate. After holding the pistol dropped from the air after replacing the cartridge clip, Agent number 0 moved the muzzle of the pistol up without stopping. At the same time, he pulled the trigger, and a series of bullets shot towards the top of the building. At the same time of pulling down the trigger, Agent Zero's legs also jumped up with great force. The huge force broke out from the strong legs, which made Agent Zero's body jump high above the gate. It soon rose to nearly 3 meters, higher than the gate. It passed the gate lightly and fell towards the back of the gate. At the same time, Agent Zero's body gradually rolled back. After pouring some bullets into the roof, Agent Zero's body quickly turned back half a circle. When he crossed the gate and came to the middle of the two watchtowers, Agent Zero's body just turned to the ground, parallel to the ground. At the same time, his hands stretched out from the front to the two sides of his body, just pointing to the watchtower on both sides. After several shots, Agent Zero's body has returned to the normal position of vertical ground, and then fell to the ground. After landing, Agent Zero's legs bent, and his body continued to descend. Finally, he knelt on one knee and supported one hand on the ground, which just buffered the falling impact. After landing, Agent number 0, with his back to the gate, turned back sharply, and his legs on one knee crossed rapidly. He turned his body smoothly and was facing the X-team who was watching the play outside the gate. At the same time, he raised his arms high and made a cool appearance. As Agent 0 slowly raised his head, 4 bodies fell from the top of the building and the watchtower, looking very handsome. Agent 0 proudly raised his head to team outside the gate. He thought he would see the admiration of all the people when he was on the mission. He found that all the people's eyes were not on him, but on Victor and Wade. At this time the battle ended, the gunshots stopped, and the conversation between the two clearly reached Agent 0's ears. "My ex-girlfriend has gone to see death. If you want to show her, I'm afraid you need to wait for me to split you. Your toy knife can't even split my fingers. Be careful if it's broken. I'm not responsible for compensation. My knife can cut open even bullets. It can cut your fingers. Boasting should be done according to your ability, or you will become a tripod if you are really cut off. 2 broken swords are precious. They are really ignorant guys. Do you know what invincible soldiers are? Your 2 knives are children's toys. They are only used to cut fruit." What's the matter with Agent number 0's face, dazed and bewildered? The script is wrong. Shouldn't there be applause? What's the matter with these 2 guys? It was quite unexpected that Victor's mouth could match Wade's tongue-biting bitch. However, Agent 0 still remembers his mission. Now that the enemy outside the target building has been basically wiped out, he immediately stands up from the ground and comes to the gate to push the iron net gate open. Outside the gate, where Team X is, the conversation between Wade and Victor continues. When Wade heard Victor say that his 2 long knives were children's toys, he was about to open his mouth to fight back. However, he suddenly remembered Victor's invincible soldiers mentioned earlier and could not help swallowing back what he was about to export. Wade's eyes quickly turned two circles, then looked at Victor with disdain. There are no invincible soldiers in the world. Are you talking about King Arthur's sword of the king? Children, those are myths and legends. You have grown up and still believe that. Victor gave Wade a strange look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this guy's nonsense really got him right. Victor has been with Chenmo for more than 100 years. He can't compare his experience with Wade and others. He also knows the origin of the ancient sword in Chenmo's study. At the beginning, when they saw the simple and unsophisticated shape in Chenmo's study, but it looked brand new and sharp. On the edge of the sword was a long sword that was chilling. They asked Chenmo about the origin of the strange long sword. Chenmo had nothing to hide, so he told them the truth. At first, they didn't believe that this sword was King Arthur's sword in the legend, and according to Chenmo, it could be invincible and cut iron like mud, which sounded more like a myth and magic legend to them. But when they took advantage of Chenmo's absence from the study, they secretly took the sword and tried it. After that, they had no doubt. The iron pillar with thick thigh in the training room was cut directly like a sausage without any hindrance. The marble sculpture in the back garden of the manor was easily cut in half like tofu. Chenmo didn't say anything, but Zachary Taylor, the butler of the manor, chased the two guys who destroyed the manor for a good scolding. At this time, when Wade said that the sword of the king was a legend believed by children, Victor couldn't help thinking that he and James had the same idea at that time. Nevertheless, he looked down at Wade. If you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Is it a myth or a legend to return to life after death? Is immortality a myth? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. With your poor little insight, you certainly haven't seen any of these. So far beyond the physical quality of ordinary people, the ability to move in an instant is not a mythical ability. Wade couldn't help laughing on his face and looked at Victor suspiciously. You mean? Victor shook his head. I don't know if Arthur and Merlin are mutants, but I know the sword of the king really exists. When Wade heard the words, his eyes were shining and he could not help fighting with Victor. Where is it? As a master of using knives, a peerless divine soldier is extremely attractive to him. Victor heard words but did not speak, but turned to look at the side of the Chenmo standing. Feeling Victor's eyes, Chenmo shook his head helplessly. Naturally, he saw that Wade deliberately introduced the topic to Victor after he heard that Victor had mentioned invincible soldiers. Victor also knew that, but he still wanted to make Wade, the leopard, more knowledgeable. As for confidentiality, Victor knows that the sword is Chenmo's weapon. The two sabers used in the previous contest with Wade were just for fairness, and he didn't want a bully used in the previous contest with Wade were just for fairness, and he didn't want to bully Wade. This sword will be displayed in front of the public sooner or later. Victor naturally does not need to keep it secret. Besides, with Chenmo's power, will you care about this secret exposure? As a confidant who has been following Chenmo since the beginning, Victor knows clearly how terrible Chenmo's power is. So Victor didn't hide the existence of the king's sword. Chenmo gave a blind look at Victor, who was just opened by Agent Zero, instead of answering him directly. Victor and others couldn't help but cast their eyes with him. At this time, people found that Agent Zero had basically killed the defense forces outside the building and opened the door. At the same time, however, they saw a man quickly retracting into the turret and closing the hatch over a tank parked inside the gate. There is a row of heavy concrete piers in front of the tank as a shelter, which can't be moved at will. In fact, there is no driver in the tank. This tank has been placed here as a defensive turret. There is only one gunner in the tank, but when Agent Zero launched the attack just now, he stayed in the tank because the vision in the tank is very limited. He didn't find out what was going on outside, but he heard a burst of gunfire. The battle was going on very quickly. He just pushed the hatch cover open and peeped out his head. He found that all his companions had been killed. The originally closed gate had also been pushed open. Not far away from the gate, there were several tall and fierce enemies standing there, which scared him to hurry up retracted. The time he looked out was very short. Agent Zero was opening the door at that time, so he didn't find his existence. It was because of this that he was able to get away with it without being killed like other people. However, at 1 o'clock in the morning or at 1 o'clock in the evening, he was definitely killed by one shot, just like those corpses lying on the ground. But now that he's hiding in the tank, Agent Zero has no way to deal with him. Although he's good at shooting, he can't deal with the strong tank. So can Wade and Mirage. Wade, Mirage, and their abilities are not valid for this tortoise shell tank. Only Bradley and Fred can handle the tank. Bradley can control all electronic devices, and the tank's control system is clearly within Bradley's control. But his ability is limited, only about 10 meters. If he goes beyond this distance, he cannot control effectively. Even within 10 meters, the farther the distance is, the more difficult it is to control, and the more mental energy it consumes. So when he used to control the plane, Bradley was sitting in the nearest position from the cockpit. As for Fred, his way is more passive. In the movie, he is relying on his own strong defense ability, putting his arm into the barrel of the tank, which causes the gunner to blow up the gun when he starts, and the whole tank is destroyed. Just when people guessed that Chen-Mo would send Bradley or Fred to deal with the tank, Chen-Mo said, "Victor, get that tank." According to William Stryker's introduction, Victor's ability should be strong physical fitness, self-healing ability, and sharp claws that can stretch freely. But these abilities are not enough to deal with the tank in front of him. At the beginning, Victor was full of doubts. His current strength is not enough to overturn the tank, and his sharp claws can leave some claw marks on the surface of the tank's armor at most, but they can't hurt the people inside. So he was puzzled at the beginning when Chen-Mo asked him to release. However, when he turned to look at Chen-Mo, he just saw the silver-white sword suddenly appeared in Chen-Mo's hands, and his expression quickly became excited. Chen-Mo smiles and throws the king's sword to Victor. Victor quickly reaches for the king's sword and holds it excitedly. With a proud glance at Wade, who was staring at the king's sword in his hand, holding the king's sword in his right hand, he strode towards the tank. He stopped right in front of the tank. Victor raised his right hand holding the king's sword, and his left hand came up. This was originally a two-handed knight's heavy sword, with a hilt of 20-30 cm and a body part of more than 1 meter. Although Victor was tall and more than 2 meters in height, the long sword in his hand did not show any shortness. Instead, it set him off with more majestic momentum. Victor raised his sword slowly over his head, his eyes firmly fixed on the turret ahead. The gunner in the tank looked at Victor holding a long sword through the observation glass. He looked puzzled. Could it be that the tall guy was going to split his modern tank with the ancient sword in his hand? A sense of absurdity came into the gunner's mind. As Victor's stature was so great that the tank's muzzle was just in his head, there was a sneering smile on the gunner's face, and the finger on the gun's firing button was going to pull the trigger. But at the same time, Victor's face also showed a ferocious smile. His body suddenly started. In a flash, he bypassed the tank barrel in front of him and rushed to the rear turret. In a blink of an eye, he jumped up to the tank and came to the front of the turret. The king's sword in his hands quickly cut towards the turret in front. Victor's arm is nearly 1 meter long, and the king's sword is more than 1 meter long. The attack distance is more than 2 meters. The tank itself is only a small light tank, and the size of the turret is not very large. The sword of the king cuts across the front of the turret, just obliquely cutting through the first half of the whole turret. Victor's reaction and speed are far faster than normal. After he cut the sword, the gunner's fingers just pressed the shell launch button. He felt as if there was a silver flash in front of him, but there was nothing in the tank turret and nothing outside could come in at all. So the gunner thought he was wrong and didn't care too much. Just to his surprise, after he pressed the launch button, the shells that would have been fired with a huge roar and vibration didn't respond at all. He didn't believe in evil and pressed several times, but there was still no change. However, the scene that happened immediately before his eyes made his eyes widen with astonishment. With a sharp metal friction sound, the tank bulkhead in front of him suddenly moved down. It was originally sealed and opaque. The interior of the very dark tank turret suddenly arched into a faint yellow light from above. As the sound of metal friction continued, the whole turret above the gunner's front fell towards the front. Bang! It was accompanied by a huge sound of metal impact. The front and upper part of the whole turret, together with the long barrel connected to it, were cut off and fell on the armor below, making a huge impact, then tumbled and fell on the ground. The gunner looked at the panoramic skylight which had been opened suddenly in front of him, as well as the half of the turret that had fallen to the ground and the long barrel connected to it. His eyes were wide and almost protruded. This change came so fast that he couldn't respond to it. 1 moment ago, he was preparing to move his fingers and blow the big fool in front of the tank who wanted to attack the tank with a long sword into flesh and mud. The next moment, his biggest reliance, the impregnable steel fortress, was inexplicably given a skylight, and it was still a panorama. The scene ahead was completely in front of him without any hindrance, but before he could react from the shock, a familiar tall figure appeared in front of him. Victor held the king's sword in one hand, and the other hand extended to the gunner who was still sitting in the tank turret. In his astonished eyes, he pulled him out of the tank with a grim smile and threw him back. With a shrill scream, the poor gunner was hurled directly by Victor to a height of 4 or 5 meters and flew back more than 10 meters. Finally, accompanied by a sound of body landing and the sound of watermelon breaking, the scream stopped abruptly. Wade looked not far from them. The gunner who had broken his head looked up at the tank whose turret had been cut in half by a sword, and finally his hot eyes fell on the silver sword held by Victor standing on the tank. "Is this the sword of the king?" James glanced at Wade, who was hot on his face, and sneered. "Do you think it's a myth?" Wade ignored the taunt in James's words and shook her head eagerly. Myths and legends are also based on reality. It seems that the king's sword is really like its name of cutting steel sword. It can cut iron as hard as mud and be invincible, Wade said, his eyes shining at Victor's sword of the king. James said with a bad smile as he watched Wade rush up and snatch the king's sword from Victor. "Don't think about it. This king's sword is the elder's sword. Do you think the elder really uses double swords like you? Your broken knife is no different from paper in front of the king's sword. The boss just doesn't want to bully you with the king's sword. The cold weapon he usually uses is actually the sword of the king." Wade heard that the sword of the king which made him covet was Chen Mo's sword, and his eagerness could not help being replaced by regret. If the sword is someone else, he may get it. He will not die like this. But if it is Chen Mo, he has no hope. With a deep look at the sword of the king held by Victor, Wade shook his head regretfully, turned his head painfully, and could not bear to look again. As a powerful fighter who specializes in swordsmanship, there is a legendary immortal soldier in front of his eyes, but he can't have it. Is there anything more cruel than this? James gloated at Wade, who was tangled and shriveled. He just felt in a good mood and made you talk cheap all day. This. Chen Mo didn't answer James with a bad smile. He turned to Wade, who was in a low mood, and asked with a smile. "Want to?" Wade first instinctively nodded at his words, then shook his head violently with a firm face. "Other people's things are nothing more. Chen Mo's sword is not coveted by him. Chen Mo not only has strong strength but also has been his heartfelt admiration and is still his teacher, teaching him strong sword skills. He cannot have a simultaneous interpreting of Chen's saber without even the bottom line. Even if he yearned for this sword like the legendary king who is invincible, he will not be able to occupy his mind at this time." Chen Mo smiles. "This king's sword is my sword. It can't be given to you indeed. What you are good at is speed, which is suitable for using double swords. But this double-handed knight-heavy sword is both strength and speed, which is not suitable for you." Wade was lost and nodded his head in relief. Chen Mo was right. In recent years, he has always used double sabers, and his best and favorite weapon is double sabers. If he suddenly changed to double-handed heavy sword, many combat skills cannot be developed, so he needs to learn from scratch. After all, the fighting methods of the two weapons are very different. He was just attracted by the power and magic of the king's sword before, which affected his normal judgment, so he was so fascinated by the king's sword. Now, after listening to Chen Mo's analysis, he quickly understood the key points. This sword of the king is not suitable for him. Not to mention the others, it is not suitable for him only that the length is more than 1 meter too, and the weight is much heavier than the samurai sword in his hand. But just when Wade had decided to give up the idea of King's sword completely, Chenmo said with a smile, "However, I can help you to make 2 samurai swords that can cut iron like mud and steel like jade. Although they are slightly inferior to the king's sword, they are also invincible weapons." Chenmo's words made Wade's eyes, which had been somewhat lost, once again appear excited. If other people say this, Wade will certainly scoff and think that the other party is bragging, but Chenmo is different. He is not only powerful, but also runs over all members of Team X and has a mysterious origin. It seems that there are countless secrets hidden in him. As soon as he arrived, he was appointed as the commander of Team X by William Stryker. Later, the operation task was completely under his command. It can be said that he gave Team X, which he valued very much, directly to Chenmo for management, and his special forces were all officers of the base's defense forces. In fact, he had the base's defense forces. In this regard, Chenmo completely controls all the armed forces of the base and becomes the actual controller of the base. Although he is nominally under William Stryker, his actual rights have surpassed that of William Stryker. To some extent, Chenmo is the real owner of the base. They don't know what it means. They just know that Chenmo is not just an ordinary mutant. Moreover, Chenmo even has the legendary King Arthur's Sword of the King. The performance of Victor's sword cutting tank has proved the authenticity of the Sword of the King. Chenmo, the Sword of the King, came from nowhere. They have no way to know, but this undoubtedly shows that Chenmo has far more power than they imagined. Even the legendary King's sword can be obtained. Chenmo's idea of creating 2 invincible swords for him is not too hard to accept. Wade was excited by Chenmo's promise. He couldn't help but imagine how terrible his strength would be and how excited his face would be when he had 2 swords as invincible as the king's sword. "Boss, when can I get them?" "Don't worry. The purpose of our action is to find the raw materials that can make this weapon. I promise you will get them." Wade nodded heavily at his words, then turned his head again to the only room with a light on the top floor of the building. His eyes were full of light. At this time, inside the gate, Agent Zero looked at Victor standing on the tank with a complex face. Looking at the tank whose half of the turret was cut off, and the turret which had fallen to the ground and smashed the ground, Agent Zero's eyes could not help but stay for a long time on the simple sword held by Victor. Before the argument between Victor and Wade, he also listened. If there is no accident, then the silver sword in Victor's hand is the king's sword once used by King Arthur in the legend. What exactly is their commander? Even this legendary weapon can be obtained. It's not only him, but also the mirage of playing soy sauce all the time, and the people of Fred are shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. After all, this king's sword is a legendary thing. Now it suddenly appears before them and shows a strong force like simultaneous interpreting. So how can people who grow up listening to Arthur King grow up without shock? However, Chenmo didn't say anything more. The threat outside the building has been completely removed, and the door has been opened by Agent Zero. Chenmo immediately led several James to join Agent Zero and Victor, and a group of 8 people walked through the bodies of the scattered defense armed personnel and entered the back building unhindered. On the top floor of the building, in the only large room with a light on, a black man was sitting behind the first large desk in the room with his back against the window. In front of him, there were 2 rows of 16 tables along the walls on both sides. In front of each table, there was a black man who was working through the magnifier fixed on the table. Behind the tables, against the wall, stood 8 armed gunmen who seemed to be overseeing their work. And if you look closer to the table, you can see that each table is covered with a large piece of dazzling diamonds. All the diamonds on the table add up to tens of thousands. The 16 black people in front of the table are using tweezers to pick up diamonds and put them under the magnifying glass. Then they put them into different packages according to their size, color, and transparency level, and put them in different categories. Because of the high height and sound insulation of the building, the previous brief gunfight did not disturb the people inside until Chen Mo and his party entered the elevator and rose to the top of the building. The middle-aged black man sitting behind the desk at the bottom of the room found the presence of Team X through the monitoring equipment on the desk. It's too late to think about how these uninvited guests in the elevator broke through the guards he arranged outside the building. The middle-aged black man looked up at the opposite side, and the indicator light above the elevator on the other side of the room was flashing. Seeing that the elevator has risen to the 4th floor, the middle-aged black man quickly took a picture of a button beside the monitor. The X-team in the elevator felt that the elevator that was going up suddenly stopped, and the lights in the elevator were all off. Only the green emergency light gave out a very dim green light. Standing near the elevator entrance, the Phantom reached out and pressed the key on the 12th floor of the top floor, but there was still no response. Standing beside the Phantom, Wade nodded at the elevator door. "Now I'm locked in the elevator with 7 muscle men." As soon as Wade spoke, all the people in the room were saying something bad in their hearts. The chatter was about to start again. Victor watched Wade cut in viciously. Wade continued as if he had not heard. "The dream really came true." The Phantom looked at Wade with a strange squint and didn't know what to say. "Shut up now," cried Victor with an angry face. Bradley couldn't help but look down and grin. "Wade is hopeless. Believe it or not, I'll break your mouth with a sword." Victor clenched the sword of the king in his hand. He really wanted to kill the words with one sword. "No, you can't. The sword of the king is the sword of justice. It should be used to kill bad people, and I, Wade, am a good man." As soon as Wade's broken words came to an end, James said with a sad face, my God, can you shut up, man?" Wade said, still expressionless. "No way, it's hard as long as I'm awake." James looked up at the sky helplessly and shook his head powerlessly. At that moment, Chen Mo opened up. "Wade, get ready. The next one is you." After Chen Mo opened his mouth, Wade, who just refused to shut up no matter what other people said, seemed to be suddenly pressed the mute switch, like a changed person, standing there with his mouth closed and never talking again. Everyone in the elevator breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a matter of falling things. It's not afraid of the earth. The earth explosion can't stop Wade from nagging. Only when Chen Mo speaks can he keep quiet. That is to say, after Chen Mo came, they were less tortured by Wade. In the past, once Wade's mouth started, even William Stryker couldn't stop him. Every time they went out with him to task Team X, they were in agony. William Stryker was even thinking about trying to sew Wade's mouth. In the movie, Wade was finally brainwashed into weapon's eye, and his mouth was sewn up, which shows how much William Stryker hated his mouth. When Wade was honest, Chen Mo turned to Bradley again. "Bradley, to the top floor." Bradley nodded at his words, raised his finger and pressed it on his temple. He was able to activate. After the power was cut off by the middle-aged black people on the top of the building, only a dull green elevator suddenly lit up. Restored power supply, and the static elevator continued to rise towards the top floor. On the top floor, the middle-aged black man behind his desk looked at the elevator restored to the lighting in the monitoring picture and was surprised. He turned his head and looked at the indicator light on the opposite side of the room and found that the elevator he had just stopped on the 4th floor was going up. He clapped the stop button several times but still couldn't stop the elevator. Seeing the elevator approaching, he soon reached the top floor. The middle-aged black man angrily ordered to the present staff, "Surround the elevator. Come on." 8 armed men, who were originally standing on both sides of the room against the wall, rushed to the middle of the room with their guns at the command of their boss and raised their guns to point to the opposite elevator. 8 armed men with automatic rifles were waiting in front of the elevator. They were working. The diamond sorting workers were shocked by the sudden change. They quickly bent down one by one and hid behind the table. Under the intense gaze of all the people in the room, the floor indicator light above the elevator is flashing slowly. 10 floors, 11 floors, 12 floors. With the indicator light of the 12th floor on the top floor representing them lit up, 8 armed men could not help gripping the rifle in their hands. and their fingers on the trigger began to exert dark force. At the next moment, with a clear ding sound, the metal doors of the elevator slowly opened to both sides. 8 armed men who had been waiting for them all pulled down the trigger. Dense bullets were shot out of 8 rifles and towards the opening gap of the elevator door. However, these bullets did not get into the elevator successfully. At the same time, when 8 people opened fire, 2 bright long knives stretched out from the gap of the elevator, and they danced quickly. All the bullets fired either hit the elevator door or were blocked by 2 dancing long knives.